Chapter 211. Grown-ups. Eli was standing in front of the bone altar, when a ghost flew over not far away. It was Nicholas. "Well, how are the preparations for the soul crystallization going?" Looking at Nicholas, who was right in front of him, Eli said directly. Long ago, he had asked Nicholas to use the remaining undead to condense soul crystals for him. This wizard from thousands of years ago knew how to condense. "My lord is ready." Nicholas looked at Eli respectfully, definitely not because of the imprint of the soul in his mind, and the millions of soul crystals he owed. "Okay, let's go and set it up. I'm going to prepare some potions for a few days." Eli nodded, and Nicholas was still very reliable in his work. "Good sir, there is also a former wizard's tower here, and the environment is very suitable." Nicholas took Eli to the depths of the forest. Not far from the center, a wizard tower stood here, but it looked quite dilapidated, and it should have been abandoned for a long time. Without hesitation, Eli walked in directly. The inside was cleaned up very cleanly, and then he dispersed Nicholas and took out all the materials for the soul melting potion. The fruit of the water element with blue light, the dark beechwood of fear, the human face flower with a human face. He spent a lot of time collecting potions, and in order to increase the success rate, he prepared a lot of them, which were very valuable. "Let's start." Eli took out all kinds of equipment for configuring the potion, and then began to process the potion. This lasted for a full day. One day later, Eli began to refine the potion. Refining the potion went much smoother than Eli imagined. One day later, the first soul melting potion was successfully prepared, and there was not even the slightest accident in the middle. It's normal, even though he is the second ring at this time, his knowledge of potions has actually surpassed his current level, not to mention that he has simulated this process countless times in the past few hundred years. If it was an accident, I would look down on him more or less. So, 3 days later, Eli smiled at the 5 bottles of soul-melting potions neatly arranged, and more than a dozen bottles of various potions. With these, he should be stable. Wrong. Suddenly, Eli seemed to realize something, and took out the fate dice. Throw. 6 o'clock. This time it is stable. It's almost there. Eli took the potion, walked out of the wizard's tower, and then walked towards the altar. Soon, he came to the altar. At this time, the altar was already filled with a large number of soul crystals, and there were also a large number of alchemy witch formations depicted on the altar. "My lord, the undead are also dispersed." Nicholas came to Eli and said. "Well, you go and guard outside the forest and don't let any creatures enter. If you want to force your way in, kill them." Eli said to Nicholas. His eyes were calm. "Yes." Nicholas flew out of the forest after hearing this, while the head turned to look from time to time. Speaking of which, what puzzled him most at this time was the age of the master. He used to think that Eli was the 3rd ring, but later found out that he was the 2nd ring, but did the 2nd ring live so long? So, there is definitely something wrong with this master, but it doesn't matter. After hundreds of years, he realized a problem. At this time, it is no longer the world of their wizards. If they want to live for a long time, they still have to hug their thighs. Eli is very thick, so he has no other ideas. "I want to guard the forest." Nicholas rolled his eyes, and his eyes became firm. "No matter who comes, don't even think about stepping into the forest." On the other hand, after re-examining the altar, Eli began to meditate, which was to allow him to reach his peak state. 3 days later. Eli opened his eyes flickering. The time is up, and the promotion is at this time. In an instant, Eli directly took out a bottle of potion from the row of potions in front of him, took it directly, and stimulated his mental power at the same time. After taking the potion, the original 200 points of spiritual power finally began to slowly increase, and the limit of the 2nd ring was being broken, and at this time his aura also began to increase. 200. 201. 210. At the same time, the soul crystals on the altar also started to burn, and a large amount of pure spiritual power rushed towards Eli like flowing water, allowing Eli to break through this process. The increase in mental power made Eli's eyes shine brightly, while the surrounding air was constantly shaking under this pressure, and in the sky, the huge natural force began to slowly gather here. A huge elemental vortex begins to form. The second step is to integrate spiritual power and magic power. Breaking through the spiritual power is a matter of course, and Eli quickly began to break through the second step, the fusion of spiritual power and magic power. Suddenly, the crystallization of spiritual power in the original consciousness began to melt, and then the magic power in the body also began to flow, slowly combining with the spiritual power. A higher-end power, soul power than spiritual power, is slowly forming, which is also one of the differences between the third ring and the second ring. It's going well. Eli felt the changes in his body, and everything was according to plan. Once the second step is completed, it means that the promotion is completed. As for the third step, there is generally no problem. But at this moment, something unexpected happened to Eli. In the bloodline, the blood crystal belonging to the shadow dragon began to melt slowly, and then joined the fusion of spiritual power and magic power. All of a sudden, mental power, blood, and magic power began to fuse together. Eli was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Why would the blood crystallization also join in? Isn't he breaking through a wizard? Fusion of bloodlines seems to be the way of warlocks, and he doesn't know how to fuse bloodlines. For a moment, Eli's breakthrough momentum seemed to freeze for a second. But then Eli became firm. What the hell has come to this point? There is no turning back, and he has a faint feeling that this is not bad for him. Continue to break through. With the permission of Eli's will, the other two blood crystals also began to melt slowly, the three powers began to merge to a greater extent, and a brand new power slowly formed. Compared with the fusion of spiritual power and magic power, there is more blood power, and it seems that the level of power has been raised to a higher level, which surprised Eli a little. One day, Eli felt the brand new power fused with blood, spiritual power, and magic power, which was much stronger than any of them. Keep mistake. Eli also accepted this strange change. At this point the second step has also been completed. The next step is the third step, to open up the connection with nature. Eli looked up, and at this time, a huge elemental vortex had appeared in the sky. The radius is tens of meters, like an elemental lake. Without hesitation, Eli picked up the soul-melting potion, took 2 bottles directly, then took a deep breath, and his eyes became firm. Boom! In the next instant, the elements in the sky rushed towards Eli like pouring backwards. Eli seems to be soaked in the ocean of elements, and the connection between the whole body and the outside world is slowly beginning to open up. At the same time, the cells in the whole body are also absorbing elements, and the amount of elements that each cell can absorb is increasing. This is the third step to break through the third ring. Communication comes naturally. This step also determines the biggest difference between the third ring and the second ring. Once completed, the wizard can directly mobilize the natural elements, and the mobilized elements are several times, or even dozens of times, their own elements, which is not a level at all. This process is not complicated, it just takes time. 3 days later, Eli opened his eyes, then picked up a bottle of soul-melting potion and took it again. According to the plan, 2 bottles should be enough, but it seems that with the fusion of the 3 new powers, Eli's attraction to the elements has also increased, so 2 bottles of potions are not enough. I want to see how many bottles I want. Eli pursed his lips. The longer the time, it is definitely a good thing for the wizard. This will increase the number of elements that the wizard can mobilize. At this time, he can almost mobilize 5 or 6 times the normal amount, but it is still increasing at this time. 2 or 3 times for normal wizards, even 6 or 7 times for the most talented wizards is about the same, but at this time he is still increasing. Even Eli is shocked at this time, because his talent is not good after all. I want to see how much you can increase. Eli frowned and closed his eyes again. 3 days passed quickly again. Eli opened his eyes again, and took the next bottle of potion again. At this time, he could mobilize almost 10 times, which was simply terrifying. Let me see my limits. Eli grinned. 10 times, it is already the level that a normal wizard can only reach the middle stage of the third ring. It is so outrageous, he feels that he may take off, and he has not completely broken through. But this should be the last time he took the potion. As time goes on, Eli can also feel that the improvement is getting slower and slower, and he is almost reaching the limit. At this time, the elemental vortex in the sky has expanded to 500 meters, which is almost 10 times that of the beginning. It can be said that it has almost turned from a small puddle into a large lake. With the blessing of huge elements, Eli is still in the process of breaking through. Half a day later, Eli opened his eyes again, his eyes were burning. At this time, he could mobilize 15 times as many elements as himself, which could only be achieved by a senior third ring mid-stage wizard. As he opened his eyes, the elemental vortex in the sky slowly began to dissipate. The third step is fully completed. The 3 rings broke through successfully. In his 630th year, Eli finally broke through the third ring. Chapter 212. I rely on. Just when Eli was promoted, Nicholas had already shouted "I'm on my way" countless times, and his soul almost knelt before the huge elemental vortex. The corners of Nicholas' mouth twitched, and his whole body was almost trembling. God knows what the hell he saw. 8 days ago, Eli started to break through, and he was guarding outside the forest. Then he felt the changes in the surrounding elements, which is normal. He also experienced this scene thousands of years ago, but as time jumped 3 days later, he was a little shocked when the elemental vortex was upgraded from a radius of 50 meters to 100 meters. According to the classification of wizards, when ordinary wizards break through, the elemental vortex that can generally be caused is generally 30 to 70 meters. If it exceeds this, it is generally considered a genius. He was also a well-known black wizard genius on the West Coast back then. When he broke through, the elemental vortex reached a full 90 meters. At that time, he was directly called a genius who was rare in 200 years on the West Coast, which caused quite a stir. But Eli actually reached 100 meters. To put it bluntly, even on the West Coast where wizards were once prosperous, Eli is a true genius. This made him very happy, after all, as his master, the stronger the better. In this way, another day passed, and he felt that the time should be about the same. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The whirlpool actually expanded again. Expanded from 100 meters to 200 meters. At this moment, Nicholas stared blankly at this scene. 200 meters, this level, he seems to have only heard of it in legends. Those legendary wizards, powerful wizards above the 7th ring can possibly reach it. At this time, he is one of Eli's dogs. Don't even try to pull him away. At this moment, he realized just how terrifying Eli was. He seemed to be dreaming, and even felt that being Eli's subordinate seemed to be pretty good. In such a psychedelic consciousness, he passed another 3 days. He thinks it should be fine. Boom. Scored twice. The fucking elemental vortex actually climbed directly from 200 meters to 500 meters. At this time, Nicholas directly knelt on the ground, and he even wondered if there were humans inside. This. Nicholas burst into tears of excitement. His soul was almost dull, and there was only one thought in his heart. The ancestor of the wizard is reborn. At this time, someone came over and told him that Eli was the founder of the wizard, and he believed it. 500 meters, the legend is not so outrageous, it must be at least a dozen times. If this is upgraded to the late stage of the third ring, he can't imagine it anymore. Even in the endless world, I'm afraid there won't be such a strong third ring. Eli is enough to be recorded in the history of wizard development as a legend. 500 meters of elemental vortex. Non-biological load. So when Eli came out of the forest, he flew towards Eli, and the first thing he did was kneel down. Kneel down. As soon as Eli came out, he saw Nicholas kneeling on the ground with a confused expression on his face. Did something happen to Nicholas? Eli asked. Archie. To Eli's bewilderment, Nicholas seemed to be stimulated at this time, and he looked very shrewd, but he could only utter meaningless ravings. It took a few minutes before he uttered his first fluent words. My lord, don't leave me. Eli? What the hell are you talking about? Isn't he just breaking through? As for. In fact, it was also Eli who did not understand this aspect. The elemental vortex was used as the evaluation standard. In fact, there was no special data to be recorded. What? Calm down. Eli blushed. What is this called? He broke through the third ring, and Nicholas was more excited than him, as if his soul had just been burned. Yeah, my lord, I am very calm. Nicholas stood up and said. Calm? Eli rolled his eyes at Nicholas, who was trembling all over. You call this calm? You can't do it. As a wizard who has witnessed the death of a wizard, your knowledge is too shallow. Forget it, I just made a breakthrough, and I need a simple test. You should rest for a while. Eli said. Okay. Nicholas nodded hurriedly, looking at the calm Eli, as expected of an adult. Such a terrifying elemental vortex was so calm, but he seemed stupid. Eli didn't care about it, but looked at the changes after he was promoted. At this time, in his consciousness, the original crystallization of spiritual power had disappeared, and it was replaced by another gaseous substance, the fusion of spiritual power, magic power, and blood. The power of stroke. In fact, the promotion of the third ring is similar to that of the second ring. It also has 3 stages, which are the 3 states of gas, liquid and solid, but it is the state of this new power. At this time, the natural power he can communicate is about 15 times that of his own. This situation also surprised Eli, because normally, a mid-term wizard can reach this level, and he has reached it just after breaking through. There is also mental power. At this time, the mental power is almost 236 points. Speaking of mental power, the third ring is different from the second ring. The second ring is 200 points, but the third ring is 600 points. It is said that more than 400 points can break through. Of course, this is common knowledge, and the only thing that caught Eli's attention was this new fusion power, which was not only stronger than any 2 fusions, but also seemed to have other interesting characteristics. That is, it can be separated. Yes, it can be separated. Eli's consciousness was concentrated, and the mysterious power in the consciousness space began to reorganize, slowly began to disperse, separated into 3 powers again, and then merged again. But different from last time, this time only the fusion of spiritual power and magic power. After the fusion, the elements he can attract at this time are only about 8 or 9 times, but at this moment he is a pure wizard, and of course the other one is similar. Following the same steps, Eli quickly merged his blood power and spiritual power again, exuding an aura that belonged to a warlock. At this time, no one could call him a wizard. Eli thinks this is a good thing, it is a very convenient means for him to lurk among the warlocks, this is a real integration into the warlocks, after all, no wizards have gone through such a step so far. So what's the reason for this? Eli was curious, thinking about why this happened. Even if the 3 forces can be fused, they can actually be reorganized, which is too outrageous. Soon he had a guess. Could it be that my blood and mental strength are at the limit, which led to such a change? Eli was puzzled, but immediately denied such a thought. It shouldn't be very likely. With the tens of thousands of years of history of wizards, young wizards may not do this, but those old wizards may also cultivate their blood to the limit, or even break through, but he has not seen fusion in the books. Recorded. Maybe, it has something to do with something else. Eli pursed his lips, thinking. Could it be? As if thinking of something, Eli concentrated his consciousness and went deeper. The consciousness is deeper, there is emptiness here, a white beam of light that penetrates everything stands here, exuding a soft light, as if passing through endless time. Is it you? Eli looked at the beam of light that gave him immortality, and fell into deep thought. This is his biggest secret, and his only secret. When the first ring broke through, he felt that he had more time talent. When the second ring broke through, he felt that the time talent had been improved to a certain extent. The third ring didn't have anything, but he got a new power combining 3 kinds of power, which is very difficult. Don't let him think too much. But this question is destined to have no answer, and the white beam of light stands there without any response. Hey, it's pointless to think about it. Eli shook his head and exited the space of consciousness. He didn't even understand what time was, and he thought too much about what the white beam of light was. Let's talk about it later, this is a question that has no answer. Just at this time, Nicholas also came back from afar, and seemed to be ready. My lord, I'm ready. Nicholas said respectfully. Yet. Eli nodded. Back to reality. He was also curious about how strong his real combat power was. Chapter 213. Soon. Eli and Nicholas came to a small lake not far from the forest. Nicholas had a serious face, took a deep breath and stood aside, while Eli stood tens of meters away. It's better for you to raise your strength to the level of the third ring for now. Eli said to Nicholas. In the case of Huan, he was afraid that he would accidentally beat Nicholas to death. Okay, my lord. Nicholas nodded, and immediately began to summon the undead. After a while, the overwhelming undead flew from the forest, like a doomsday scene, and then poured into Nicholas' body, and his breath also rapidly rose to the level of the early stage of the third ring under this situation. Nicholas at the level of the third ring is much stronger than the aura of the second ring, exuding a powerful aura, and even the remaining spiritual power, the apprentices can't bear it. Are you ready? Ready. Nicholas had a serious face, his aura raised to the peak, and he stared at Eli. He would like to see how much strength the master has improved this time. Yet. Eli nodded. The witchcraft model began to mobilize, and a large amount of mental power led to the surge of magic power. A small fireball began to appear in front of him, and it expanded to the size of a basketball in the blink of an eye, emitting light and heat towards the surroundings. Just at the beginning. Nicholas stood in front of the lake with a nervous expression on his face. As a former three-ring wizard, he knew very well that this was just the beginning. Communication is natural. After building the basic witchcraft model, Eli also immediately used one of the differences between the third ring and the second ring, element communication. Immediately, Eli felt the elements in the surrounding air rushing towards Eli, more precisely, towards the wizard fireball. The fireball quickly changed from a basketball to the size of a stone mill. Not yet the limit. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly, since he wanted to test, let's go straight to the limit. His mental power was instantly aroused to the extreme, like a storm, the elements within a few hundred meters rushed towards Eli in an instant, forming a void area in the blink of an eye. When used, the terrifying fireball expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it changed from the size of a millstone to a fireball with a radius of 5 or 6 meters. The light and heat emitted could be felt hundreds of meters away, and even the color of the flame had changed, turning into a terrifying blue. This is witchcraft under the blessing of 15 times the natural elements. Feeling the terrifying power in it, Eli had already vaguely felt that Nicholas might not be able to bear it, and was about to take it back, but because it was the first time, and because he had just been promoted, he just felt that it was difficult to control, and the fireball technique actually flew straight away. Go out! The huge fireball crossed a trajectory, and the speed was no slower than when it was small, like a terrifying sun hitting the ground, trying to destroy the world. I rely on it. On the other hand, when seeing the fireball swell to 7 or 8 knots, Nicholas already felt that something was wrong, because after all, he was a fake third ring, which was not the same as the real third ring. He can't hold this fireball, but he thinks the adults won't let it go. But he was wrong. When he saw the huge fireball flying towards him with a terrifying aura, Nicholas was almost frightened out of his wits. The huge soul power instantly started to burn, leading him away from this area. The mental power was exhausted, but fortunately the distance was not too close, he ran out, but almost passed by, just like this, he also felt the power in it. Too big and too strong. Take it head on and he will die. Whirring. Nicholas calmed down his fear, collected the undead that he had produced due to stimulation, and then turned his head to look to the other side. He wanted to see how powerful the fireball was. Boom! On the other side, the fireball missed Nicholas and flew towards the lake not far away. The distance of tens of meters passed in the blink of an eye. Nicholas saw the fireball explode, and a layer of fire cloud was instantly erupted. The surrounding air emitted a layer of translucent gas shield due to the high temperature, and then there was an astonishing light and heat towards the sky. Distributed around. Finally, there was a terrifying bang. These are not the scariest thing, the fireball instantly blasted a vacuum area where the lake hit, the water flow within 30 meters disappeared immediately, and a large area of lake water turned into steam, spreading towards the surroundings, like a fairyland. This process lasted for more than 10 seconds, and after more than 10 seconds, everything disappeared. The water level even dropped by more than 1 meter. As for Nicholas at the bottom of the lake, he could clearly see a huge pothole, and there was also a heat wave, burning the nearby water as if it was boiling. This. The corner of Nicholas' mouth twitched, and he turned to look at Eli with a resentful expression. This hit him so badly, he couldn't kill him directly. But this also allowed him to confirm Eli's genius. This fireball has at least 10 times the natural elements, otherwise it would not be so terrifying. To this level, ordinary third rings and the middle end of the third rings are likely to reach this level. But Eli was able to erupt such a strong force just after breaking through, it's outrageous. It is simply the rebirth of the ancestor of the wizard. Eli, who watched Nicholas running out, also pursed his lips. He didn't expect that he couldn't control it. But this power is really terrifying. Eli looked at the lake. The power just now was at least 20 times that of his second ring. Is this the third ring? He suddenly understood why the number of the third ring has dropped sharply, the gap with the second ring is too big. If there is still a chance for the first ring to fight the second ring, a sufficient number may kill the second ring, but the possibility of the third ring is very small. Not to mention witchcraft, even mental suppression is enough to make the second ring. The strength is reduced a lot, this is the gap in levels. But this time he almost killed Nicholas, which also made him realize his own shortcomings. He had just broken through, and his control over his own power was still too poor, and he was still not familiar with many methods, so it took a while to get used to them. Nicholas, this place will be stable for a while. Eli said to the shocked Nicola. It's my lord. Nicholas nodded, with lingering fear in his heart. What the hell, let him do anything as long as he doesn't test witchcraft. Soon Eli returned to the wizard's tower, began to learn new witchcraft, and strengthened his control over himself, while Nicholas guarded the forest and even dealt with some undead, and some news could not be revealed. At the same time, in a wizard tower, around a table, more than a dozen warlocks formed a circle. Most of them are wizards at the limit of the second ring, and their identities are also unusual. Most of them are the heads of various warlock forces. Most of them are close to the Tower of Blood and Hesso Tower, and some are from the south of the west coast. However, there is a common identity, that is, they belong to the side of the Bloodline Tower, but at this time these people have their own ideas. I think the Bloodline Tower is hopeless. I will quit and join the Hesso Tower. A warlock in a black robe said. I think so too. Indeed, the Bloodline Tower has been completely suppressed. With locks in the middle of the third ring and Mosin who has just broken through, it is impossible for us to defeat them. A warlock looked negative. The others also sighed. The situation in the Bloodline Tower has been getting worse and worse recently. It is also difficult for them to join the alliance. At the beginning, they joined because of the popularity of the Bloodline Tower. How did they expect the situation to change so quickly? I regret it. Warlocks, you talk to each other, and the situation is quickly settled. Basically, the choice of the forces here is to leave the Tower of Blood and join the side of the Black Tower. Of course, there are a few who do not choose this way, but continue to stay. The reason wasn't loyalty, it was simply too close to the Tower of Bloodlines, and he couldn't even run away. Hey, what does the White Tower think? Speaker Ross hasn't spoken for so long. Suddenly, someone spoke. Others also turned their attention to the table. A man sat there silently. It was Rose. However, compared to before, he has been the speaker for many years now, his face is much more mature, and his eyes are more determined. I saw him saying with certainty, sorry everyone, the White Tower will stand on the side of the Bloodline Tower. There is no way, they have had a long-standing grievance with Hesota, and there is no hope of surrender, and this is what Herman meant, and he cannot go against it. Yet. The others nodded, not surprised by this, but they looked at Rose with a little more pity. Let you be so ostentatious and mess with Black Sautra. Of course, everyone wouldn't say it, they just cast a glance at Ross intentionally or unintentionally, all of them are ridiculed. These years, the White Tower has monopolized one side. Although it is a resource-poor south, it has also developed well. Bad luck. And Rose didn't say a word, he believed in the adult's decision. Soon, the meeting is over. Today's meeting is confidential. I think everyone is following the rules, so I won't emphasize it anymore. If you walk out of this door today, you will act as if nothing happened. A warlock stood up and said. Certainly. It's natural. A group of people nodded. Speaker Ross, you probably won't spread the news. Warlock looked at Ross in the corner. The factions here basically choose to leave the Bloodline Tower, but the White Tower is a bit special, they have no choice, and he even regrets inviting the White Tower. The White Tower is very disciplined. Rose said calmly, and then left directly. Seeing the back of Ross leaving, everyone laughed. After the White Tower and the Bloodline Tower were destroyed, they were the first ones to disappear, and they would join the Black Tower and gain new life again. It can only be said that they were the wrong team. Just like that, the group left one after another. This is a secret meeting, but the content of the meeting will affect the war between Hesso Tower and Bloodline Tower. Chapter 214. Tower of Blood. In a room. Vivica closed her eyes and sat on the sofa. Although it was night, she didn't turn on the light, but kept herself in the dark. The reason was very simple, she was very tired. Really tired. Since the death of the original tower owner, Natasha, the wizard of the third ring, she has been immersed in the battle with Hesso Tower every day, surrounded by all kinds of bad news every day. Compared with the Hizuo Tower, the Bloodline Tower is much weaker at this time, and the pressure of the 2/3 rings makes her feel a lot of pressure. If it is not for the help of some warlock forces, they may not be able to survive now. But there is no difference, the Tower of Bloodlines can't last long. Hey, if it wasn't for the accident in the central continent, it wouldn't be like this. Viveka shook her head, and Natasha told her about it. At most 5 years, she felt that she could last at most 5 years. I really miss the days of Bern. Viveka hugged her body and curled up, just like she was sent out by her father, scared. Since the teacher disappeared, they left Bern, and David separated from him. After that, fighting and competition filled her life. Except for occasional rest, most of the time was involved in various things. Teacher. Viveka pursed her lips, subconsciously sneaked in, and sighed when she saw the soul brand that had been dark for decades. If the teacher was here, she should help me solve all this. How is it possible? What am I thinking? Suddenly, Viveka laughed. The teacher was just an apprentice at the beginning, and there is a high probability that he is dead, and she is the only one who fantasizes from time to time. If people from the outside world knew what she looked like, they might not be able to help but laugh. Soon, Viveka fell into memories again. Suddenly, a crystal ball flashed on a table beside her, as if there was some news. Viveka froze for a moment, waved her finger, and the crystal ball flew over directly. What news will there be at this time? Her consciousness sneaked in, and as the information came in, her eyes widened and her body began to tremble angrily. The message said that the forces far away from the Bloodline Tower, except for the White Tower, had joined the Black Tower. Damn it! Viveka gritted her teeth. These guys only know how to add insult to injury. This also made her even more desperate. With the departure of these forces, the time for the Tower of Bloodlines to perish should be faster. She also understands these forces. If it were her, she would probably make the same choice, but this still makes her. She felt desolate for a while, but Bida's persistence moved him a little. Ding ding ding! To her surprise, the crystal ball flickered again. Viveka looked strange, she felt away again, and then her mood became even worse. Mosen, the 3-ring Earth Dragon Warlock, has left Hesoda and headed to the south of the west coast. The purpose is to deal with the forces in the south. It is estimated that he will be the first to arrive at the direct territory of the undead in 3 days. Don't you take us seriously already? Viveka closed her eyes. Hesoda felt that they were sure of them, so she simply sent one to deal with the south. Then come on, even if it's death, I won't make you comfortable, Lox. Viveka stood up. As the tower owner of the Bloodline Tower, now is not the time to be sad. It's time to renew her fighting spirit and fight. The big deal is to die. Since Hesoda looks down on them so much, why not take the initiative to attack? Make a last ditch. Hoo. A large number of elements gathered in the Wizard Tower. Eli took a deep breath and ended today's meditation. In 2 days, he has a clearer perception of his body, whether it is strength or other things. He has made a lot of progress, at least he will not have the same oolong as before. It's the 3 times the speed of life consumption, it's really too scary for ordinary wizards. Eli felt that the speed of life consumption was almost 3 times the normal rate at this time, and sighed. A normal 3rd ring wizard can live for about 2,000 years, but now it has been reduced to a few hundred years. This is indeed a big gap. Warlocks are okay. Generally, blood can allow warlocks to live for 3 or 4,000 years, at least not bad. Living 1,000 years is better than a wizard. No wonder the wizard had to run away, wouldn't he stay in the wizarding world and eat ashes? Obviously lived for 1 day but lost 3 days of life. It's just that he doesn't care about these things, otherwise he thinks that he should find a way to leave the wizarding world. This is so frightening, the more you meditate, the shorter your life will be. But it's really good, at least the wizard's resources are much easier to obtain than before. Eli smiled. This is the worst era for wizards, but it is the best era for him. Still have to be cautious, after all, warlocks are currently occupying everything. He had to hide himself well. Once he was discovered, he might really be on the opposite side of everyone, and the consequence was only slightly worse than the eternal life being discovered. Clap clap. Eli was thinking, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in. He couldn't think of anyone but Nikolai here. My lord. The door opened, and indeed it was Nicholas. My lord, I have to report some things. Nicholas said with a worried face. Yesterday, the war between the Bloodline Tower and Heso Tower suddenly broke out. I don't think they can last long, and other forces have also invested in the Dark Soda's embrace. Sir, what do we need to do? Has the situation changed so quickly? Eli was a little surprised. It's okay, Heso Tower should not care about us for the time being, and even if it is a decisive battle, it will probably take at least a few months, and I will improve my means first. Eli replied. He is only a small early stage of the third ring, and Lox is also in the middle of the third ring, and has been promoted for decades, and they also have a third ring warlock, so it is better to be cautious. Focus on observation first, and give up if you can't beat it. The big deal is to wait until later to slowly develop new forces. Yet. Nicholas nodded, his master is super cautious. My lord, don't worry, I will let the undead in the house of the undead take it in from now on. And as long as we don't provoke Hesoda shouldn't come here, after all, there are no resources here. Nicholas promised with a serious face. Nicholas, come out. But in the next second, a voice came, and the breath seemed to have reached the third ring, coming from outside the forest. Nicola. It's a slap in the face, he just said that no one will come to the door. The warlock of the third ring. Eli looked up towards the outside of the wizard tower, and felt the breath of the third ring from the voice. Could it be Lox? My lord, what should we do? Nicholas was also a little scared, after all, he was just a fake third ring, but fortunately, the lord was there. Go outside and take a look first, and see who is coming and his strength. Eli pondered for a few seconds, then said to Nicholas. My lord, the person here seems to be from the third ring. It's okay, I'll watch from behind, don't worry. Eli gave Nicholas an affirmative look, reassuring him. Okay. Nicholas breathed a sigh of relief. With the support of adults behind him, it will be fine. The strength of adults is comparable to the middle stage of the third ring. As for the possibility of the late stage of the third ring outside, it is almost zero. My lord, I'll go then. Nicholas nodded, then left the wizard tower and flew out of the forest. At the same time, countless undead swarmed along the way, and some of them poured into his body, making him reach the level of the third ring for a short time, flying towards the outside of the forest like a natural disaster. As for Eli, who took a look and started packing his things, he was ready to run away if things went wrong. The quality of life force of the third ring is higher, and the burning blood secret method must be stronger when it explodes, and it can run faster. As for Nicholas, if the opponent is really strong, how can he care about Nicholas? At this moment, Nicholas, who was flying into the distance, just turned his head and looked at Eli through the window. I've been here. Eli hastily gave an affirmative look. Nikolai nodded, and then picked up speed. With adults around, why should he panic? It's almost finished. Eli packed everything up, then left the wizard's tower, moved a few kilometers in the opposite direction, and then stopped. Even if this distance is the third ring, don't try to catch up with him. Chapter 215. Nicholas, come out. Outside the death forest, a figure stood on a hillside and shouted loudly. His eyes are stern, his strong body is like a wall, and his height is even more than 2 meters 1. He is wearing a khaki leather armor and holds a sledgehammer in his right hand, with blue and black patterns all over it. He is Mo-sen, the only third ring warlock in Hesoda, and his blood is the blood of the earth dragon. If you want me to say, you should try your best to destroy the bloodline tower, and then go out to clean up the south. Mo-sen recalled the memories a few days ago, still a little unhappy. The meeting on that day was to formulate an action plan for the Black Tower in the future. At the meeting, he proposed to concentrate on dealing with the bloodline tower first, but Lox directly denied it and asked him to come to the south to deal with the forces first. The battle has him, one person is enough. No matter what he said, he was also a three-ring warlock. Lox didn't save him any face at the time, which made him very embarrassed at the time, so he decided to vent his anger on the south. According to the order, he first came to the House of the Dead, and was going to deal with Nicholas first. Although Nicholas is a second ring undead, he can reach the third ring level with the help of a large number of undead, and is currently the strongest in the south of the west coast. But he didn't care. They investigated Nicholas a long time ago. Although they could reach the third ring temporarily, it was just a fake third ring. The combat power was far from the normal third ring. Here we come. Standing on the hillside, Mo-sen suddenly felt that the air around him became cold. Looking up, he saw a large number of undead flying towards Nicholas in the distance. There were a lot of undead, covering the sky, as if it was dark. Although Nicholas hadn't arrived yet, many undead had already flown towards him, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Have courage. Mo Sen grinned. This Nicholas actually dared to take the initiative to fight, and underestimated him. But just these undead are not enough to see. In just a moment, Mo Sen began to turn into blood, his eyes began to change slowly, the cocky vertical pupils exuded a cold aura, and the uneven skin was attached to the outside of his body, his teeth became sharp, and at the same time a huge aura emanated come out. He stood on the slope and took a deep breath. Roar! In the next second, the terrifying long way radiated out and moved towards Nicholas to suppress it. The undead along the way basically stopped eating, and many weak ones directly turned into the purest soul power and drifted away. So strong! Nicholas was also affected, and under this kind of suppression, even his soul and body were a little unstable. This made him sure that he should not be the opponent of Locks in front of him. After all, he is only a second ring in essence, and it is completely tricky to cross the third ring. Even if the second ring has enough insight, he can directly find his weakness, with the help of powerful strength, even it can directly break his state, and Eli has done this kind of thing. But Nicholas looked back at the wizard tower. There must be no problem with the adults around. At this time, the adults may be ready to make a move at any time. He doesn't need to be afraid. Thinking of this, his courage was once again inspired. Who are you? Our House of the Dead shouldn't have provoked your excellency. Nicholas flew in the air, confronting Mo Sen. Hehe, you still occupied a part of our territory, so you forgot it so quickly. Remember my name, Mo Sen. Mo Sen said coldly, with no mercy in his hands. He swung his giant hammer and jumped directly towards Mo Sen. Move away. The sledgehammer exuded a powerful aura, making bursts of piercing sounds. Nicholas quickly escaped. Mo Sen's figure flitted past and hit the ground directly. The big trees along the way shattered into several pieces like foam, and Mo Sen's body was brought into the forest. Pit appears. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Nicholas secretly yelled, "How strong!" At this time, he finally understood Mo Sen's identity, and it really belonged to Hesso Tower. This guy no longer fights the Bloodline Tower at this time, but came here to do something. And it seems that the emotions are very explosive. He doesn't remember when he provoked this person. Hey, it's very fast. The dust slowly dispersed, and Mo Sen's figure slowly appeared, and the bloodthirsty breath in his eyes gradually became stronger and stronger, and his fighting spirit rose. As a warlock, with the in-depth integration of blood, generally the influence of blood will become more and more serious, and the Earth Dragon is a 10-year creature with brutal earth elements mixed with dragon blood. Speaking of this issue, in fact, Eli also has some influence, but the blood of the Shadow Dragon is more inclined to darkness, shadow, and death, so the influence on Eli is to make him more emotionally stable, occasionally have some violent thoughts, and think he is a wizard as his main path, so this influence is almost weakened to the extreme, completely different from ordinary warlocks. The tyrannical Mosen looked at Nicholas, the surrounding earth elements combined, and one after another rock pillars flew towards Nicholas, like a sea of arrows. Nicholas has huge spiritual power and turned into a giant wall, directly block all rock pillars. But it was obvious that he was struggling. It's so strong. Nicholas resisted with difficulty, and Mo Sen's strength was much stronger than he imagined. After blocking, he directly issued a terrifying scream, the voice of the dead. The sharp voice made Mo Sen only feel dizzy for a while, and even his will was a little depressed, but in the next second, the earthy yellow light enveloped his whole body, and the power of Mo Sen's blood was at work. In just a few seconds, he recovered again, looked at Nicholas, gritted his teeth and said, "Not bad, little undead, let's see how I will tear you apart." Mo Sen soared into the sky, with terrifying attacks one after another. Nicholas also tried his best to dodge, almost being directly attacked several times. In fact, he really didn't want to fight such a terrifying opponent. If it weren't for the master, he would definitely turn around and run away. He really couldn't beat him. The undead have only so many means, and these are quite limited for Mo Mosen. Soon, Nicholas was completely at a disadvantage. Under Mo Sen's berserk attack, it became more and more difficult for him to support himself. He had no chance to fight back at all. Because the distance was too close, it was even more hopeful to escape. Once he distracted himself, he might be beaten into a soul by him in the next second. Debris. And what disturbed him the most was that his soul power was getting weaker and weaker, and he was almost unable to maintain this state. Once separated, Mo Sen could definitely tear him apart in an instant. However, the adults are still there. For him, the existence of Eli is the only hope. He was just wondering why Eli didn't do anything yet. It should be observing. As time passed, Nicholas also became more and more difficult. The huge soul body began to shrink, and the undead jumped out of the body one by one, and then were torn into pieces by the aftermath. Ha ha ha. Mo Sen's smile became more and more rampant, this time going out was equivalent to relaxation. Finally, 5 minutes later, with a large number of undead inside Nicholas' body, his aura gradually dropped to the limit of the second ring. What's the matter, can't hold it anymore? Mo Sen smiled, licking his sharp teeth with his tongue, and let out a cruel smile. He didn't tear Nicholas to shreds right away, but began to torture Nicholas continuously, like teasing. After all, Nicholas no longer threatened him. After another 5 minutes, Mawson got a little tired of playing. It's time for you to die. Mo Sen looked at Nicholas, the huge elemental power gathered on the giant hammer, and then attacked Nicholas. Nicholas looked at the scene in front of him with a look of despair. Why don't adults make a move? Boom! A huge sound sounded, and the power of the huge elements radiated to the surroundings. To Nicholas' surprise, a shadow surrounded him before his eyes, and the giant hammer couldn't move forward. My lord! Nicholas breathed a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, your lord finally came. Mo Sen looked at the shadow in front of him with a dazed expression. Turning his head to look, a man looked at him with a smile on the top of a big tree not far away. Herman! Mawson made a sound of surprise. Chapter 216. Herman? Mo Sen was stunned. As old opponents of the White Tower, they are one of the few forces who know who is in charge of the White Tower. He also knows very well that there has always been only one person at the core of the White Tower, and that is He-Man, who is the person in front of him. But how did he appear here? Did he go to the wrong place? No, this is the Forest of Death, the home of the dead. The sudden appearance of Herman made him a little dazed, and Nicholas also took advantage of this opportunity to leave quickly, flew behind Herman, and said, Grown-ups! Grown-ups? Hearing this word, Mo Sen's eyes widened. What's the situation? Why did Nicholas call Lord Herman? Could it be that Herman is actually the actual controller of the House of the Dead? Mo Sen's eyes became serious, and he stared at Herman firmly. It never occurred to him that the House of the Dead was actually a team with Herman, and they acted out the chaotic scene before they co-authored it. The real south of the West Coast had already fallen into the hands of this man. He-Man, you are playing around with us. Mo Sen looked at Eli and said coldly. It's just that you guys are so stupid. Eli shook his head and looked at Mo Sen. This was also the first time he faced a third ring. Of course, the former Shadow Dragon was not counted. He was just a background board at that time. Stupid? No, as long as you are all wiped out, no one will know. Mo Sen shook his head and looked at Eli. If I were you, I would have run away just now instead of jumping out. Are you looking for your own death? The corners of Mo Sen's mouth slowly opened. The information on advancing to the third ring is top secret. There was no such information in the mainland, so it was impossible to know how to advance. Moreover, Nicholas has fallen to the second ring again. He really doesn't know why Herman's so brave. Eli just smiled and didn't answer. The observation just now gave him a good understanding of Mo Sen. He should have just advanced to the third ring. Because of his good blood, he should have 4 times the normal attraction to elements, which is not bad. Laughed. Mo Sen was stunned. What the hell is going on, you dare to laugh? Just for a moment, Mo Sen's anger surged up instantly, he took a deep breath, and the huge dragon's power instantly radiated out, pressing towards Eli. This is the power of his bloodline of the third ring, which is terrifying to low-level bloodlines and warlocks. The oppressive force may not be strong for Nicholas, who was in the third ring just now, but the situation is completely different with the 2 second rings at this time. But to his surprise, as soon as his aura radiated, He-Man immediately exuded a larger aura, which was also long way, but different from miscellaneous dragons like him, it was of a higher level of dragon blood. Boom! As if 2 huge auras collided, many undead were swayed left and right by the impact, and a clear boundary appeared in the air. In just a few seconds, he was suppressed, and then an even larger suppression came to him. For a moment, he felt that his strength had been weakened by 3 points. He was suppressed? And it's still the same dragon blood? Mo Sen felt the oppressive feeling like the shadow Tarsus, his whole body was uncomfortable, and the eyes he looked at Eli became more and more wrong. This is definitely not the second ring, but a third ring, or the third ring of the powerful dragon blood. Ring! Run! No hesitation! Mo Sen flew towards the distance in an instant without any hesitation. The situation is unknown, what are you waiting for if you don't run away, and he vaguely felt that he might not be able to beat Eli, otherwise how could he be so calm, but what made him strange was that Herman seemed to watch him leave without stopping him. Idiot! Mo Sen was very strange, but the speed was getting faster and faster. But a few seconds later, when he turned his head again and saw Herman and Nicholas tens of meters away, he fell silent. What's the situation? Why are you still here? Continue to run. 10 seconds later, still in place. Mo Sen's face darkened, and he realized something was wrong at this moment. He glanced around, then at He-Man, and said solemnly, Space-type blood talent. He couldn't figure out how this kind of talent could be obtained by a warlock below the third ring. You must know that space and time have always been the patents of those above the true spirit. Under the true spirit, it is almost impossible to contact. Mo Sen shook his head, looking at the two people who seemed to be silent all the time. He suddenly remembered that there was another possibility. Not good. Mo Sen's eyes widened, his face was suddenly terrified, and he seemed to understand something. In an instant, the blood in his whole body burned instantly, and the huge force stimulated his body, but there was still no change. Then he actually took out a sharp knife, and then began to cut his body. In the blink of an eye, his whole body was covered with wounds. Following these stimuli, his eyes seemed to be in a trance, and the space in front of him began to shatter piece by piece. Illusion, I know it. Mo Sen finally smiled. Illusion is rare among warlocks, but he has encountered it before, but it is the first time he has encountered a dragon as powerful as Eli. For a while, he was also confused. Dragons who are good at illusion? What kind of dog-ate dragon is this? Just like that, Mo Sen smiled, and the space in front of him finally recovered. But the next second, he was stunned. At this moment, Herman was already covered with scales, his eyes turned golden, and at the same time, a large amount of shadow energy in front of his eyes gathered into a black ball, and terrifying power gathered in it. Come out! Then, he only heard a surprised voice, and then a black light flashed in front of his eyes. Boom! In an instant, a black ball flew towards him, and in an instant, a large amount of darkness enveloped him in an instant, and a black light pierced him in an instant, and the power contained in it exploded directly. He didn't even feel the pain, and it disappeared in the air among. At least in the blink of an eye, Mo Sen's figure disappeared without a trace. A third ring, just gone. Mawson is dead. Grunt. Next to Eli, Nicholas trembled, watching the terrifying black light covering more than 10 meters in front of him. Mo Sen with the third ring, was already dead with just one blow. You said this is the third ring that has just been promoted? This gap is too big, as expected of an adult. Nicholas felt a burst of emotion, and became even more in awe of Eli. But wouldn't that be too much for Mawson? An atomic bomb was used to kill chickens, and it seemed that Mo Sen stopped moving after speaking, and then started to self-mutilate, which made him a little baffled. But he had a vague suspicion, because Eli's mental power seemed to fluctuate a little before. Good. Looking at Nicholas who was wiped out by the shadow dragon's breath, Eli pursed his lips. This bloodline talent wizard is not bad. This was only discovered after he broke through the third ring. He originally thought that he was not gifted with witchcraft, but later found out that there seemed to be some, and it was the breath of the shadow dragon. With the help of huge shadow and corrosive power, create a powerful attack, and then attack. It is Eli's strongest attack method at present. Of course, he was able to kill Mo Sen so easily just now, and he also applied a new witchcraft. That illusion is not the new witchcraft that Eli has learned recently, but his three-ring solidified witchcraft, Dream of the Butterfly. His third ring is a charm-based witchcraft, which is a widely applicable witchcraft, and it is also a type of witchcraft that Eli has been lacking in research, which just makes up for Eli's shortcomings. This time it's a debut, but things look good. A real three-ring, weaker than he imagined. My lord, I knew you would make a move. Nicholas looked at Eli adoringly, and said. Of course. Eli nodded, and couldn't bear to tell him that it was after a long period of observation that he was sure there was no danger. Facing the real three rings for the first time, of course, one has to be cautious. Going all out is a respect for the opponent, but he didn't expect Mo Sen to be so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. And there is another problem. Damn, why are they all gone? Looking at Mo Sen who had completely disappeared, Eli sighed. There is no point in fighting without gain. What a shame. Eli sighed, turned, and left, and soon disappeared. Nicholas stood where he was, and was about to leave. Suddenly, in the air of Mo Sen's death, a mental power fluctuation suddenly appeared, and Nicholas looked back. In mid-air, a face slowly appeared. It was Rock's. Locke's face appeared, and he looked around. Within a few hundred meters, he only saw Nicholas not far away. He looked at Nicholas immediately, his expression slowly became angry, and he shouted loudly. Nicola! Hearing the sound, Nicholas blinked his eyes with a dazed expression. It's over, he seems to be a stand-in. Chapter 217. My lord, you must save me. In the wizard's tower, Nicholas hugged Eli's calf with a look of grief. You mean that after Mo Sen's death, a wisp of Locke's soul appeared, left a mark on you, and then disappeared? Eli looked at Nicholas who was crying bitterly, with a strange expression on his face. What is this called? Yet, my lord, you don't even know, just now Locke's tone was quite vicious, he wished he could come and kill me immediately. I'm only a small second ring limit, my lord, you have to save me. Nicola said with an aggrieved face. He was the one who was beaten, and he was the one who took the blame. Is there any reason for this? Is this still moral? Hey, take it easy. Eli felt it towards Nicholas' body, and sure enough, in the depths of Nicholas's spiritual power, there were two imprints of spiritual power, as if they were engraved in the spirit. One of them is Eli's, and the other is dark black, which should be Rox's. And to Eli's surprise, the two marks seem to be connected at the moment. Touching the marks, Eli can faintly sense Locke's aura. This is something Eli didn't expect. The brand of contact seems to be one, intertwined in Nicholas' soul, inseparable. This made Eli feel very bad, because the imprint is actually equivalent to the perception of the soul, which can allow Locke to perceive the position of Nicholas, but due to the bonding together, once Locke directly touches the imprint, it will also make him Eli's position is revealed. At first he thought it was none of his business, but he actually had no idea of fighting head-on with Locke. After all, the two were at the same level, but they had brand marks, which made everything very troublesome. Moreover, it is impossible to kill Nicholas, because the branding involves spiritual power. Once Nicholas dies, the branding will return to Rox, and at that time will tell Eli's information to him. This will not only expose Nicholas and his identity, but if Lox has a special method, there may be a chance to find his location based on this breath. My lord, what should I do if Lox comes here? Nicholas was still chattering, not noticing that Eli's face was slowly darkening. 10 minutes later, he suddenly heard Eli's call. Nicholas. Nicholas raised his head, and saw Eli said with a serious face. You are my subordinate, and I will definitely be responsible for you. As long as this Lox is solved, all problems will be solved. Nicholas' eyes widened. Hearing Eli's words, he was instantly moved and filled his brain, causing his eyes to look at Eli to change again. He really knows how cautious this master is usually. As long as the risk is too high, he will definitely give up. He even thinks that he should be abandoned this time, but the adults actually choose to kill Lox, which has a certain risk. Road. Grown-ups. In an instant, tears of emotion rushed, and Nicholas looked at Eli with admiration. Eli. He didn't want to either, it would be too risky not to kill Lox. If not, he would definitely be lurking directly, waiting for him to easily crush Lox or directly kill him to show up, but this sudden soul brand really caught him off guard. But how to kill it is another question. Rox is in the middle of the third ring, and his combat effectiveness may not be lower than that of Eli, so he must think of a perfect solution, whether it is the layout of the battlefield or other things, he must be cautious. Of course, he also has advantages. First of all, he is in the dark, and Lox is in the light. He still doesn't know Eli's strength. Secondly, he also has a touch of the soul of Rox. He can cast a curse before or during the battle to weaken his strength, which will make the battle easier. And of course the last one. They are many. Since he wanted to fight, he naturally used all the forces he could rely on, whether it was himself, Nikolai, or even Vivica. At this time, Viveka's bloodline tower was in the final stage of the battle with Heso Tower, and it was almost unbearable. It was definitely a good choice to combine Viveka with the third ring, and they would not refuse. This time, he might really have to meet his lover. Eli was inexplicably looking forward to a meeting that lasted more than 400 years. Of course, apart from Viveka, they also have another 3-ring combat power that can be increased, and that is Nicholas. Thinking of this, Eli lowered his head to look at Nicholas, and said, "Locus is very strong, we have to use all of our power. Nicholas, you can also break through the third ring, I know you have already collected breakthroughs." Soul. Nicola? He looked up at Eli, his eyes widened, as if to say, "How do you know?" "As long as it's not too much, I usually restrict my subordinates too much. I already knew about you secretly collecting souls," Eli said calmly. Nicholas was different from him. He used to be a third ring, so he only needed enough souls to break through the third ring. Besides, his soul core was still in the hands of Eli, so Eli always let him go. He understands that it is impossible to control a subordinate in every aspect. "I'm sorry, my lord, I was wrong." Knowing that his actions had been known for a long time, Nicholas showed a regretful expression. "It's okay, you break through to the third ring first, I will first block your soul imprint, and then we will set off, then you will go to Viveka to join forces, and then I will arrange the venue, and then lure Lox come out, and join forces to kill him." Eli said his thoughts. "Yeah, my lord, I'm going to break through right away." Nicholas nodded hurriedly, knowing that he was the one who got into trouble this time. "Well, you go to break through, I'll go to the White Tower to get the materials." The layout of some scenes needed materials, and he had to go back to the White Tower to get them, so after discussing with Nicholas, he quickly left the Death Forest. "Time is running out." Nicholas also flew towards the altar in the distance, and dug out a large number of soul crystals from the bottom of the altar. The number was also hundreds of thousands, all of which he secretly hid. Unlike Eli, he only returned to the third ring, so it was only 3 days, with countless soul crystals shattered into pieces, Nicholas returned to the third ring. Finally back to the third ring. On the altar, Nicholas flew towards the sky, the huge soul power was released, and an unknown number of undead around him were directly torn into pieces, he said happily. After hundreds of years, he finally returned to the third ring. At the same time, a figure flew over, it was Eli who had collected the materials. Seeing Eli coming, his arrogance dissipated immediately, and he flew to Eli, flattering him, "My lord, I have already broken through." "Then let's go to the middle," Eli said, casting a glance at him. Although in his eyes, the combat power is still average, but it is still a 3-ring. "Yes," Nicholas replied. He knew very well that his fighting power was still too weak in front of the adults. After all, the adults were too perverted. He was comparable to the middle and late stages of the third ring when he broke through. How could he compare? "Then I will block the soul brand for you first." Eli began to block the brand for Nicholas. Although he couldn't remove it directly due to the adhesion, it was quite easy for him to shield it for a short time, and the process only took a few minutes. After all this was dealt with, Eli glanced at Nicholas and said, "Then let's go to the Bloodline Tower first." "Yes, my lord." In the peaceful forest of death, Eli and Nicholas left without a sound, while the rest of the undead fell into a state of silence. Chapter 218. What happened? In a silent room in the distant Heso Tower, Lox fell into deep thought. Mawson is missing from the House of the Dead. He added his own soul breath to Mo Sen's identity token. A few days ago, he suddenly felt that the identity card was broken. Then he connected remotely and saw Nicholas, but not Mo Sen. Nikolai killed Mawson? This should be unlikely. After all, it is too unimaginable. Although Mo Sen has recently advanced, he is also a third ring, and the blood of the Earth Dragon is also very good at defense. It is absolutely impossible for him to die so easily. If he didn't die, where did he go? It's strange. Lox rubbed his chin, wondering, this Nicholas is also very abnormal, he should have a third ring, otherwise he wouldn't be alive. It seems that it's time to go to the House of the Dead. Rox stood up. Although Mo Sen suddenly lost contact and might even die, he didn't feel much because he was still there. As a warlock in the mid-term of the third ring, he is almost already a top-notch fighter on the west coast. Even if there is real danger, he can run. He still doesn't believe that anyone can beat him. So he decided to go to the south to take a look after dealing with the Tower of Blood. It just so happened that the war with the Tower of Blood was at its final stage. As long as Viveka was killed, everything would be over. Humph, that old guy Natasha, I saw it with my own eyes back then. He got a mechanical key in the relics of the mechanical house of the subordinate force of Sky City, and it seems to belong to the force directly on the west coast. Lox stared. There was a glimmer of gloom. There is no war for no reason, and he will not do things that are not in his interest. It's just that this time the matter is really important, even if there is a slight possibility, he will not give up. Clap clap. Suddenly, the door knocked. Come in. The door opened slowly, and a man in a grey warlock robe came out, and said respectfully to Lox. My lord, the exterior of the Bloodline Tower has been cleaned up. Our people have already entered the core area of the Bloodline Tower. It only takes 5 or 6 days for us to attack the core area of the Bloodline Tower. My lord, should we speed up? No need, it's enough to fight steadily. Rox shook his head and replied. Yes. The warlock left quickly, and Lox walked to the window. Outside the window, thousands of warlocks have assembled, all fully armed, ready to go at any time. Further away, dozens of venom dragons are ready to go, carrying a large number of warlocks, and they are leaving in batches at this time. The war entered its final stage. The other side. Eli and Nicholas, who left the range of the House of the Dead, headed north all the way. Relying on the speed of the third ring, after 3 days, the two arrived at the area of the Bloodline Tower. It doesn't look good. On a mountain peak, Eli stood in front and Nicholas stood aside. Looking down the mountain, he could vaguely see a large number of warlocks gathered outside the range of the Bloodline Tower, and many monsters exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Scheming these, the Tower of Blood is farther away. There are a lot of buildings, and one of the tall Scarlet Wizard Tower is particularly eye-catching. Even if the distance is almost 10 kilometers away, Eli can still see it. If Eli has not misperceived, Viveka is in that direction at this time. My lord, what should we do? Looking at the Tower of Blood that was surrounded at this time, Nicholas pursed his lips and turned to look at Eli. Surrounded. Eli didn't expect that the situation had become so serious, so it seemed that such an easy task could only be handed over to his loyal subordinates, so his face gradually became serious, and he looked at Nicholas. Nicholas thumped in his heart, and had some bad guesses for no reason. Sure enough, I saw Eli Ulel looking at him, and said earnestly. Nicholas, the task of sneaking in to meet Viveka is entrusted to you. I will go to the vicinity to see where the battlefield is suitable for setting up. This task is very important. I am not at ease if it is handed over to others. I believe that you will be able to complete the task satisfactorily. Nicola. He was crying silently in his heart, and he knew it, but sir, you really don't need to be polite, isn't it just the two of us here, and he said it as if he could refuse. Okay sir. Nicholas accepted very happily, but immediately became worried, and said, My lord, but the search is so strict here, I am worried that I may be discovered, and I have never gone in, I don't know where is Viveka. You don't need to worry about this, these two are for you. Eli motioned him to rest assured, and then took out 2 things. A black cloak, a soul crystal. The black cloak is the Shadow Dragon cloak. As long as you use it in the dark, you can sneak in easily, and this soul crystal can help you find Viveka's location. Eli introduced. Nicholas took the 2 things, his eyes lit up. If it was really as the adults said, then it would be much more convenient, but the only thing that puzzled him was why the adults had soul crystals that could perceive Viveka's position. Viveka is a warlock of the third ring, how could she be perceived so easily? For a moment, countless thoughts flowed through his mind, daughters, old acquaintances, friends, life and death acquaintances, and all kinds of relationships. He even suspected that Viveka might be similar to him. I don't know what else he has. If he didn't say it, who would have thought that he was the common backer of a non-human force, a warlock force, and an evil wizard force in the south of the west coast at the same time? After much deliberation, there was no result, so he gave up. Anyway, he will know after the siege is over. Okay, then let's discuss the details. Don't reveal my identity when we meet, and you will give him a crystal ball that can send messages from a long distance, so that we can contact him easily. Eli began to tell Nicholas what to do after entering. How to do it. Yet. Nicholas also listened seriously. Suddenly, he thought of a serious question and asked. My lord, there is one more small question, how can we make Viveka trust us? Just show him the aura of locks in your mind. Eli glanced at him speechlessly, and continued, and at this time, Viveka will not refuse, she has no other choice. Nicholas knew he had asked a stupid question. Then the two continued to discuss and stopped after an hour. Then let's divide into two groups. I'll make arrangements, and you go to contact Viveka. Come to me after you're done. Good. After speaking, Eli glanced at the Tower of Blood, and then left. Nicholas also put on the Shadow Dragon cloak and began to hide. It is still daytime, and the adults also said that the hiding effect is better at night, and at that time, the people on the Hesota side were also resting. Time flies, and the night is coming soon. Looking at the stars in the sky, Nicholas' eyes became firm, he put on the Shadow Dragon cloak, and set out towards the area of the Bloodline Tower, his body gradually melting into the dark night. Along the way, he encountered a large number of warlocks patrolling the Black Tower, but with his powerful strength and the hidden effect of the Shadow Dragon cloak, he quickly sneaked into the Bloodline Tower. In a dark alley in the Bloodline Tower, he took out the Soul Crystal. He could feel that there was a magical connection on it, connected with another person. According to what the adults said, that person should be Viveka. Nicholas held it in his hand, and then put it away, heading towards the depths of the Bloodline Tower. Sneak into. The Soul Crystal was guiding his direction. To his surprise, the other end of the crystal did not seem to be in the central tower of the Bloodline Tower, but in the middle and outer areas of the Bloodline Tower. Because of the war, there were people everywhere inside the Bloodline Tower, and patrols were everywhere. It took him 2 hours before he finally arrived at his destination. Is this the place? In a house, Nicholas looked at a low wizard tower not far away. The soul crystal in his hand shone with a strong shimmer, connecting to the inside of the wizard tower. The goal is in it. Chapter 219. The wizard tower in front of me is not very tall, only 3 stories high, it should be a small wizard tower, and it is even a bit out of the way, unlike the wizard tower where Viveka is. Could it be that there is something wrong with the crystallization of the soul of the adult? Nicholas was a little puzzled. In his mind, Viveka should be in the center of the wizard tower or other central areas. It is a bit weird to appear here. Soon he thought of other possibilities. That is, Locke's threat to Viveka has reached this point. Even if you are inside the Bloodline Tower, you need to worry about rocks sneaking in at any time. In the middle stage of the third ring, there is still a big gap compared to the early stage of the third ring. It is normal for Viveka to be cautious. After thinking about it, Nicholas confirmed that there was only one person inside, and then flew towards the wizard tower through the shadow. Instead of going through the main entrance, he floated all the way to the 3rd floor, opened the window lightly, and saw that there was nothing special inside, so Nicholas floated inward with confidence. But as soon as Nicholas entered, suddenly the whole soul body tensed up instantly, the spiritual power in the soul body instantly began to run at high speed, and the eyes also became wider and wider. Because at this moment, he clearly felt that a person with wind element was behind him, exuding a strong wind element, which made his whole body tremble. When? Nicholas was stunned, there was obviously no one just now. Who are you? At the same time, a voice sounded from behind. Don't be nervous, I'm here to help you. Nicholas turned his head slowly, put down the hood of his cloak, and at the same time, the aura belonging to the 3rd ring slowly came out. 3 rings, who are you? Viveka took a few steps back, staring at Nicholas. This is Viveka? Is it so beautiful? Looking at the elf-like beautiful woman in front of him, Nicholas was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw Viveka. Who the hell are you, and how did you find me? Viveka's blood was aroused little by little, countless wind elements wrapped around her, and blue patterns gradually covered her body, her beautiful eyes stared at Niguo. Pull. At this time, even the inside of the Bloodline Tower didn't know that she was here, but today she was approached by a 3rd ring, and she was an undead, which was a bit unexpected to her. Looking at Viveka who was ready to fight at this time, Nicholas also realized that he should appease the emotions of the tower owner of the Bloodline Tower at this time, and hurriedly explained, Hello, I am Nicholas, you should listen. Speaking of this name, I am the boss of the House of the Undead, and I actually came here this time to discuss something with you. Nicholas. Viveka naturally also found that the creature in front of him was an undead, but he didn't think about the home of the undead. After all, it was just a small southern faction, but she didn't expect that Nicholas was actually a third ring undead. I didn't expect you to be an undead with 3 rings. We were fooled by you. Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? Knowing her identity, she also relaxed. The House of the Dead is a neutral faction. Dear Lord of the Tower of Bloodlines, as I said just now, I am here to help you. Nicholas said again. Help me. Vivica heard this with a strange expression. At this time, almost all forces have abandoned them, and even those small forces have invested in Hesoda. Isn't it funny that someone said they would come to help her at this time? Yes, it is to help you. Nicholas nodded, then looked at the wind elemental blade that was close at hand, and reluctantly said, but you can take back the blade first. I think we should sit down and talk. Okay. Facing a third ring, Vivica also knew that it was difficult to kill, and she was also very curious about what the so-called help meant. Soon, the two came to the second floor of the wizard tower and sat opposite the sofa. Tell me, what is your help? If you just play tricks on me, you will regret it. Vivica pursed her lips, her blue eyes staring at Nicholas. Don't worry. Nicholas took a deep breath, without any nonsense, directly exuded a little of the rock's breath in his body, and said, I have the same enemy as you. I killed Mosin, now Lox Si wants to kill me. I must kill him if I want to live, so I came to join you. As soon as his words fell, Vivica's expression changed. You killed Mosin. Vivica looked surprised and couldn't believe it, and said, how could you kill him? Ignoring the disbelief in Vivica's tone, Nicholas smiled and said proudly, Mosin is of the blood of the earth dragon and has excellent defense. Naturally, I can't kill him, and it wasn't me who killed him. It was my lord who killed him. Grown-ups. Even now, Vivica still doesn't believe it. After all, Mosin is also a third ring, so how could he die as soon as he said it, and all this was a bit too sudden. Yes, at that time, Mosin was killed by the lord with one move, and his combat power was also in the middle and late stage of the third ring. This time, the lord also wanted to kill Lox for me. Thinking of this, Nicholas was still very moved. The middle and late stage of the third ring. Vivica was lost in thought. She should know all the warlocks of the third ring on the west coast, but suddenly a third ring Nicholas popped up, and there was another master of the third ring behind him, which really made her a little confused. But Nicholas does have the aura of rocks in his body. If you really killed Mosin, then take out his body. Vivica looked at Nicholas and muttered slowly. Sorry, I really can't get this out. Nicholas smiled awkwardly. Mosin's body was bombarded by the adults, and there was nothing left, otherwise he wouldn't have used the mark as evidence. Okay. Vivica shook her head and asked again, it's the same question as before, how did you find me? My lord gave me this. Nicholas took out the soul crystal and let it float in mid-air. My breath. Vivica stared blankly at the soul crystallization. In the center of the crystallization, a ray of her soul breath was frozen in it. She stretched out her hand, and then the soul crystal floated towards her, and Nicholas didn't stop it. She saw Vivica break the soul crystal, and suddenly the soul breath floated out, flying directly towards her, and in the blink of an eye, towards Vivica. Wicca drifted past. She stretched out her hand and touched the breath of the soul. In just an instant, this breath of soul melted into her soul as if returning to the mother's body, without any hindrance. Vivica was shocked. What's the situation? This is the origin of her soul, originating from her, but in the past few hundred years, the number of times she has released her soul breath can be counted on the fingers, and they are all to people who can be absolutely trusted, but this breath, what is the situation? Hiss. Who is the adult you are talking about? Vivica raised her head and looked at Nikolai seriously. Master Vivica Tower, you will know this when the time comes. My lord is already setting up the battlefield, so I trouble you to lead him there, and I will tell you the location later. Nicholas also stood up and took out a crystal ball as placed on the table. Then he put on his cloak, flew out of the wizard tower, and left quickly. Seeing Nicola's disappearing figure this time, Vivica didn't stop her. Who the hell? Vivica put away the crystal ball and came to the window. The moonlight was bright tonight, and through the moonlight, Nicola's figure flashed and disappeared into the shadows, leaving towards the outside of the bloodline tower, without anyone noticing along the way. Who the hell? Vivica gritted her teeth. At this moment he had already believed 90% of what Nicholas said. The only question is, who is Nikolai's lord? Why does he have her soul breath? Could it be David? Viveka's mind flashed her brother, but didn't he leave the west coast and go to the central continent? Did you return? In that case, let's see each other then. Viveka turned and returned. Anyway, they have reached this point, so they should accept Nicholas' invitation and join forces to kill Lox. By the way, you can also see who is this pretender? Chapter 220. While Nicholas was talking, Eli finally found a suitable ambush location after checking dozens of kilometers nearby. It's here. Eli was in mid-air, looking down. This is a valley, surrounded by mountains that extend upwards, only the center leaves an area of about 1,000 square meters, and there is only one entrance. Once the witch array is set up, it is difficult to escape. In addition to these, the concentration of elements here is relatively high, and there is very little interference. It is very suitable for setting up some witch formations, and it is perfect as an ambush location. After choosing the location, Eli landed slowly, took out a lot of materials, and began to set up the witch array. During this process, monsters in the valley often harassed him. Facing these creatures, Eli simply dispelled them and did not kill them, mainly because he was worried that Lox would find out that something was wrong and ambush a three-ringed creature, so he had to be cautious. And the choice of the witch array is also the most important thing, so we must be cautious. Eli mainly chooses the water attribute witch array. The bloodline of the elemental elves is a high-level bloodline with 3 rings, and its explosive power is very powerful. As for the quantity, Eli also arranged about 100 or so, all of which were his past collections. In short, in order to ambush Lox, he spent a lot of money. Every witch formation is worth, and at least it is at the 2nd ring level. Once in, even rocks will be troublesome for a long time. When everything was ready, Nicholas finally came back. It is finally over. Nicholas saw the valley from afar and flew away quickly. The danger for him in this operation is not low. After all, if he is discovered or Viveka disagrees with the alliance, then he may face a siege. Even if he is the 3rd ring, he may not be able to please. This is the battlefield chosen by the adults, but it is not very far from the bloodline tower, so it is quite suitable. Nicholas' knowledge was not low, so he felt that this place was indeed suitable for an ambush. Soon, he came to the mouth of the valley and entered directly. At first he was in a relaxed mood, but as he walked in, Nicholas became more and more nervous. There are high-intensity wizard formations everywhere, even if it is roughly estimated, there are at least dozens of them. One layer is surrounded by a ring, even if it is just quietly arranged there at this time, Nicola can't help but feel a burst of energy emitted. Startled. His lord, how many witch formations did he bring? In this way, all the way frightened, Nicholas finally saw Eli. My lord, everything is going well. Viveka has agreed, and I gave him the crystal ball. Seeing Eli, Nicholas felt relieved and came to him to report. That's fine. Eli nodded, indicating that he understood. My lord, isn't it a bit exaggerated to have so many witch formations? My lord, your fighting power is no lower than that of Lox. Nicholas looked around and couldn't help asking. Hey, Nicholas, your mental awareness is not good enough. Eli turned his head, and said earnestly, Rox is a middle stage 3rd ring, and I'm only an early stage 3rd ring. Of course, I have to be more cautious. But... Nicholas wanted to complain, is there an early stage of the 3rd ring that can attract more than 10 times the elements of himself? Leapfrog fighting should be very easy for adults. He still couldn't help muttering. Wrong again. Nicholas raised his head, and saw Eli looking at him with a serious face. Don't have the wrong idea of leapfrogging and fighting, it's okay to succeed, but generally speaking, failures are more common, and the risk is too high. Why do you have the idea of leapfrogging? Bullying the weak, and bullying the weak is the truth. Bully? Bullying the weak? In Nicholas' thousands of years of experience, it was the first time that these 2 words were regarded as virtues. He felt a little sluggish for a while, and after more than 10 seconds, he struggled to utter a sentence. My lord, you really have ideas. Ah. That's natural. Remember, Nicholas. You are also an undead, and your lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary humans. In the future, you will be smarter. You can fight when you meet someone with a low level. If you meet someone with a high level, run first, or suffer, either kill him, or come back and beat him when you become stronger than him, Eli said. These are his life insights in the past years, and they are also his basic principles of doing things, but they have saved him a lot of trouble. Although it seems that he has experienced a lot of things, if this time is put in more than 600 years, his life is still very peaceful in general. Yet, I understand, my lord. Nicholas nodded with difficulty. Although the lord's reasoning sounds a bit strange, it seems quite reasonable. Forget it, don't talk about it, let me curse rocks first, and detonate it when I fight. Before Nicholas could react, he saw Eli stretched out his hand and stuffed it into his body, then took out a wisp of Lox's breath, and then ran to another part of the valley to curse. Darkness deeper than darkness, weirdness stronger than poison. Today, I, Eli Lucifer, curse Lox at the cost of my 2,000 years of vitality. Nicholas looked at Eli, who ran tens of meters away, and began to curse. Although he didn't know what price he had paid, but seeing the large amount of dark and strange aura around him, Nicholas closed his eyes and began to worry about Eli. Rox mourned. Why do you say you want to leave a brand? Isn't this a crime? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Eli's arrangement has long since ended, the witch formation has been hidden, and the location of the valley has been told to Vivica through the crystal ball, and there may be a curse, just waiting for Eli to detonate. What puzzled Eli was that the Heso Tower had been surrounding the Bloodline Tower for so many days, why didn't it attack? Fortunately, he was very patient, and the battle would definitely break out within a month at most. As he expected, 10 days later. Eli was still hiding in the hidden mountain arranged in the valley that day, when he saw Nicholas hurried back. My lord, let's start. Finally started? Eli showed a happy smile, and then said to Nicholas. We'll see Vivica next. In the hidden space, one person and one undead waited silently. At the same time. On the other side, war has broken out. The outermost periphery of the Bloodline Tower is a plain. At this time, a fight is going on this plain. The two sides of the battle are the Heso Tower and the Bloodline Tower. Wails, elemental explosions, witchcraft collisions, roars, and many other sounds mixed together. Thousands of warlocks were fighting fiercely, and people died every moment. Both sides of the battle are all warlocks, most of them are apprentices, and then there are hundreds of first-ring warlocks, and only a few dozen second-ring wizards. Although it is a war, there are still basic rules. Basically, apprentices fight apprentices, the first ring fights the first ring, and the second ring fights the second ring. But even so, the aftermath of the first and second rings caused countless innocent apprentices to die. Battles come and go, the White Tower is a big force anyway, but overall, the Bloodline Tower has the upper hand. After all, the White Tower has been seriously depleted over the years. At this time, on the 10-meter fence temporarily built around the Bloodline Tower, the high rises of many Bloodline Towers looked nervous, looking at the person in the front from time to time, Vivica. Today's Vivica is wearing a sky blue leather armor and cloak, holding a crystal staff inlaid with huge gemstones in her right hand, standing straight in front of her. It is clear to everyone that when there is no cliff-like gap in the strength of the two sides in the battle, the outcome of the war is still determined by the high-end combat power, and this time is no exception. Everyone is waiting for the battle between Vivica and Lox. Hey, Rock's combat power is much higher than that of the Tower Master, what should I do? Is the sky going to destroy my Bloodline Tower? Although the battle has not yet started, many high-level leaders are already desperate. Facing Lox in the middle of the third ring, even they don't think Vivica can win, and this is due to Mo Sen's absence. A Kenyan 10 kilometers away. At this time, Vivica held the staff and looked at the battlefield, but her mind was thinking about the ambush. In fact, she still didn't trust Nicholas a little bit, but she really seemed to have no other choice. Lox is very strong, and she has fought against him before, but she can barely compete. She was almost killed by Lox several times, and she was able to run only by relying on the speed of the wind elemental blood. She can still run today, but once she does, the Bloodline Tower will definitely be destroyed. Where can she run? And she may not be able to run this time, Lox will not let her go. Why? Thinking of this, Vivica sighed. Boom! Suddenly, at the edge of the battlefield, a huge cloud of flames erupted, and dozens of warlocks were instantly killed, which also attracted Vivica's attention. She looked up and saw a tall man floating in the air above the fire cloud, looking at her with a half-smile, showing his white teeth. Rox! Vivica's eyes gradually became serious, knowing that it was time for her to act. Chapter 221. The battle between Vivica and Lox has begun. The Bloodline Tower and the Bloodline, as the two major powers in the central region, are not the only ones who are concerned about the war. People from other major powers in the central region are also concerned about this war. At this time, outside the battlefield, there are countless warlocks from other forces observing, and Romeo is among them. As a second ring wizard of the powerful Unicorn Academy in the central region, he was also sent to investigate this time. At this time, he was hiding on a mountain peak, watching the war from afar. It's finally started. He looked into the distance, as if he sensed the aura belonging to the third ring, and immediately took out an alchemy telescope, put it on his eyes, and observed the battle. In sight. At this time, in the center of the battlefield, two figures were in midair. One is Vivica, and the other is Lox. At this time, Vivica's long hair fluttered, her arms were wrapped with brand marks of wind elements, and her eyes seemed to be condensed by a storm, and there were countless storms gathered around her. Lox has black hair, but his skin is already red at this time, a thin layer of flames covers his body, and at the same time exudes a terrifying high temperature. From Romeo's line of sight, he can see ripples in the surrounding air. Romeo pursed his lips. Has it finally come to the final moment? I just don't know how much it takes Lox to solve Vivica. 10 minutes? Still half an hour. You are so brave, I even thought you would run away early. In mid-air, Lox looked at Vivica and said, with a faint smile on his face. Humph, if you leave today, our bloodline tower can act as if nothing happened. Vivica replied, there was no trace of fear on her calm face. Courage. Lox smiled. The next second, he stretched out his right hand, and instantly a flame flew towards Vivica. The flame streaked across the sky, leaving a scorching trail. Vivica also waved her staff immediately, and a wind wall appeared instantly, trying to block the flames. As an early sneak attack, the flame was obviously much stronger than the wind wall. The flame directly broke through the wind wall and flew straight towards Vivica. Due to the wind, the flame was even stronger by 3 points. But what Vivica integrated was a wind elemental spirit who was good at speed, and her speed was very strong even in the third ring, and she escaped the flames in time in a crisis. The flames swept past Vivica and flew towards the battlefield. She turned her head, and the area where the flames fell behind her was the non-area of the bloodline house. Seeing that an area of flames appeared in an instant, it was true that the dead one was a bloodline tower. Vivica turned her head, looked at Lox, bit grinding his teeth, he said, sneak attack, despicable. Hehe, it's a pity that I didn't hit it. Lox pursed his lips, not listening to Vivica's nonsense, his blood was aroused, and more flames flew towards Vivica. Seeing the flames, Vivica's blood was also stimulated, and her hair floated in midair. Surrounded by 4 tornadoes also appeared slowly, surrounding Vivica, blocking the attack like 4 walls, and sending out wind blades to attack Lox from time to time. Facing the wind blade, Lox just smiled contemptuously, and clouds of fire flew around him, blocking them one by one. At this moment, the highest combat power of Hesoda and Bloodline House finally broke out. In addition to the observers outside the battlefield, the people in the battlefield also glanced at the sky from time to time to observe the situation, and during this process, the atmosphere in the Bloodline House became more and more dignified, and Hesoda was full of fighting spirit. The main reason is that everyone can clearly see that Vivica has been completely suppressed by Lox in just a few minutes of fighting, and she is almost unable to make a reasonable counterattack. Everyone thought that Vivica's failure was only a matter of time. It's over, Master Vivica is no match. Locus is too strong. The war is almost over. The Bloodline Tower side felt a burst of sadness. After experiencing the joy of suppressing Hesoda at the beginning, is it finally their turn for the Bloodline Tower, but this time they seem to have no hope of turning the tables. Ha ha ha, Vivica, you don't seem to be good at it. In the sky, Lox laughed loudly, and attacked Vivica. Vivica dodged left and right during the attack, and it became more and more difficult. At this time, her leather cloak was damaged, her leather armor was also damaged in many places, and her breath became more and more unstable. No, I can't fight at all. Vivica gritted her teeth. Rox is stronger than she thought. With this kind of attack power, she definitely won't be able to last long, but is she really going to the place Nicholas said? Time passed little by little, and once again dodged a ball of flames. Vivica took a deep breath, she knew that she had to make a decision, and soon, she made a decision. Go to hell. At this time, countless flaming spears formed in front of Lox, and instantly flew towards Vivica like a torrential rain, and the surrounding temperature also rose by more than 10 degrees. To Lox's surprise, Viveka didn't dodge this time. She took a deep breath, and in an instant, countless storms gushed out from her body, and then a huge wind hand appeared, directly blocking all the flame spears. Are you going to fight back? Lox smiled. At this moment, Viveka had reached the final stage, but in the next second, his smile froze. After blocking the attack, Viveka did not attack, but spread out a wind wing behind her, and then flew directly to the distance, away from the battlefield. Want to run? After being dazed for a second, Lox smiled, a trace of flame streaked across the sky, and he chased in the direction of Viveka's escape. He must kill Viveka today. Ran. At this time, not only the Tower of Bloodlines was stunned, but even the outside observers were also stunned. Looking at the two people who left, the aura of the Bloodline Tower fell to the bottom instantly, and they all felt a burst of despair. Even the tower owner of the third ring ran away. What else could they do? Hold on, the tower master didn't leave, he just changed the battlefield. At this time, the senior executive of the Bloodline Tower roared loudly, comforting everyone. Indeed, my lord is just going to change to a place suitable for fighting. The other high-level officials also reacted and shouted loudly, which made the morale of the Bloodline Tower rebound. But only they knew that they didn't have this plan, and there was a high probability that Master Viveka couldn't hold it anymore, and everyone smiled bitterly. Others also looked desperate. Hey, it's over. At this moment, Romeo in the distance stood up and patted the dust off his body. In his opinion, this battle is over, and the escaped Viveka can't run very far. As long as Lox finishes processing, she will return to clean up the Bloodline Tower. Heso Tower wins. He took out a crystal ball, passed the news back to the faction he belonged to, and then took a rest before leaving. At this time, most of the other people who were hiding around didn't even look at it, and left quickly one by one. No one thought there would be any turning point. If there was really a whole card, it should have been taken out long ago. How could it be put at this time? Looking at the people leaving, Romeo also sighed. Another force coming to the west coast is gone, and now there is less competition. The warlocks on the battlefield each have their own thoughts, and Viveka is still leaving at this time. She turned her head to look, and she could see Lox with a ferocious smile, which made her face a little scared, which made Lox even more proud, but when she turned her head, the fear on her face disappeared little by little, turning into calm. I hope that Nicholas and his adults will not let me down. Viveka didn't hesitate anymore, her speed increased, her breath seemed to be unstable, and she flew towards the agreed place, with Lox chasing after her closely. The distance of 10 kilometers is not far for mortals, let alone the great magicians of the third ring. In just a few minutes, Viveka saw the agreed valley in her eyes. Is this the place? Viveka pursed her lips and flew directly into the valley without hesitation. Valley. 2 kilometers away, Lox frowned as he watched Viveka enter the valley. Why did Viveka choose to enter here? Is there an ambush? He was a little hesitant to go in directly, but just thinking about it, all worries disappeared without a trace. He had spies in the Tower of Blood, and he knew that although Viveka had been hiding in the Tower of Blood, she had never left sphere of influence. The other forces are competitors, and it is impossible to help Viveka, so there is a high probability that he came to this direction by accident, and he is a warlock in the middle of the third ring, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate, and quickly followed Viveka. It flew into the valley like a flaming meteor. Chapter 222. Did you catch up? Feeling the scorching breath behind her, Viveka breathed a sigh of relief. She came here without even communicating in advance. The risk is actually very huge. Once Lox fails to keep up, the natural plan will fail, and she may even die faster because of this. Now that you've come in, you don't need to worry about this problem, but start thinking about another problem. Nicholas, I hope you are really ready. Viveka walked through the entrance of the valley, looking at the towering cliffs on both sides. There was no doubt that it was definitely a huge enclosed area, and once entered, there was no chance of regretting it. Once Nikolai had a problem, she could already imagine her results. There is no way out, this is a big gamble. If you win, the Bloodline Tower will reverse everything and continue to stand on this land. If you lose, the Bloodline Tower will also lose everything they have, and she will also lose her life. Arrive. Suddenly, Viveka raised her head, and not far away was the inside of the canyon. Viveka, where can you escape? At this time, a cold voice came. Feeling the heat behind her, Viveka turned her head to look, and at this moment, Locke's back had turned into a flame, approaching her. Humph, then you should catch up with me first. The wings behind Vivica suddenly bloomed, making her speed even faster, and she quickly entered the valley, and her figure quickly disappeared from Locke's sight. Hee hee. Locke smiled, also passed through the entrance, and entered the valley. Vivica passed through the entrance and entered the valley. As soon as she entered the valley, she saw a huge undead floating in the middle of the valley, looking at her. Nicholas, don't tell me I'm alone. The cyan wings drove a lot of elements, Vivica's speed slowly decreased, and she stopped when she came to Nicholas, but her face was extremely serious at this time. Because she felt she might have been cheated. She looked around, there was nothing, and she didn't see anyone, only Nicholas, a ghost. Master Vivica, don't be nervous. Everything has been arranged. My lord has already set up an ambush. He will take action at the right time. Nicholas looked at Vivica again and smiled. This is what the adults told him. As for when he will come out, he is really not sure. Really? Vivica nodded, standing side by side with Nicholas. This should be true, he didn't believe that Nicholas would take his own life as a joke. However, his strength as an adult should not be that strong, and he should not be at the same level as the middle and late stages of the third ring that Nicholas said. Otherwise, it would be fine to fight directly, so why ambushes? Playing tricks? Vivica gritted her teeth. It's been up to now, but she hasn't seen this person. It's really annoying, but he came to help her. Although it's uncomfortable, she is still very grateful. Coming. Suddenly, Nicholas on the side spoke, and Vivica raised her head and looked towards the other side of the valley, where a fiery red figure had arrived. Nice place. Rox flew in and looked around. The place where he came just now was the only entrance, and the rest was the sky. This is a good battlefield. As the distance approached, he also gradually saw Vivica, and beside him. Nicholas? Nicola? Locke's eyes were surprised at first, and then gradually became sharper. He looked at the undead in front of him, who was exactly the person he saw in the soul breath he left some time ago. Why is he here? And judging from its aura, this Nicholas is a three-ring. He has stepped into a trap. Ambushed? Rox suddenly wanted to understand something, but he still couldn't figure it out. When did these two forces get mixed up? And came here quietly. But, so what? His surprise slowly disappeared, and instead a more powerful aura emanated. The color of the flames around him gradually changed from orange to blue, and there was undisguised disdain in his eyes. His eyes looked at Nicholas, asked. Where did you get Mawson? Vivica floated aside, and Nicholas was also waiting for it. Hearing this, he showed an exaggerated corner of his mouth and teased. Mawson, of course I killed him, didn't you see it? Is it really him? Hearing this conversation, Vivica raised her eyebrows at the side. Mawson was actually killed by them. Although she had seen the branding, she did not see Mawson's body in person after all, but what Locke said at this time proved that Hesoda, the Earth Dragon Warlock, seems to have a real problem. Ah! Rox didn't speak, just snorted lightly. Nicola! Do you look down on him so much? Since you don't want to tell me, let me smash your soul body and dig it out myself. Locke stretched out his hand, and dozens of flaming spears formed in front of him, flying towards Nicholas in an instant. At the same time, Locke's figure was approaching Vivica, his eyes were cold. Today, both of them happened to be solved together. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Locke didn't seem to take the two of them seriously at all, which made the corners of Nicholas and Vivica's mouths twitch together, but they didn't dare to relax at all. Numerous undead spewed out of Nicholas' body, turning into skulls one after another. With grey soul power, they sent out sharp stabs and flew towards the flaming spear. I want to see how big the gap is. Nikolai watched the scene, but then his mouth fell open. The group of undead skeletons couldn't stop the flames at all. A dozen flame spears quickly formed a larger spear, and the other spears followed closely, passing through violently. After passing through, only the flame weakened a little, but still it flew towards him very quickly. I rely on it, I rely on it. Nikolai was about to jump up, yelling. This Rox was much stronger than he had imagined, but looking at the flames in front of him, he quickly took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and a stream of pure soul power appeared, and then turned into a shield. Damn it, the undead have too few means. Nicholas was a little apprehensive, and even began to miss the time when he was a wizard. Although the undead had advantages, they also had obvious disadvantages. Bang bang bang! At this time, the flaming spear had also arrived, and it shot at the shield with a roar. The huge pressure made the shield almost collapse. Nicholas immediately increased the output of soul power, and then stabilized. Damn it, Rox is stronger than expected. Nicholas gritted his teeth, and with just one blow, 1/5 of the soul power in his body had been consumed. This is a dick. Vivica's situation is not very good either. He blocked the attack, and looked in the direction of Vivica Feng. At this moment, the two were already fighting close to each other, with flames and wind blades flying around. The surrounding environment was changing at a rapid speed, and even a wind blade almost hit Lord Eli's place. But it was obvious that Vivica was completely at a disadvantage at this time, and she was no match at all. Damn it, Nicholas, come and help! Vivica shouted towards Nicholas. Here we come! Nicholas didn't hesitate, and flew over to fight Lox with Vivica. Ha ha ha, the weak! Lox just laughed and attacked. With the addition of Nicholas, Vivica obviously felt a little more relaxed, but as time passed, they found that they had fallen into a disadvantage again. 2 against 1, still unable to beat. This is the midterm. Vivica gritted her teeth, and then shouted to Nicholas, if there is any way to use it quickly, we won't last long. In fact, she was telling the hidden person in this way to let him take action. But it was obvious that Nicholas misunderstood it. He nodded, then solemnly took out a blue crystal from his body, and crushed it directly. The swirling crystal fragments scattered, shining strange colors in the sunlight. Part of the core of the witch formation in the valley. Seeing this scene, more flames burned outside Locke's body, and he entered a state of vigilance, looking around vigilantly. As the crystal shattered, the valley changed. In the sight of Locke's, in the entire valley, runes of orchids climbed up on the surrounding mountain walls in an instant, dewdrops appeared in the valley, and witch formations slowly appeared one by one. Locke felt the fire element here. It began to wilt, and even the flame around him shrank a little. Nearly 30 witch formations. Feeling the change in the environment, Vivica was also taken aback. She thought it was shaking people. How, not bad. Nicholas said loudly towards Vivica, who was not far away. Not bad. Vivica was speechless, but I had to admit that it was indeed useful. At least in this environment rich in water elements, Rock's flames are only reduced by 30%, which is indeed a strong increase for them. But there is a saying that I don't know if it should be said, what she wants is people. What about people? Why didn't the person behind Nicholas make a move? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded. The two looked over, and saw Lox hugging his stomach and laughing loudly in the flames, and he recovered after more than 10 seconds, then looked at the two with a half smile and said, "That's it." The smile gradually disappeared. Lox looked at the two, the flames all over his body began to burn, and a large amount of water mist evaporated. In this environment, his aura began to slowly rise again, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed the previous one. The level is even 30% stronger than before. If your whole cards are just like this. Rox raised his head again, his eyes were already icy cold. Then you can die in peace. Chapter 223. This shit is really not easy. At this time, in a hidden corner in the valley, Eli cursed when he saw this scene. He transferred part of the authority of the witch formation to Nicholas, just to see if he could reveal more of his whole cards, and it seems to be not bad now. Where is the bloodline of the fire elemental spirit in Lox? Judging from his performance at this time, it should be the upper bloodline of the fire elemental bloodline, the bloodline of the fire elemental leader, and the extreme bloodline of the 3 rings. Hiding deep enough. If it wasn't for the 30 water elemental witch arrays, it might not be possible to force them out. Sure enough, it would be a good choice for Nicholas to go up and get beaten first. But we have to wait, it's not the time yet, we still need a chance. Eli took a deep breath, and stopped staring at Lox, as he might have noticed after staring for a long time. But Vivica has really changed a lot. He stopped looking at Lox, and looked at the woman opposite her. Vivica. Her face didn't change much, but the blood that merged changed her hair color, eye pupil color, etc., which were inexplicably good looking, and she had matured a lot, and she was no longer the same girl as before. Time is so fast. Eli sighed. If he hadn't been swept into the secret realm suddenly, maybe her and Eli's fates were completely different, and this scene would not have happened. At this time, as the blood of rocks was fully activated, the situation changed again. Damn it, the fire elemental elves rule the bloodline. Viveka gritted her teeth and stared at Lox. Not bad, I have some knowledge. Lox smiled and stretched his body. He really hasn't fully stimulated his blood for a long time. He looked at Nicholas, playing with taste. What about you, do you have any other cards? Not bad, you can get so many high-level witch formations, so good that I can't help tearing you apart. Nicholas smiled awkwardly, feeling palpitations. They may not be able to fight the previously weakened Lox, what should we do now, and the Lord only gave permission to 30 witch formations, and he has nothing else to do. Is he still not making a move? Viveka looked over at this moment, and said via voice transmission with spiritual power. When the time is right, my lord will make a move. Nicholas replied. Although he answered this way on the surface, he had already started to yell in his heart, when is the lord going to make a move, isn't this time enough? Bring it on. At the same time, Rox, who had reached the limit again, attacked the two of them again, and the terrifying flames made it difficult for them to stop them. After all, Viveka has already fought a battle, and the consumption is serious. Nicholas is also an undead, and it is difficult to resist Lox, who has the blood of the fire element, which makes the situation worse. Time flies by. Dodging the attack again, Viveka clutched her injured left arm, feeling that there was only 1/3 of the blood power left in her body, and she couldn't help but feel a burst of despair. In fact, he no longer counted on Nicholas as his master. If he was really strong, how could he hold back and not make a move now? How cautious or a dog is he? Even in her past years, she has almost never seen such a person. Of course, except for a guy who has trained students for more than 10 years to explore the secret realm for him. Achoo! Eli rubbed his nose, and he actually sneezed. Fortunately, there was sound insulation here, but when he looked up and saw the two people who were about to die at this time, he finally decided to do something. Boom! The 5/3 ring witch arrays were quietly opened, and they tried again. A new witch formation. Lox, who was holding a ball of flame in his hand, suddenly felt that it was a little difficult for the flame to condense, and his breath was a little weaker. He looked at Nicholas with a strange face. There is actually a witch formation. It was obvious that he was not the only one who sensed the existence of the shaman formation. Nicholas and Viveka also sensed it. Viveka looked at Nicholas and scolded, there is also the shaman formation, why didn't you use it sooner? Facing the eyes of Lox and Viveka, Nicholas cursed in his heart. How the hell did I do this? It must have been done by an adult, but at this time he couldn't tell, so he could only smile awkwardly at Lox. Are you provoking me? Rox thought it was a provocation. Don't think what can be done with this little witch formation. Lox snorted coldly, and quickly approached Nicholas. He was a little angry. In just a dozen seconds, the attacked Nicholas encountered several sets of attacks from Rox, and all kinds of blood talent witchcraft directly beat Nicholas into various shapes. Nicholas also had a hard time, so he could only bear it, cursing his mother silently in his heart. Rox, who sensed Nicholas' emotions, was even more angry because it was aimed at him, and continued to beat him violently. Fortunately, Viveka made a timely move and rescued the seriously injured Nikolai, otherwise he would have been killed directly, and the third round would start again. In this way, Eli activates 5 wizard formations every minute. The wizard formations that are activated are not just for suppressing the wizard formations, but also for attacking the wizard formations, controlling the witch formations, and enchanting the witch formations. This made Rox more and more angry during this process. Once again breaking free from the large number of vines that entangled him, Lox was full of anger, staring at Nicholas, and shouted loudly, Nicholas, I want you to die. It's really not me. Nicholas wailed in his heart. In just 10 minutes, he was regarded as a key target and was almost killed by Lox several times, but every time a witch formation suddenly appeared nearby to save him. Good job. Viveka also nodded at the side, this guy has so many witch formations. Nicola. It's really not him. Nicholas, go to hell. The berserk attack came again. Although it had been weakened by nearly 30%, Lox's combat power also crushed the two of them, and the difficult battle began again. But this time to Lox's surprise, there was no witch array. Lox also breathed a sigh of relief, nearly 55 formations, really don't know where Nicholas and the others got together, but it's a pity that the strength is too weak, and the gap is too big. Without the hindrance of the witch formation, Rock's attack became more ferocious. In just 3 minutes, Nicholas was attacked head-on by a huge group of flames. His soul body burned in the flames, and then was thrown aside by Locks like a garbage dumper, struggling. And Vivica, after blocking an attack, panted heavily, feeling the almost exhausted blood tower in her body, with a bitter face. Another minute. Vivica fell fiercely from the sky, smashed into the ground with a bang, a large crack appeared, the smoke dispersed, she clutched her chest, and spat out a mouthful of red blood. She turned her head and looked not far away. At this time, Nicholas's soul body was also riddled with holes and seriously injured. Is it over? Vivica looked desperate, watching Locks in the sky slowly descend. It's time for the bloodline tower to end, Vivica. If you hand over the key Natasha gave you now and become my slave, I can spare your life. Locks smiled slowly. Although he was exhausted at this time, and there were still a lot of suppression by the witch formation, it was no longer important, and the battle should be over. Key. Vivica frowned, not quite understanding, but the second half of the sentence made her feel angry, and said, "Kill me. You don't know? Then it seems that I have to find it myself." Locks ignored Vivica's clamor, and his soul power went directly to Vivica's brain. He wanted to use a secret soul-searching technique he had learned in the past. Vivica also gritted her teeth and was humiliated for a while, but at this time she was completely powerless to resist, and not far away, Nicholas was lying on the ground, unable to stop it. "Hey, what is this, a slave brand?" Locks didn't perceive it yet, but suddenly exclaimed. In the corner of Vivica's soul, a soul imprint quietly floated. Whose slave is Vivica actually? This is amazing. Who do you belong to? Locks felt a little bad, and frowned and looked at Vivica. Vivica looked at him, but didn't answer. "Forget it, let me see for myself." Locks smiled, but his body froze in the next second. For a moment, he felt a powerful force gathering behind him, and he turned his head sharply to look. More than 10 meters away, there was an extra person wrapped in shadows at some point, who could only see his eyes, and in his hand was a jet of black energy, containing terrifying energy. While looking at the past, the energy has also exploded, and a jet black beam of light flies towards it. When Rox widened his eyes. In the next second, he was swallowed by the black light and attacked by a powerful force. He flew tens of meters away and hit the mountain wall in an instant, and fell into the deep mountain, causing a roar. Mine. At this time, the shadow had dissipated, and Eli also walked out slowly, answering Locke's question. Grown-ups. Nicholas, who was lying down, almost cried, watching this scene. He was almost beaten to death, and the Lord finally came out, but to his surprise, the tower owner of the blood tower next door seemed to have more mood swings than him. With blood stained between her lips, Vivica half kneeled on the ground. Although her body was seriously injured, her bright eyes were fixed on the stranger who appeared in front of her. She wanted to speak, but she couldn't say a word. Not because he saved her life, or because the man was really strong. It's because of the soul imprint in her body that has been silent for hundreds of years. Moved. Chapter 224. Who are you? Trembling, Vivica looked at Eli and spit out a few words. I'll talk about my affairs later, let's deal with outsiders first. Eli didn't answer, but looked into the distant mountain with calm eyes. At this time, the smoke has slowly dissipated, revealing the current state of the mountain. A huge cylindrical pit has appeared on the originally steep mountain wall, surrounded by collapsed rocks, which piled up piece by piece, burying Locks. But he didn't die. Gilogudu. Suddenly, there was a gurgling sound, and the originally green and black mountain rocks began to slowly turn red, then crimson, and finally turned into a liquid, and Locks slowly crawled out of it. However, compared to just now, at this time he is much more embarrassed, and many places on his body are surrounded by shadows. A large number of flames are constantly being dispelled. One right hand has disappeared, and the left hand is covering his chest. Imprint. Who are you? Rox suppressed his anger, looked at Eli and asked with a beast-like voice. Didn't you want me? Why don't you even know me? Eli smiled, and he was using Roland's face at this time. Rox? He had never seen this person in front of him. But in terms of wanted, it seems that he only wanted Herman. Could it be that the person in front of him is Herman? Are you Herman? Locks asked, frowning. it seems that you can get used to this face more. Eli smiled, and his appearance gradually changed into Herman's. Seeing this face, Locke no longer had any doubts, but looking at Eli, he felt a faint chill. Another 3 rings. Doesn't this mean that the South has no knowledge of promotion? How come there is a new 3rd ring, which makes him extremely aggrieved? 1 by 1 is endless, right? My lord. At this time, Nicholas also stood up slowly. Question mark face again. Are you in the same group? Locke was stunned again, just like when Mo-sen saw the two standing together. It turned out to be like this. He suddenly realized, he stood up slowly, and slowly walked out from the mountain more than 10 meters deep, his right hand gradually turned into a flaming hand. This time I was careless and let you succeed in the sneak attack, but it's another early stage of the 3rd ring, even if I'm injured, it's enough to kill you. Locke looked fiercely, and these people gave him too many surprises today. As for the black beam of light just now, he was seriously injured, but he believed that it should be the result of accumulating energy for a long time, otherwise, how could it be possible to erupt that kind of power in the early stage of the 3rd ring? Come on, let me see how long you can last. The flames around Locke were once again entwined, with a strong breath. Eli just smiled, and the 8 black balls slowly appeared in front of him again, and the shadows gathered again. Locke's smile froze. Was this the usual practice? Flash. Locke retreated quickly, but Eli had already made a move. In an instant, 8 balls flew towards Locke, covering him like a network, and then exploded again like a roar. This. Vivica covered her ears. Even if she didn't get close, she could feel the power contained in it, but another thing she didn't expect was that the person in front of her was actually Herman, the Lord of the White Tower. His face is very strange, but why does she always feel a little familiar? For a moment she couldn't tell the difference. As expected of an adult. Nicholas smiled. Although the Lord has just advanced to the 3rd ring, his combat power is no worse than Locke's. I rely on it. On the other side, Rox, who was tortured by the shadow explosion, came out of the shadows in embarrassment. He looked at Eli not far away, and the flames on his body extinguished the shadow. I've known for a long time that Herman is of the blood of the shadows, but I didn't expect it to be of the 3rd ring. Unfortunately, the fire elemental elves are very restrained against shadows, undead, and darkness. Locke is a little fortunate, the strength of this person in front of him much stronger than he imagined, but fortunately restrained. Restraint. Eli smiled, talking about restraint in front of wizards is a bit outrageous. In the next second, water dragons of more than 10 meters appeared beside Eli, splashing water in mid-air, roaring and looking at Locke, not hiding their malice. The 3-ring witchcraft water dragons war, the 3-ring witchcraft of the water system, was specially learned by Eli in the past few days, and it can now be used in actual combat. What is this? Rox blinked. This situation seems to be wrong with what he thought. But at this time more than a dozen water dragons roared and flew towards them, and Lox could only urge the flames to fight, which made everything more difficult, and what frightened him was that in the gaps in the valley at this time, one by one Wohen lights up again. 50. Boom. With a total of 50 witch formations, Rock's suppressing power reached the peak in an instant. In this environment, the power of the blood was severely suppressed, and his situation became more and more difficult. A dozen or so water dragons surrounded Lox, attacking him fiercely from time to time, and if there was any damage, Eli would make up a few in real time, which made Lox desperate. Why are there so many witch formations? Lox gritted his teeth. It never occurred to him that in this small valley, more than 100 witch formations were actually arranged. This is something a normal person can do. And He-Man actually deceived them. He is not only a shadow bloodline, but also a wizard. He is actually a cunning wizard. Herman! Lox roared loudly, the blood in the middle stage of the third ring broke out instantly, countless flames gushed out from his body, and the fire elemental spirits appeared one by one, and then flew towards the water dragon. As for him, he flew towards Eli. Capture the thief first, capture the king first, and solve He-Man. Boom! But to his surprise, scales appeared on Eli's body first, completing the blood vessels, and then dozens of shields appeared around him, wrapping it tightly. What Rox saw was the corner of his mouth twitching, so it shouldn't be. What made him even more desperate was that Eli was faster than him. Not only could he not catch up to Herman, but what was interesting was that his long-range attacks couldn't even break through the defense. Puff. Finally, after a minute, he stopped chasing, panting heavily. The raid failed. And at this time, Eli has summoned more than a dozen water dragons to attack him again, and there are also a few shadow attacks mixed in, making the rocks foolish. In this way, a new round of siege began. 3 minutes passed quickly, and Rox took a deep breath. I knew I couldn't go on like this. He stretched out his hand, and then took out a fiery red pill from his body. This is a blood-burning pill, which is used to burn the power of the blood and explode the final strength. He-Man, you forced me. Lox looked at Eli, his eyes were full of determination, and he was about to put the medicine into his mouth. But before sending it in, suddenly, he felt a mysterious aura appearing outside his body, and at the same time, the blood in his body also began to inexplicably riot, and he felt that his body seemed to freeze for a moment. And looking not far away, Eli was looking at him with a smile on his face, and there was still a touch of breath around his fingertips. Curse? Rox understood, this is the curse that the Dark Wizard is best at. And this curse seems to be a bit large. But this is not important anymore. For a moment of stiffness, dozens of elemental attacks have locked on him, and a dozen water dragons also raised their heads, stared at him, and bared their fangs. It's over. Rox looked at the medicine in front of him, and closed his eyes silently. With the same level of combat power, a short period of stiffness is enough to change everything, and there are hundreds of witch formations oppressing and entangled with curses. How the hell do you fight? Let alone fights, he hasn't even touched Eli until now. Is this a well-prepared wizard? No, he seems to be a warlock. What exactly is it? Lox thought a lot when he closed his eyes, but his biggest thought about Eli was. Obviously the strength is also very strong, but how can it be stable like this? Don't do it until the end. Hey! He sighed, and in the next second, his whole body was melted by a large number of elemental attacks. Looking at the gorgeous scene like fireworks in the sky not far away, Vivica stood sluggishly. It turned out that Nicholas really didn't lie to him, and his adults were really strong. It's just that he didn't expect this person to be a wizard. At this time, Eli, who was not far away, also slowly dissipated the shield and walked over. Who are you? Vivica stared at Eli and asked. What's the matter, don't you give the teacher a hug? Eli slowly approached Vivica, and the mask of the faceless man slowly disappeared. He took off the mask, revealing his original appearance. His figure slowly recovered, and then stretched out his hands. Teacher. Vivica was stunned. Chapter 225. Teacher. Vivica looked at the familiar face of this person in front of her. Even after hundreds of years, she would never forget this face. It was the light of her childhood. She had already forgotten how many late nights she had missed this figure. She had sent people to burn in the past, trying to find his trace, but they found nothing. Gradually, she also had to admit that his teacher Eli was dead. But in front of her, he appeared again. Whether it was the trembling soul imprint in her soul or this familiar appearance, she was sure that the person in front of her was indeed his teacher. Teacher. Thoughts turned into tides, Vivica's mind went blank, but she rushed over instinctively, and then hugged Eli with tears in her eyes. I miss you so much, teacher. Even if this moment is really fake, she admits it. I miss you too. Eli said softly, hugging Vivica. Vivica was the youngest at the beginning, and she was only 5 or 6 years old when she came to him. She was almost brought up by him. If she didn't miss her at all, it would be a bit fake. Not far away, when Nicholas was still thinking about the price of the adult's curse to be so fierce, he was also stunned when he heard the two people's names and looked at the two hugging. Teacher? Nikolai is dumbfounded. He never thought that the well-known tower owner of the Bloodline Tower was actually his master's student, which is too amazing. Can't figure it out, can't figure it out. Lox didn't understand why the two would overlap. Eli had been in the White Tower all year round, and he had never been to the central part. Moreover, Vivica seemed to have been in the Bloodline Tower hundreds of years ago. Strange thing. However, he didn't dare to disturb the teacher-student relationship. He could only quietly go not far away to collect Lox's relics for Eli, but he didn't collect many, and many of them were damaged in battle. Just looking at the two of them from time to time, Nicholas suddenly realized a problem. There is a high probability that the adults killed Lox to save Vivica, not him. Thinking about this, Nicholas burst into tears and fell into autism. The other side. Cough cough cough. Eli, who had been hugging him for 5 full minutes, couldn't help coughing, looking at Viveka who was holding him tightly. If she didn't let go, she might have to hug him until dark. Viveka obviously heard it too, and immediately blushed, and let go of her hand. Viveka has grown up too. Touching Viveka's head, Eli smiled. Teacher. Viveka looked at the man in front of her, still feeling dreamy, as if she wanted to ask him why he was still alive. Knowing what Viveka wanted to ask, Eli simply made up a reason, saying, at the beginning, the secret realm directly involved me. After spending a period of time in it, I was thrown out, and then I lived in the southern part of the west coast. I heard about you some time ago, so I came to save you. That's it. Viveka suddenly realized, bit her lips lightly, and said like a little girl, thank you teacher. Haha, I'm your teacher. Eli touched Viveka's head, her hair was soft and comfortable, and Viveka enjoyed it too, because Eli often did this in the past, but it's been 500 years since now. Years. Then teacher, what should we do next? Viveka asked. The strong surprise made her a little too happy, but she was a little confused for a while. Of course I checked the harvest. Eli smiled, and then walked towards Nicholas. Nicholas immediately leaned over, took out a few things, and said, my lord, this is Locke's relic. There are 3 items in total, an ether crystal, a ring, and a fire element witch. Nicholas handed the things to Eli, looked at Viveka who was following behind Eli like a little girl, he pursed his lips bitterly, and paid by mistake. Eli took the 3 items and began to examine them. Among them, the witch weapon is a fiery red bracelet with complicated patterns all over it. It is a 3-ring witch weapon that can summon a flame giant. Elemental witchcraft is a fine witchcraft. But for Eli, it's a bit tasteless, and it's better than nothing. Putting this away, he looked at the ether crystal. This is a rare elemental crystal. Even Eli has never seen it before, but it is very suitable for making the tip of a wizard's staff. At least it can increase his wizard's staff by 1. Around 30%, good stuff. Is this the ring? Eli was stunned, and his spiritual perception was completely silent, but there were runes engraved on it, which also made him a little confused. Nicholas, do you know this? Eli looked at Nicola. I don't know. He shook his head. This is a bloodline space ring, a type of space ring. At this moment, Viveka said suddenly. Blood space ring. Eli looked at Viveka curiously. Well, only the bloodline owner can open it, but Rox is dead at this time, as long as the bloodline sensor inside disappears, it can be opened, but it will take a little time. Viveka said. Yet. Eli nodded. He said why there are so few rocks, it turned out to be in the space ring, but this bloodline ring should have happened after the cataclysm, he had never heard of this thing from the records of wizards, it used to use spiritual power. Then what should we do next, my lord? Nicholas asked. At this time, his injuries have recovered somewhat after taking a large amount of soul crystals, but the damage is still serious, and a large amount of soul power is urgently needed to make up for it. You are injured and need to make up for it immediately. I know where there is a lot of soul power. Eli suddenly looked at Nicholas and said seriously. My lord. Nicholas was a little moved again, and he knew that the Lord did not give up on him. Let's go to the battlefield. The battle between the Tower of Bloodline and the Tower of Hesso should still be going on. There are many souls on the battlefield, which are exactly what you need. Just go and help Viveka clean up the battlefield. Eli said. Nikolai's mouth twitched. Well, he thought too much. Yes, the war is not over yet. Viveka also suddenly realized that they are still in the war. This is a healing potion. After you take it, go about your business and let Nicola help you. Eli took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Viveka. Viveka did not refuse, and took the medicine directly, and the damage to her body was quickly repaired. Although it was not enough to fully recover, it was enough. Well, teacher, let's go together. Although she really wanted to stay here, Viveka had to leave and return, inviting Eli. I won't. Eli shook his head. Teacher, are you leaving again? Viveka was stunned for a moment. Of course not. Your 2/3 rings are enough on the battlefield. I won't show up. I'll see you later. Eli shook his head, leaving the limelight to others. Good. Viveka breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the teacher didn't leave. Soon, the effect of the potion was fully utilized, and after greeting Eli, Vivica and Nicholas quickly left the battlefield. Eli started to clean the valley. The traces here still need to be cleaned up, and the identity of the wizard still needs to be hidden, so it cannot be discovered because of this. At this time outside the battlefield, Romeo stretched, feeling rested enough to leave. Looking back at the battlefield, at this time Hizuo Tower has completely fallen into a disadvantage, the beaten are retreating steadily, the fighting spirit has completely disappeared, and some people have even started to run away. When Lox returns, it's time for this battle to end. He shook his head and left towards the distance. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, and raised his head. In the distant sky, two figures quickly approached this side, one was surrounded by a large amount of wind elements, and the other was surrounded by grey undead breath. Like two arcs of light, they quickly approached the battlefield. Vivica, and the other three rings. Taking out the binoculars and seeing the appearance of the two, Romeo opened his mouth wide. Vivica came back alive with another 3 rings, but Lox disappeared. Could it be? Romeo covered his mouth in disbelief. Only 10 seconds later, he took a long breath and sighed. It's going to change. Chapter 226. I don't have much time for the teaching qualification test today. Moreover, the book has been open for more than 3 months, and it is updated every day, so it is considered a day off. By the way, I will conceive the next plot and code on the spot every day, so I have to sort it out. By the way, I will explain an updated question. The author has started school, and usually has to study in class, so the time is naturally less, and he has been blocked for another month, and he has been writing a little bit lately, so he has a day off. I should make up the content next month, if I have time. Chapter 227. Hoo. Moss stood on the high pile of corpses, wiped off the blood on his face, and wanted to continue fighting, but found that the power of blood in his body was almost exhausted, even to the point of burning blood. He looked around. At this time the bloodline tower had been completely suppressed, and the failure was only a matter of time. Only 1/3 of the original thousands of people were left at this time, and among those who died were his friends and his former teacher. He recalled all the things he used to do. He was discovered to have the talent of a warlock in a small city. He first studied in a warlock academy under the Tower of Blood, and through his own efforts, he became a one-ring wizard and joined the Tower of Blood. He had it all, and he enjoyed it all, but today, everything will change. It's time to end. At this time, a few more Hesota warlocks with one ring noticed him and came towards him. Ha ha ha, there is still a one-ring wizard with exhausted blood. I will cut off his head. The warlocks were unscrupulous. Moss gritted his teeth. Even if he died, he couldn't let these bastards go so smoothly. Boom! The warlock started, and the 3 of them rushed towards Moss. Moss gritted his teeth, let out a roar, and rushed forward, but before taking a few steps, he saw a hurricane coming, and the people in front of him were instantly torn into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered on his face. This is... Moss stood still, wiped off the fresh blood on his face, and looked up. In the originally calm sky, 2 figures appeared at some point. They stood in mid-air, exuding a powerful aura. The 3 people who died just now were killed by one of them casually. As for the face of this person, it was actually Vivica. Tower Master. Moss' eyes widened, he couldn't believe it, and he also noticed that there was an undead beside the Tower Master. Not only him, but others also noticed Vivica's return, and everyone stopped in tacit understanding, looking at the sky and the 2-3 rings in the sky. No one thought that it was Vivica who came back. What about Rox? The 2 are fighting for life and death, and it is also the final decisive battle. It is absolutely impossible for Lox to let Vivica go, so it seems that there is only another unreliable explanation. Did Rox fail? Everyone in the Bloodline Tower couldn't believe their guesses, while everyone in the Heso Tower felt something was wrong, and there was a 3rd ring beside Vivica, which made everyone feel uneasy. In the sky, Vivica looked down, feeling a pang of pain in her heart, especially when she saw the few warlocks left. The Tower Master handed over the Bloodline Tower to her, but now it looks like this. But fortunately, the teacher helped him, otherwise she would really be dead and unable to face the dead Natasha. Taking a deep breath, Vivica's eyes gradually became firmer, and then said loudly, "Rox is dead." The sound spread across the entire battlefield quickly through the wind element, and entered everyone's ears. When they heard this sentence, everyone was stunned, and even someone's witch weapon fell inadvertently, making a crisp sound. Died. Moss eyes widened. Locks is dead. He actually died. How is this possible? Listening to Viveka talking about something like a dream, although he has absolute trust in the tower owner, is it really possible to do this kind of thing? Rox is a strong player in the middle stage of the third ring. My lord is dead? It's fake. How can this be? I don't believe it. My lord is invincible. How could he die at the hands of Viveka, who has just been promoted to the third ring? What he said is definitely a lie. The people in the Bloodline Tower still doubt it, let alone the Heso Tower side. In their hearts, Lox can beat Viveka, so how could he die so easily? But when they looked at the confident Viveka and the strange Sanhuan beside her, they felt a little unconfident. No, he may have lied to us, how could the Lord be killed by him? That's right, absolutely impossible. At this time, someone shouted loudly that they were Lox cronies, all blushing, trying to expose Viveka as a liar. Nicholas. Viveka in the sky just calmly looked at Nicholas at the side. Okay, Miss Viveka. Nicholas changed his name, and then he moved mentally. In the sky, a grey screen appeared, and a picture appeared. It was the picture of Rox being killed. Everyone looked at this scene, and looked at Lox who had been turned into nothingness under countless attacks, and they were all silent. In that kind of attack, even adults cannot survive. As for who made the shot, it doesn't matter anymore. This is the loss. A Hesota warlock at the limit of the second ring looked at the scene of the sky. This kind of memory-like picture is difficult to imitate, and it is meaningless, so Viveka did not lie to them, Lord Lox is really dead. He didn't understand how it could become like this. Obviously they are going to win soon, just a little bit. But if Lox dies, even if Lord Mosin returns and there is another third ring beside Viveka at this time, it will be difficult to change the ending, they failed. This shouldn't be our end. He bit his lip, still unable to accept the reality. I surrender. Heso Tower is a big force, and it is impossible for everyone to be loyal to Rox. Some people quickly recognized the reality, and a one-ring wizard took the lead in laying down their weapons. The small sound was like thunder on the ground, waking up everyone, and then one by one Hesota warlocks gave up resistance and announced their surrender. Even Locke's former confidants showed bitter smiles one after another, and then put down their weapons. Resistance is pointless. Failed. Although they all surrendered, everyone also had a doubt in their hearts, who killed Kratos, and the last attack was obviously not Viveka or the undead, but another person. Your Excellency chose the wrong target. The wizard with the limit of the second ring was also roughly subdued by a few first rings. He only glanced at the sky, and then was covered with a sack, which not only blocked his sight, but also his supposedly bright future. Who knows? Behind the Bloodline Tower, there are other more powerful warlocks. Hidden so deep. They failed. The next day, the news of the defeat of the Heso Tower and the victory of the Bloodline Tower spread throughout the two spheres of influence, and spread further with the help of some people. Knowing this news, many forces are also dumbfounded. The strength of Rox in Hesota is obvious to all, and Viveka is only an early stage of the third ring, so how could he kill him? But with the shattering of the soul lamp of Rox in Hesota, it also proved this matter, everyone I can only admit it. And to everyone's bewilderment, Lox was not the only one who died, and then the news spread that Mosen was also dead, and the two third rings of Heso Tower were actually dead. This made many people look at each other in blank dismay, and became even more afraid of the Tower of Blood. And watching the Bloodline Tower devour the cake left by Hesota, no one dared to do it, not only the Bloodline Tower's backhand, but also the three-ringed undead named Nicholas. The existence of the two third rings made many scholars choose to sit on the wall. Of course, some people got more hidden information. For example, Lox might not have been killed by Viveka, but someone else, the person standing behind the Bloodline Tower. In this way, everyone watched the Bloodline Tower quickly take back the area it once occupied, and rapidly expanded to the Heso Tower area, and everything changed rapidly. In this change, various forces have different ideas. In a wizard tower, many warlocks were sitting together, the room was only a dim candle, the atmosphere was solemn, everyone lowered their heads, and no one was the first to speak. They were the ones who ridiculed the White Tower for not breaking away from the Bloodline Tower and took the lead in joining the Black Tower. How happy they were at the time, how painful and regretful they are now. Alex, you are all to blame for this, otherwise how could we escape from the Bloodline Tower? Suddenly, an old woman with a wrinkled face spoke, looking resentfully at the black-robed warlock at the front of the table. Sophie, you were very supportive back then. What's the matter? Now the situation has changed, and you're starting to blame me. The black-robed warlock slammed the table, stood up, and looked at the woman. Everything is to blame. The woman trembled. Humph. The black-robed wizard didn't speak, but looked at the others, and said directly, at the beginning, it was a joint decision. Now that this happened, I can't blame it on my head. The most urgent thing now is to discuss it. What should we do next? He looked at everyone, except for the woman who looked resentful. Everyone else lowered their heads and remained silent. Hey, we have no chance. After a while, a middle-aged warlock sighed and said with pain on his face. They were the first to betray the Tower of Bloodline. How could the Tower of Bloodline forgive them? That's right, there's no hope. Hey, we mocked the White Tower back then, but now I think we look like fools. A warlock also laughed at himself, but the regret in his tone couldn't be concealed. In an instant, the atmosphere in the whole room became more dignified, and everyone just sighed. It's all over. It was they who screwed up everything, no one else to blame. Forget it, the meeting is meaningless. Let's hope for good luck. The black-robed warlock shook his head, looking at these people. He probably couldn't think of anything to do. In fact, this meeting was nothing more than a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. But obviously there is no other choice at this time. They can only choose to surrender completely. The power will definitely not be preserved, and even their lives may not be able to be preserved. The others nodded after listening, and then left one by one. The black-robed warlock extinguished the candle and walked out. For a while, the wizard's tower was once again plunged into darkness. Chapter 228. 1. Inside the White Tower, many counselors showed expressions of disbelief. They looked at the speaker's position. Ross sat calmly on the main seat, and the old Rawls sat beside him, his lowered eyes trembling slightly. My lord, is this true? Someone asked Rose. Half an hour ago, Rose suddenly summoned everyone to participate in the parliament, and then threw this bomb just now. How could this not surprise everyone? After all, just a few days ago, the entire White Tower was still in a state of confusion, and everyone was a little desperate when they heard the news about the Bloodline Tower. After all, they were firmly on the side of the Bloodline Tower. It is conceivable that once the Black Tower wins, it will be a catastrophe to welcome the White Tower. In front of Locks in the middle of the third ring, the White Tower will be as fragile as plastic. As for Herman, although everyone knows that Lord Herman is very strong, after all, he was only at the limit of the second ring a few decades ago. Even if he really advanced, it is impossible to defeat Locks, and there is no hope. But right now, all of a sudden, you tell me all the crisis is gone. The Bloodline Tower has won. At this time, everyone's heart is only the joy of the rest of the life after the catastrophe. Although they don't know how the Bloodline Tower won, it's fine as long as they win. As for the others, no one cares. So at this time, everyone only cares about whether the news is true. It's true, this is the message that the Bloodline Tower just sent us. Rose looked at everyone and said calmly. Nice. Hoo-hoo. Some people cheered, some secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and some people's eyes lit up, looked at Rose, and said, My lord, Hesota has lost, so this is also an opportunity for us, but they still have a large number of vassal forces, even if we only accepted part of it, which is enough to make our power soar. Well, I think so too. Ross nodded, but we have to follow the arrangement of the Bloodline Tower, so don't worry. Today's meeting is only for this matter. Let's break up first, and we will notify you later. Ahoy! Everyone nodded, and dispersed happily, and then some were busy. After everyone left, Ross shook his head and took out a document, which contained a letter from the Tower of Blood, but it also contained some information about the next arrangements. It would have been nothing. It's just that the signatory column is a bit wrong. Because it was not Vivica's name written there, but another person's name. Herman. My lord. Ross sighed. By now, he had long been unable to figure out the strength of his lord and what cards he had. Why did the Bloodline Tower get involved again? After thinking for a long time, he didn't figure it out. After a while, he stood up and left the room. He is just an adult servant, just do his own thing well. The Tower of Bloodline actually won, it's interesting. At this time, in a wizard's tower hundreds of kilometers away from the Bloodline Tower, Lowell looked at Romeo, who was reporting to him in front of him, showing interest. He had noticed all of this when the war started. He thought that the Black Tower would defeat the Bloodline Tower victoriously, but he did not expect to lose. It's really surprising. A good hand, poor play. Lowell shook his head. In order to follow the legend, many of their forces sent people to this barren land to pursue the clues of the legend. At the beginning, he came here with Locks. The two strangers met in the airship, and they drank fine wine and enjoyed the scenery here, but now, this guy died first. But he wasn't sorry at all, on the contrary, he was a little happy. The Rock's stupidity got them out first, and it was a good thing they had one less competitor in Lowell Gaines. Pity. He stood up and stretched his body. Although losing a competitor was certainly something to be happy about, he was also curious about how the Bloodline House defeated Black Sutar. With an early stage of the third ring and a middle stage of the third ring, Hizuo Tower lost to the Tower of Bloodline. What a strange thing. Oh, by the way, Romeo, are you here? Do you have any more details? Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Romeo not far away, who was also sent by him. My lord. Romeo took a deep breath, and in front of him was the highest dean of the Unicorn Academy. He had to be cautious, and said after a few seconds, there is indeed something wrong. Judging from that scene at that time, Vivi, there are others behind the card. And very strong, Locks should be killed by him. That's it. Lowell's eyes became serious. If this is the case, it will be different. Forget it, ignore it for now. I believe that the Bloodline Tower will not be too much. After all, their situation on the main road is not very good now. Lowell shook his head, and then drove Romeo away. Then I will leave first, my lord. Romeo took a deep breath and left. At this time, in a room in the tower of the Bloodline Tower. The room is gorgeously decorated and has a large area. There is a big bed in the center, the surrounding walls are inlaid with many precious stones, and the floor is also covered with precious carpets. This is Vivica's private room, and generally no one will enter it. Eli and Vivica meet here. I didn't expect you to keep this teddy bear. Eli looked at the bed, and there was a small pink teddy bear lying quietly. If Eli remembered correctly, it was given to Vivica by Eli one night because she said she was afraid she couldn't sleep. Yet, Vivica on the side blushed. God! She forgot to tidy up. Teacher, don't talk about this, let's talk about what you have done these years, teacher. Vivica sat on a sofa beside her and started making tea. Saying goodbye to the hundreds of years of reunion, she is really curious about what her teacher has experienced. I am ordinary, I have nothing to say, let's talk about you, what happened after leaving Bern. Eli smiled, and took the tea made by Vivica. Okay. Vivica nodded, put her white fingers on her lips, and fell into thinking. After more than 10 seconds, she slowly opened her mouth and said. I left Bern at the beginning, and then went east with David, and then came to the west coast, and then I was in the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock camp. I don't know if you know it, teacher, it seems to be gone now. I know. How could Eli not know that the demise of the Shadow Monitor Lizard was closely related to him? Well, we spent a long time there, and then I accidentally picked up the remains of a dead wind elemental spirit there, and then advanced to a ring of warlocks, but at that time there was a disagreement with David, and he made a firm choice. It is said that we have gone to the central continent now, and then we separated. Is it really in the central continent? Eli nodded. In fact, he almost forgot that there was such a student. Compared with Vivica, David's wizard talent is better, and he is also very firm in his pursuit of truth. It is not surprising that he chooses to ignore the road. In fact, he has observed his state before, but then there seems to be some accident. The distance between the soul imprint too far away to get in touch. So he didn't know what happened to David, or even whether he was alive or not. Then Vivica continued to tell him her story, from coming to the Tower of Blood, being accepted as a student by Natasha, and then step by step to the present. During this process, Eli did not disturb, but just listened calmly. Well, teacher, that's all. After waiting for 3 hours, Vivica stopped after she finished speaking. You have worked hard all these years. Eli touched Vivica's head and sighed. For a teenage girl who has come to the present alone, the difficulties are naturally beyond words. Hey, teacher, don't underestimate me. Vivica smiled, blooming like a beautiful violet. Eli nodded with a smile, and asked, "Then how to deal with the Black Tower? Will there be any other problems here?" "No more, the next step is to take over the territory of Hesso Tower. This time they violated the West Coast Treaty, and other forces will have no objection," Vivica said. West Coast Treaty? Eli wondered, is there such a treaty? Some forces sent from the Central Road back then came here to make a treaty, and the Bloodline Tower is one of them. Vivica explained. Central Continent, Treaty, Tower of Blood. The more Eli listened, the more strange he became. He always felt that there seemed to be something faintly wrong. Hear what it means. The Bloodline Tower is not a local force. Are there other secrets? Chapter 229. Wait, isn't the Bloodline Tower a local force on the West Coast? Eli stretched out his hand and interrupted Vivica. These forces seemed to be different from what he thought. Teacher, don't you know? Vivica looked strange. I know a ghost. Eli complained silently. The White Tower started to grow and develop from the Shadow Monitor Warlock camp, and then came to the present step by step. However, although the time is not short, it still lives in the southern part of the West Coast and has little contact with the central part, even the Iris. Although there has been a little development in the central part, but where can it be connected with Vivica, the top of the West Coast, so he really doesn't understand. Oh, it's normal that the teacher doesn't understand. It seems that these things haven't been made public. Vivica suddenly realized, nodded, and said, then teacher, let me tell you about this. Eli felt it was necessary to understand the external situation. Well, if you want to talk about it, you may have to start from the source. The origin can be traced back to the period of the Great Cataclysm. Teacher, Cataclysm, you should know. Vivica looked at Eli and said. I still know that. Eli replied. But he was very puzzled. How could this be related to the events thousands of years ago? It seems that this matter may be different from what he thought. Let's listen to Vivica. Well, that saves a lot of things. Vivica cleared her throat, and then said, when we talk about the cataclysm, we have to talk about the departure of the wizards. Thousands of wizards ride on the Wizard Tower and Sky City, start, and then travel through the world film of the Wizard World, and then go to the Endless World to find a new gathering place. Although they took away most of the resources at that time, after all, the Wizarding World was a really big world at that time. Even if they evacuated, it was impossible to take away everything, so they had to abandon some resources or things and take away more precious or other things. Yes, and it is these things that make the environment of warlocks not so bad. Eli listened calmly. These were things that could be deduced, and he knew that what Vivica must have said was not these. Sure enough, after telling these, Vivica took a deep breath and began to really tell what she wanted to say. Just now I said that the wizards have left a lot of things, and there is a legend among us, that is, there is a legendary wizard tower left in the wizard world, the Grey Wizard Tower. The wizards did not take him away, but took him away. He left the wizarding world behind, and it is said that it is hidden near the wizarding world. Vivica looked far away, as if she had returned to that era, and Eli listened carefully. All this information he did not know. Grey's Wizard's Tower. But hearing about the Wizard's Tower, Eli was still puzzled as to what this Wizard's Tower had to do with it. Seeing the doubt in Eli's eyes, Vivica first refilled Eli's tea, and then revealed the reason. The Tower of Blood is indeed not a power on the West Coast, but a power in the Central Continent. In fact, our full name should be the West Coast Sub-Tower of the Tower of Blood. In fact, it's not just the Tower of Bloodlines. Among the current major forces on the West Coast, except for a few forces, the other forces of the large force are also from the Central Continent. We have joined forces to monopolize this place, so there are only so few materials here to advance to the third ring. Of course this is off topic. Vivica smiled and added. And we came here because there might be clues to Wizard Grey's Tower. Clue. Etc. Eli stretched out his hand and raised his own question at the right time. Is it just a clue? If it's just a clue, so many forces will flock to the West Coast. Yes, it's a clue. We're not even sure if the clue is true. There are even doubts about the authenticity of this legend in the warlock community. It's not even certain that this is true. It's ridiculous. Vivica smiled wryly. She had the same reaction as Eli back then. That's outrageous. Eli raised his brows. It's just an indeterminate clue in an indeterminate legend, but there is so much magical power. Is this Tower of Wizard Grey so powerful? Awesome? More than just amazing. Viveka tried hard to recall the stories Natasha told him. In fact, these were all secret information, but she was a teacher, so naturally there was nothing to say, so she sat upright and took a deep breath. Tone, looked at Eli and said, "Teacher, I don't need to say how powerful the wizarding world used to be. You should know something from the classics. So what do you think of the strength of the wizarding world today? There should be a big gap." Eli pursed his lips and said tactfully. It's not that he was joking. It's hard to say whether the current warlock world has 1/10 of the strength of the wizard world, because with the distortion of the law, high-level warlocks and wizards have basically left. That's right. Although Viveka was a warlock, she also agreed. The current strength of the warlock world is far from what it used to be, but if I say that in the wizard world at this moment, you have the Grey Wizard Tower, and you basically have the power to unify the wizard world today, do you believe it? Dominate the world today? Eli's eyes widened. Can't it? Is it so exaggerated? Isn't it just a wizard tower? I know the teacher must think that it's just a wizard tower, how could it have such power? Viveka deeply understood Eli's feelings, and sighed. But it seems to be like this. It's really interesting. A wizard tower left over from the wizard world once had the power to rule the wizard world. I really don't know what the world was like at that time. Indeed. Eli nodded. He also felt a little curious about that era, but the past has passed. It can only be said that he traveled a little late. He is still more curious about this wizard tower than he was in the wizarding era. If it is true, as Viveka said, this wizard tower is so powerful, it is no wonder that the authenticity of the legend is not even sure, and it is even just a clue, so the forces of the Central Road sent people to the relatively barren west coast. Let's talk about this wizard tower. I'm curious what kind of wizard tower can have such great power. Eli took a sip of tea and needed to be quiet. Wizard Grey's Tower. Viveka nodded and said directly. The reason why a legend is because there are many uncertainties. But there are still some known ones. This wizard tower seems to have once been the car of an 8-ring wizard Grey, and a lot of information about the wizarding world was gathered at the time of production, but it seems that this wizard disappeared due to some accident, so his wizard tower there is a high probability of staying in the wizarding world. As for this wizard tower, among other things, at least the size is very large. Large? Well, it's huge. How big is it? Teacher, look out the window. Viveka reminded. Eli looked out. The sky was already a bit dark at this time, the night had slowly fallen, and a full moon hung high above the sky, exuding bright and clear moonlight. What are you looking at? He didn't understand what Viveka meant, and turned to look at Viveka. Moon. Viveka just whispered, looking into Eli's eyes. The moon? You mean? Eli's eyes slowly widened, which means. Teacher, you guessed right. Viveka gave Eli a positive look, pursed her lips, and said. That wizard tower, it is said that its size seems to be about the size of the moon. Chapter 230. Hiss. A wizard tower as big as the moon. Eli gasped, digesting the information. In fact, the wizarding world is not much different from the Earth in the previous life, and the distribution of galaxies is similar. The wizarding world is also located on a planet, and the moon is also a satellite of the wizarding world. But in fact, the volume of the wizarding world is much larger than that of the Earth, so the volume of this moon is about 3 to 4 times that of the previous life, but the volume of the moon in the previous life also reached 2.199 times 10 cubic kilometers. If Viveka is not joking, then the volume of the Grey Wizard Tower is at least 6 times 10 cubic kilometers, which is beyond what Eli can imagine. Thinking about the size of the Wizard Tower, Eli gasped. A wizard tower as big as a planet, this is really terrifying. Although the Wizard Tower does not have a fixed concept, it is definitely not the Wizard Tower that lives at the foot of Eli, but the one that has a lot of wizard tools, wizard formations, world invasion, time travel, and many other functions. Versatile weapon of war and life. That is not a bulky object with a single volume. With such a large volume, Eli can no longer imagine how much power it can erupt. Even if it is only impacted by its own volume, the momentum generated can even destroy an ordinary small world. TMs. He seems to have a vague understanding of why these warlock forces are looking for this wizard tower. Even if you don't get it yourself, you can't let others get it. Then what clue did you get? Eli looked at Viveka. At the beginning, the wizard force that the wizard belonged to was called Sky City, but no one has explored and found the remains of Sky City, so many people have found a mechanical heart of a force under Sky City. As for the West Coast, it was a branch of the mechanic heart, and the clue we got is that this West Coast force seems to have a certain connection with Sky City, and may even have a connection with the legendary Wizard Tower. In front of Eli, Wei Wicca unceremoniously told all the secret information she knew. Although the ruins are not known yet, I don't think there will be much to gain, or else there would not be some forces that come close to here. Vivica smiled. She also felt that this matter was very unreliable. In fact, over the past few thousand years, there were too many similar clues, and they were basically false. On the contrary, many forces spent a lot of energy on these clues. The West Coast Treaty is a treaty signed by these forces who came to the West Coast. Under normal circumstances, we will not do anything. After all, our purpose is not to occupy the territory here. Vivica said. The Hesso Tower. Eli became confused. I don't understand that either. Vivica shook her head with a dazed expression. Wait. Suddenly, Vivica frowned. She remembered Lox's strange actions that day, as if she had something he needed in her hand. Does she have what Rox needs? Looking at Vivica, who suddenly fell into thinking, Eli just drank tea. In fact, what Locus said to Vivica that day was full of doubts. It seemed that she remembered something. As time passed, Eli looked at the moon outside my window and gradually climbed to the top. 10 minutes later, Vivica seemed to have finally figured it out, looked at Eli, and said solemnly, Teacher, I seem to suddenly understand why Lox wants to fight the Bloodline Tower. Vivica pulled up her sleeves, revealing a white and tender arm, and a bracelet on her arm, which should be the same space equipment as the blood ring. In fact, space equipment is no longer a rare thing when it comes to the third ring. She stood up and walked to the side space, then touched the bracelet. Boom! The next moment, there was only a bang, and a metal box appeared on the ground. The box is about the size of an urn, and the whole body is silvery white. Under the illumination of the element lamp, it emits a silvery white light. It can be seen that it is a very high-grade material. On the top of the box, there are mechanical patterns all over, full of sci-fi feeling, and 3 mechanical locks are spread on the left, right, middle, and 3 sides, 2 big and 1 small. Mechanical box. Eli stood up too, looking at the box. This is the mechanical box left to me by Master Natasha Tower. I used to think it was an ordinary mechanical box, but now it seems that it may not be that simple. Vivica on the side looked serious. Then open it and see what's inside, Eli said. Can't open. Can't open it. Eli looked suspicious, while Vivica looked helpless. Master Natasha didn't give me the key, or I would have opened it long ago. And so the thread was broken again. Eli sighed. But teacher, you don't need to worry too much. Look at these 3 locks. Vivica pointed to the 3 locks and said, this is a mechanical lock from the time of the wizarding world. According to records, as long as you have enough mechanical knowledge it is exquisite, you can open it directly, it is not a traditional lock, and the difficulty is not too high. Mechanical knowledge. For a moment, Eli fell silent again. Coincidentally, this is a field he has not stepped into. The reason why the world of wizards used to be powerful actually relied on 2 main factors. One was the incomparably profound knowledge of mysticism, including elemental wizards, curses, destiny, etc., and the other was mechanical alchemy involving reality. And this part of knowledge is mainly related to the study of white wizards, and can even be divided into a large category with necromancers, that is, mechanical wizards, but the prosperity of mechanical wizards is not comparable to that of necromancers. As far as the City of the Sky, it is their domain. What Eli had learned was only slightly biased towards the manufacture of mystical witchcraft. The real mechanical alchemy was actually relatively unfamiliar to him. It is a real knowledge blind spot. Then do you have relevant knowledge about the Bloodline Tower? Eli looked at Vivica. Although he didn't know what happened, the reaction of the enemy locks proved that this thing is not ordinary, maybe it really has something to do with the legend. Relation. A wizard tower as big as a planet, I am afraid that no wizard would not be interested. Our Bloodline Tower is a pure warlock force, not. Vivica was a little embarrassed. That's how it is. Eli sighed, messing around for a long time, just playing around here. That teacher. Suddenly, he felt his arm being touched. Looking over, it was Vivica. She looked into Eli's eyes and said, although we don't have this knowledge, Black Soda seems to have research in this area. They should have some knowledge of mechanics, which should be helpful. Then collect it and give me a copy. Eli said. He is still more interested in new knowledge, especially since it was the mainstream knowledge in the wizarding world, not to mention that this mysterious box requires relevant knowledge. Okay, let's stop here for today, and continue next time. Watching the night getting darker, Eli also knew that it was time for him to leave. Vivica looked at the dark night at this time, nodded shyly, and hummed in a low voice. Eli turned to leave, but before he could leave the room, Vivica stopped him. Teacher, you can take this mechanical box too. Eli blinked his eyes, looked at the box on the ground, and then looked into Vivica's eyes. After all, this box was given to her by Natasha, so it might be a little bad. My things naturally belong to the teacher. Sensing Eli's gaze, Vivica lowered her head, pinched the hem of her clothes, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The dim alchemy lamp illuminated Eli's eyes. He pursed his lips and looked at Vivica with a smile. The cause sown at the beginning has turned into the fruit of today. Chapter 231. In the end, Eli took the mechanical box at Vivica's insistence. After taking it away, he also studied it a little bit, and found that the locks of the mechanical box are indeed quite interesting. They are the first ring level, the second ring level and the third ring level, and they can be opened as long as the level is enough. In fact, this is similar to that of a pharmacist. There used to be another sub-profession in the wizarding world, called a mechanic. There are also differences in the level of pure mechanical knowledge and mechanical refining, and they are also allocated according to the ring. At present, Eli should be a third-ring pharmacist and a zero-ring mechanic. This is because the knowledge of alchemy obtained in the secret environment also has the effect of analogy. After studying for a few days, Eli finally gave up, and decided to wait until the knowledge of Hesoda was delivered. As for him, he lived temporarily in the Bloodline House. For him, at this moment, the Bloodline Tower is not much different from the White Tower, Iris, etc. in his eyes. They are all forces that can be used, and it is the same wherever they live. There are more information, and Eli is also immersed in it, learning a lot of new knowledge. And while he was studying, the forces associated with him were also expanding rapidly. Among them, the Bloodline Tower developed the fastest. Due to the deaths of Lox and Mosin, the remaining Heso Tower forces retreated steadily under the oppression of the Bloodline Tower, and the territory was gradually eroded. Improved dramatically. The White Tower, as the power attached to the Bloodline Tower, also developed rapidly in it. Most of the small forces that betrayed the Bloodline Tower before were dealt with by them. For a while, huge resources poured into the White Tower. Several second ring limits were born, but due to lack of data, it was still impossible to break through the third ring. Speaking of the third ring, Eli also got the relevant information from Vivica, and understood that this is how warlocks advance to the third ring. The steps involved are really difficult to break through without the information. Eli also fused the blood together inexplicably. However, even with the information, he currently has no idea of spreading out in the White Tower. This may not be a good thing for the White Tower, and other forces will not allow it. When there is no invincible power on the west coast, Eli still decides to go out a little bit. Be low-key. In this way, a year has passed. While learning new knowledge, Eli deepened his understanding of the three rings, learned new three-ring witchcraft, and new methods, which changed his strength again. Let Lox come at this moment, and he may hit him more easily than before. And in this year, the Tower of Bloodlines has finally almost solved most of the forces of the Heso Tower. As for why most of them, or some forces have fallen into the arms of other forces, this is inevitable, and it is already very good it's over. Just last week, Eli also knew that Vivica and the others had arrived at the core area of Heso Tower, and they would soon be able to bring back the knowledge of mechanics that Eli wanted. Even Vivica invited Eli to come with her, but he refused. Anyway, there are people helping with the work, so if he goes out again, isn't that a waste of time? Eli waited patiently. But Vivica and the others haven't returned yet, but Eli has another good news here. The bloodline imprint on Rock's bloodline ring was finally worn away slowly. Finally the brand is lifted. Eli took out the ring. The ring is a black skull ring, black and white, with a little bit of blood red wrapped around the ring, but a year ago the blood red could wrap around the entire ring, now there is only a little bit. At this point, Eli can also open it directly, of course, the first is to bleed first. Without hesitation, Eli stretched out his right hand, a slit was automatically opened on the fingertips, and then a drop of blood flowed out, dripping on the ring, and then quickly swallowed the remaining blood, and then covered the entire ring. In just a few seconds, the ring changed into another shape, a black and red skull, and a mysterious connection arose between Eli and the ring. Open! Eli smiled, opened the ring, and the space in the ring was instantly exposed in his mind. This is a space of about 100 cubic meters. At this time, there are a lot of items, which almost occupy the entire space, and only a small half is left. There are quite a lot of things. Eli raised his eyebrows and began to count. First, he cleaned up the magic stones, and finally found 10 high-grade magic stones, 300 middle-grade magic stones, and 36,500 low-grade magic stones, with a total value of about 160,000 low-grade magic stones. Huge sum of money. As expected of the boss of Hesso Tower. Seeing these magic stones, you must know that the annual amount of magic stones in the entire White Tower is only 200,000 to 300,000. The collection of locks alone is equivalent to the daily flow of the White Tower. As for the iris, it may be 2 to 3 years. However, there are many in quantity, but Eli has no special place to use it for a while, so let's put it away first. Magic stones are magic stones, and they will be useful one day. After cleaning the magic stone, Eli began to organize the materials. This part is relatively common. Except for some ores, there are some magic plants, and some of them are interesting. There are several precious magic plants with 3 rings, but it is a pity that they have basically been processed and cannot be planted again. It's a waste of things. Eli looked at these magic plants, heartbroken. If you let him, you must protect the vitality so that it can be planted again, but these things in front of you can only be used as one-time items in the end. What a pity. Holding the sympathy for this group of barbaric warlocks, Eli continued to check. Apart from the above, there were a lot of sundries, including witchcraft, books, and some weird things. Most of it is common stuff, but there are also things that surprise Eli. This is synthetic beast knowledge. Looking at the books piled up inside, Eli was a little surprised. The whole body of several books is blue and black, and there are even lines of blood vessels on them, which are piled up at the bottom of all the sundries, like garbage. But when Eli opened these, he was very pleasantly surprised, because the things inside turned out to be a very characteristic part of the knowledge of black wizards, the knowledge of synthetic beasts. Synthetic beasts use a core item, then assist with what the wizard has learned, and then fuse them to create elements or flesh and blood creatures. The wizard keeps cultivating them to make them stronger and stronger. It is one of the indispensable partners of the black wizard. I didn't expect to have such a harvest. Eli smiled. But it seems normal to think about it. After all, the West Coast used to be the domain of dark wizards, and it is not uncommon to have knowledge of dark wizards, but it still surprised Eli very much. New knowledge means new replenishment of strength. As a wizard left in the era of sorcerers, he can only rely on this kind of search for leftover wizard knowledge to continue to grow. This is helpless, but it is also a kind of luck. When everything settles down, I'll raise a one myself. Eli pursed his lips, smiled, and continued to look at other things. But it seems that his good luck has run out, and he didn't find anything good next. It's not bad, the harvest is not small. Not to mention the knowledge of synthetic beasts, even the materials and magic stones have already satisfied Eli, at least much better than Emosen, and that poor guy has nothing. Just when Eli sighed, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Eli turned his head to look, and at this time he was in a wizard tower in a bloodline tower, which was the wizard tower that Vivica had hidden before, and Eli lived temporarily. Who? Eli was surprised, and his mental power was perceived outward. Female, 1 ring, don't know. After thinking about it, Eli walked over and opened the door. He didn't think there would be any danger within the scope of the bloodline house, not to mention that he was a 3rd ring, and on the West Coast, there were basically few dangers. The door opened, and a young man stood outside with a smile on his face. He looks very young, with black hair and silver pupils, and a pretty face. Although he is wearing a large warlock robe, he can be seen to be very attractive and has a good figure. At this time, she still had a warm smile on her face, looking very comfortable. Who are you? Eli asked. My name is Aisha, and I'm a student of Tower Master Vivica. The teacher and the others have already returned to the Tower of Blood. The teacher told me to take you to the highest meeting of the Tower of Blood. Aisha said respectfully, observing Eli. He looks very young, with the same black hair and black pupils, but his eyes are very bright, as if they contain endless wisdom, and his face is calm, as if he can handle all accidents calmly. She was curious about why this person lived in the teacher's private wizard tower, and also curious about the identity of this person, and why the teacher invited this person to the best meeting. Who is he? What, Viveka is back? Eli, on the other hand, was surprised. His knowledge of mechanics seemed to have settled down. Chapter 232. Listening to Eli calling teacher Viveka's name directly, Aisha lowered her head to hide her inner displeasure. What an unreasonable warlock! As a student of Viveka, she has never called the teacher by his name directly. If the teacher asked her to come here, she must be respectful. She really wanted to argue with the person in front of her. The teacher just saved the Tower of Bloodlines. Teacher is already waiting at the Bloodline Tower. Sir, is there anything else you need to prepare? The displeasure is not dissatisfied, and she will not slack off on the tasks assigned by teacher Viveka. You don't need to prepare anything, just go straight there. Eli replied, just looking at Aisha a little funny. Disciple? This is a strange feeling. The little girl who followed him back then has her own students. The time is really amazing. Feeling Eli's sweeping eyes, Aisha gritted her teeth, but still smiled. Then come with me, my lord, it's in the center of the tower. Good. In this way, Eli walked out of the wizard tower directly, with Aisha leading the way in front. Oh, by the way, what is the Supreme Council? Eli suddenly remembered what meeting Aisha seemed to be talking about just now. It's a meeting that all senior executives of the Bloodline House will participate in. Usually, it will only be held when a major event occurs. This time it should be about dealing with the end of Black Sock Tower. Sometimes there will be people watching. Aisha turned her head and replied, thinking that Eli had already been included among the guests in her heart. After all, if she is a member of the Blood family, it is impossible not to know the Supreme Council. Okay. Eli nodded, counting the time. It seemed that it was almost the same. Seeing that Aisha didn't seem to want to talk to him, Eli didn't say anything afterwards. A few minutes later, the two came to a wizard tower, with two guards standing on both sides. Lord Aisha. The guard obviously knew Aisha, and immediately said respectfully. This is teacher Viveka's guest, I'll take him to see the teacher. Aisha explained, then turned to Eli, and said in a slightly arrogant tone, my lord, come with me. In fact, as Viveka's direct student, she has a very high status in the Bloodline Tower, especially after Viveka defeated Heso Tower. Okay. Eli nodded and smiled. Naturally, he couldn't fail to understand Aisha's meaning, but instead of being angry, he found it interesting. It felt like an adult seeing a child throwing a tantrum. Seeing that Eli had no response, Aisha was a little disappointed, and led Eli forward. Soon, he took Eli to the third floor of the wizard tower, a room away. Bang bang bang. Aisha stepped forward and knocked on the door lightly, then retreated to Eli's side. The door opened slowly, and then a figure came out and hugged Eli directly. Teacher, I haven't seen you for more than a year. Viveka hugged Eli, like a little girl who has been away from home for a long time. Ha ha ha, the teacher is not gone this time. Eli patted Viveka's head. Since the last time we met, Viveka was basically out, and the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. But he rushed up to hug him. This child still lacks love. At this moment, Aisha was stunned. She looked at this scene with dull eyes. What did she see? The teacher hugged the man in front of her, and called the teacher? In fact, this person is her teacher's teacher. Isn't that her ancestor? This is too disgusting. Does the teacher still have a teacher? Why haven't I heard of it? But after being shocked, when she thought of what happened just now, she felt a little embarrassed. Her cheeks turned red. What's the matter? After hugging for a few seconds, Viveka also let go of Eli. Looking at Aisha who was on the side, her pupils dilated and she closed her eyes. It's over, and I didn't pay attention to her student. 10 seconds later, Viveka slowed down, a little embarrassed, pulled Aisha over, and said, Teacher, this is my student, Aisha, the talent is not bad, and he is currently a first ring warlock and a third ring warlock. Blood, siren blood. Yeah, that's fine. Eli smiled. Master. Aisha lowered her head and said in a low voice. Since I'm Viveka's student, I have to give a gift when I meet. Since I have the blood of the water element, I'll give you this water element crystal. Eli took out an egg-sized sky blue crystal from the secret realm and handed it to Aisha. The collection of hundreds of years is not a joke. He has a lot of things in various aspects. A crystal of water element is a high degree of condensation of water element. He used to use elemental crystals to be much more precious. Ah, master, this is too expensive, I can't take it. Aisha opened her eyes wide. Such a large crystal of water element cost at least 1,000 magic stones, so she quickly refused. It's okay, just treat it as a meeting gift. Eli smiled and handed it to Aisha. Put it away, your master is in a good mood today. Viveka said to Aisha, and Aisha put it away. Thank you, master. Okay, then you can leave first, master and I have something to talk about. After getting to know each other, Viveka asked Aisha, and then pulled Eli into the room. The gate is closed. What's the matter? The collection of mechanical knowledge is over. Eli was pulled in and asked Viveka. Teacher, Black Soda is completely finished now, and we have received their books and knowledge base, but it may take a few days to sort them out, so today is not the case. Viveka replied. What happened today? Eli asked strangely. Teacher, you saved the Tower of Blood. I think these are not enough, so I prepared a surprise for the teacher. Surprise? Yes. Viveka nodded, and then said, but it will be kept secret for now, I will hold a meeting, and I will come to announce this matter at that time. Okay. Eli didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he wanted to see if there were any surprises. Soon, Eli knew the answer. A few hours later, Eli was taken away by Vivikara, and came to the second floor of the Wizard Tower, outside a conference room. Standing outside the door, Eli could feel that there were about a dozen people sitting inside at this moment, and everyone had the aura of the limit of the second ring, and they should be the upper echelons of the Bloodline Tower. Viveka turned her head and smiled at Eli, and said, Teacher, just follow me. Yes. Eli nodded. Viveka nodded, then turned her head back, her body slowly straightened, her eyes gradually became sharper, she controlled her facial expression, and then the door in front of her was slowly opened under the action of the elements. The door opened with a sound, revealing the scene inside. At the end of a red carpet is a lacquered red table, with black silk velvet high-backed chairs on both sides, on which more than a dozen second-ring warlocks sit. At the front, there are 2 tall chairs side by side, and no one is sitting at this time. Hearing that someone was coming, a dozen or so people in the venue all looked over in an instant, showing curious expressions. Viveka just walked forward and walked right into it, with Eli following. Viveka was wearing a sky blue warlock robe, and Eli liked a black gold wizard robe today, not like a teacher and student, but like a partner. Following Viveka, Eli glanced at the 2 seats at the far end, and seemed to have a vague guess. Who is this? Is there any big event today? There are also 2 chairs that can be placed. At this time, the warlocks in the arena looked at the 2, more precisely, Eli who was behind Viveka, and were a little confused. They didn't know Eli, and they didn't know who he was, but whether they were suddenly called to the meeting or an extra chair in this meeting, it showed that today was unusual. And this is unusual, it has a high probability to have something to do with the man in front of him. Viveka walked in front, and Eli followed behind. Under the gaze of the others, Viveka and Eli slowly walked to the end of the table, where the main seat was. Viveka sat directly on one of the chairs, then pointed to the other chair and said to Eli, Teacher, you can sit here. Good. Eli didn't refuse, and sat down directly. At this moment, everyone was already shocked. Looking at Eli who was sitting side by side with Viveka, they were a little surprised, but no one spoke, just waiting for Viveka to give an explanation. Watching Eli sit down, Viveka looked around to make sure everyone was there. At this moment, the entire conference room was silent. Cough. Viveka uttered a voice, and everyone focused their eyes. Let me introduce it to everyone. Viveka looked at Eli who was on the side, and then said. He-Man Warlock, from now on we will be the honorary deputy tower master of the Vane Tower. Listening to the introduction, the entire conference room became even more silent in an instant. There was no sound. Chapter 233. Honorary Deputy Tower Master. After more than 10 seconds, someone raised a question with a confused look on his face. Others also spoke one after another. Did I hear wrong? The Tower Master said the Honorary Deputy Tower Master. Really? How is this possible? With him alone. Everyone glanced at Eli, a stranger, full of confusion and shock. They didn't understand why the Tower Master made such a decision. Is this guy good enough? Honorary Deputy Tower Master, this is not something that ordinary people can use. In the Tower of Bloodlines, this word has to be disassembled and explained. Of course, the Deputy Tower Owner does not need to say more. Making outstanding contributions, even the honor of saving forces. Its status can even be comparable to that of the Tower Owner, and it has the right to give opinions on the construction and development of the Bloodline Tower. It can also mobilize more resources from the forces every year, and even act as the Tower Owner at the most critical moment. But today, Tower Master Viveka suddenly brought a person and told them that this is the future Deputy Tower Master, which made everyone not confused. My lord, is this inappropriate? Someone said to Viveka at this moment, and the others were waiting for an explanation from Viveka. Although the owner of the Bloodline Tower has great power, it is not without restrictions. Why, do any of you object? According to regulations, the Tower Owner has this right. Viveka's eyes were sharp, her tone was strong, and the aura belonging to the third ring swept across the audience in an instant. Grunt. The person who asked the question moved his throat slightly, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The others didn't dare to speak for a while. Time really changes people. Eli sat on the chair, watching this scene. In fact, he didn't expect Viveka to talk about these things. He lived here silently for a year, and he naturally understood what the term meant, but he didn't expect that he would become the honorary Deputy Tower Master. Fortunately, it's just an honorary title, and you don't have to do anything with money, so it doesn't matter. He really has a lot of titles. The person behind the scenes of the Kingdom of Byrne, the Master of the White Tower, the boss of Iris Flower, and another Deputy Tower Master of the Bloodline Tower will not hurt. Of course we won't object to your lord's opinion, but you have to introduce this lord to everyone, otherwise it's not appropriate. At this time, another old wizard smoothed things over. Of course. Viveka nodded. This is a warlock from Natasha's time. She once taught him not to go too far. Hearing that Viveka had compromised, the others breathed a sigh of relief. But after that, there was even greater curiosity. They were very curious about the identity of this person. Looking at everyone's eyes, Viveka didn't interrupt, and said directly. This is my teacher, Warlock He-Man. We are the ones who killed the third ring. With a simple introduction, everyone was instantly stunned. Yes, it is him. Someone stammered. Anyone who watched the video that day would understand that the final blow was not made by the hand that moved, but by another hand from the third ring. Didn't Viveka mean that it was the person in front of him? Hiss. For a moment, everyone gasped and looked at Eli, all dissatisfaction disappeared in an instant. What kind of outsider is this? This is the person who saved their blood tower. Immediately, everyone looked at Eli in the wrong way, and this is still a third ring. Once you join, the strength of the bloodline house will even exceed before. This is a good thing. Do you have any opinions now? Viveka asked again. Thanks. No. It is our honor to have adults join us. A group of people expressed their agreement one after another. Seeing this scene, Viveka also smiled. This matter is so settled. Time flies. It has been 3 months since Eli became the honorary Deputy Tower Master. In the past 3 months, with the help of his identity as the Deputy Tower Owner, Eli was able to view most of the information on the Tower of Bloodlines, which was also a huge gain, and some fresh resources from the Tower of Bloodlines also benefited him a lot. And after this matter is over, Eli can also settle down and concentrate on doing his own things. I have a lot of things at the moment, and I need to make a list. Wizard Tower, Eli was lost in thought. As he experienced more and more years, more and more resources at hand, more and more knowledge, and more complex levels, he had to face a problem for so long. Is that the idea that he wanted everything in the past really good? Although this can make him very rich in means, but although his lifespan is unlimited, his time is limited. If he tries to break through every shortboard and then break through, the benefits may not be as good as breaking through one first and then point to get more benefits. So he needs to sort out what he needs now, and make an order. First is himself. At the beginning of the third ring, the mental power is 236 points, which is still far from a breakthrough, and there is no need to consider the breakthrough issue in a short time. The second is witchcraft. Solidified witchcraft, the first ring's spiritual shield, the second ring's eye of truth, the third ring's dream of a butterfly, the second ring's bloodline solidifies shadow control, and the third ring's bloodline solidifies the shadow dragon's breath. Special witchcraft, endless devouring curse seal, first and second spell seal, devouring witchcraft system, under development, few products, burning blood mystery, soul blade, currently 65 years of skill, cursed wizard, fate dice, undead witchcraft system. Ordinary witchcraft, fireball, first level, great fireball, second level, wind blade, first level, thorn control, first level, water dragon's war, third level. Items, shadow dragon wizard robe, second ring, shadow dragon boots, second ring, wizard staff, second ring level, nearly 500,000 low-grade magic stones, water elemental fruit tree, 1 unknown tree, 1 secret realm, ether crystallization, enhanced staff, other witchcraft, magic plants. Things are very complicated, and Eli also took a look at it in general. That's pretty much what he's doing now, with some useless things left out, but most of the rest in place. It can be seen that thanks to several forces, his material resources are relatively large, but he has just been promoted, and his things are all in the second ring, so he needs to upgrade, which will probably consume a lot of money, and at this point, the potential of the Shadow Dragon material has basically been tapped out, and it may not be enough in the future. And of course witchcraft. It can be seen that his methods are still very rich, but they obviously need to be updated. For example, the 3-ring witchcraft is basically rare and needs to be further consolidated. Devouring witchcraft is currently only a simple application, but it is completely unsystematic, lacks foundation and development, is very stretched, and needs to grow slowly. There is also the endless devouring curse seal, which has only reached the second stage, and it has basically been abolished by the 3rd ring. Eli has no good way, but he is going to take a look when he synthesizes a beast, and see if he can breed a different one. Undead witchcraft is more casual, and Eli didn't focus on him alone, but it is indeed an important group method, and Eli can go deeper. As for the dice of fate, it's okay to curse these, as long as you simply consume your lifespan, it belongs to the simple and easy to use series. It seems that I have a lot of work to do next. Eli was lost in thought. Whether it is the improvement of witchcraft, the upgrading of witchcraft, or the deepening of inherent knowledge, he needs to do it. Are you going to dormant again? Eli pursed his lips, and suddenly, a piece of news came again. After sensing it, Eli patted his head. Oh yes, I almost missed it. Just now, all the knowledge of Hesso Tower has been sorted out and sent to the Tower of Blood, including the mechanical knowledge that Eli is very fancy, so a few more have to be added. So much, how long? Eli was lost in thought. However, the situation has temporarily stabilized again, and it seems to be fine. Is it time to start the pension research phase again? Other people's time travels are full of passion, something happens every day, the enemy fights another wave, and there is no rest for a day. Why come to him? He just fights for tens of hundreds of years, just like traveling. Is this the immortal? Very nice. Chapter 234. In the end, Eli set himself several major paths in research work. There are 3 main roads. One is the shadow witchcraft that relies on the power of shadow darkness to continuously develop. This has always been Eli's main force in combat. Although it originated from the blood of the shadow dragon, it has surpassed the original under the excavation of Eli. Moreover, he intends to gradually integrate the devouring witchcraft with the power of shadows. The two are not bad in compatibility, and they happen to be very suitable, and they can also simplify his methods. The second is elemental witchcraft. In this regard, Eli mainly focuses on wind elemental witchcraft and fire elemental witchcraft. These are the best aspects of Eli's talents. Of course, other elements will also be involved, so try to avoid shortcomings. The third is the in-depth excavation of the blood of the shadow dragon. As a powerful creature with 5 rings, the power of the blood of the shadow dragon is not only shadow control, but also powerful power, which can be learned and used in other aspects. The focus of the research work is also 3. One is pharmacy and mechanical alchemy. Of course, there is no need to say more about pharmacy. This has always been the part that Eli is good at, and it has brought him a lot of help, but it is still a little weak now, and the help is not so much. Of course, this is not his fault. With the improvement of strength, there are fewer and fewer potions that can help him, and he has no 3-ringed ones, and there is no way to improve his help. And another thing is that high-level magic plants are more precious, and it is really troublesome to get them. There is also mechanical alchemy. He mainly studied alchemy before, but this time he added the word mechanical, which was due to his previous biased knowledge. As the main gathering place for black wizards, the West Coast really doesn't have much research on this stuff. They obviously have more feelings about creatures, death, and others, and white wizards are the main force in this regard. The history of wizards also proved that mechanical alchemy has a greater impact on the wizard world, whether it is internal development or the conquest of the endless world, they all play a greater role. Of course, the most important point is the wizard tower that is as big as a planet. Although it is just a legend, it still makes Eli yearn for it. Since so many people are looking for it, maybe it is really true. If it is really encountered and damaged, it will be embarrassing if he cannot repair it. And this is also a very powerful knowledge. If you don't learn it, you don't learn it. And he still has a motive in his heart, and that is such a powerful thing. If it really exists, it's best to keep it in his own hands. Being in the hands of others is a potential risk to his development in the wizarding world. He knows that he may be thinking a little too much, but he has a long lifespan, so he naturally has to think a little further. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely become stronger and stronger, and maybe he will really have a connection with him. Everything is just a rainy day, although it may be thousands or tens of thousands of years earlier. This is the first direction, and the second direction is the research on soul branding and belief in idols. Whether it is the soul brand or the power of faith, there is a lot to do. Although it is not clear about these, Eli vaguely feels that this may have a certain effect on him. The big deal is to waste hundreds of years. Eli chooses to trust his intuition. The third direction is much simpler. There is only one, and that is to collect all kinds of strange knowledge. That's right, with Eli's understanding of curse witchcraft, fate dice, blood-burning secret technique, and other weird witchcraft, he gradually realized that he doesn't have to go the right way, and he can also try the crooked way. Life is a very precious thing, but to him, it is a very common thing, which belongs to a steady stream of resources, just like magic stones. If it can be converted into combat power, it must be great. These are all of Eli's thoughts, and it is also Eli's first systematic understanding of what he has done and his judgment on future development after hundreds of years have passed. Of course, these are just preliminary ideas, and they will definitely be adjusted slowly as time changes, but the overall route is like this, and basically there will be no major changes. As for other synthetic beasts, it is another matter for forces to deal with them, but their sequence must be implemented without violating these 6 basic principles. Take your time, time is mine. Eli's eyes were calm. As the third ring, he had a lot more choices than before. What, teacher, you have to leave the Bloodline Tower temporarily? The next day, Vivica was surprised when she heard the news. Well, I plan to study some things carefully. The central part is still too complicated. The south of the west coast may be more suitable for me. Eli nodded. Once the strategy has been thought out, it must be implemented. But whether it is experiments or resource scheduling, although the south has few resources and a small territory, it is indeed completely in his hands. He is free to do what he wants to do, but in the Tower of Blood, it is subject to other forces at any time. According to the observations of several big forces, each of them has the existence of the 3 rings, and many of them are stronger than Eli, so he decided to return to the south. Okay. Seeing Eli's determination, Vivica nodded helplessly. Then teacher, if you need any resources, you have already told me directly that the Bloodline Tower is much more convenient in this regard. Vivica said. Of course. Eli was naturally not polite. Okay. Hearing what Eli said, Vivica smiled. Then when are you going to leave, teacher? Tomorrow. After 1 day. Noon. A venom wyvern flew out of the Bloodline Tower and headed south. My lord, we just left. Nicholas asked puzzledly. Since he solved locks, he has been staying at the Tower of Blood, more precisely beside Eli, wanting to get acquainted. Well, the problem is solved, and naturally it's time to leave. Eli looked back. At this time, a round of the sun was hanging high in the sky, and the soft sun sprinkled on the earth. The entire Bloodline Tower seemed to be covered with a layer of golden veil, which was extremely calm and beautiful. This is what he wants. Stable environment. For Eli, a stable environment is an indispensable foundation for development, and a strong environment, and it is exactly the same when he comes to central China this time. Now that everything is settled, it is natural to return to my hometown. I just don't know how long this environment can last. Eli sighed, there will be various disputes every few years or even 10 years in the mortal world, and there will always be some things in the warlock world every few decades, but some things are too small for him to affect him. He just wants to be stable and gradually become stronger, but this world is always looking for trouble. But this time, it should be stable for a long time. After all, Eli can't think of any major events in the West Coast today. Due to the existence of the West Coast Treaty, although there are small frictions between forces, there will be almost no major conflicts. And the forces in the south are basically absorbed by the White Tower. The White Tower has already occupied the entire south and has never expanded. What else can happen? Unless this so-called relic is discovered, the entire West Coast is estimated to be directly detonated at that time. However, there have been no clues for hundreds of years, and I don't know when it will be. Eli sighed, then turned his head to look forward, and stepped on the venom dragon under his feet. Returned to the White Tower. The venom wyvern accelerated instantly, carrying the two of them away. It disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 235. 3 days later. Eli returns to the White Tower. Back in the day, a parliament was quietly held. Meeting. Next, the White Tower will develop steadily as it is now. After that, I will establish a deeper connection with the Bloodline Tower. As for the White Tower, it will be good to develop in the south of the West Coast. Eli looked at the crowd and ordered. Yes. Everyone agreed. Eli is a pillar-like existence to the White Tower. He has saved the White Tower from danger several times, and he has also made supportive decisions in the crisis of the Bloodline Tower. This not only saves the White Tower from disaster, but also saves them can continue to exist. The meeting Eli just gave a brief order, and then it was over. After the meeting. What are your plans next? Rose asked respectfully. Of course I'm going to work next. Eli gave him a strange look. Work? Rose's old face froze for a moment, a little surprised. Soon. A news once again spread throughout the Black Tower prison. Herman, the former warden of the Black Tower prison, has returned. For a moment, all the warlocks who survived when Eli was the warden were all terrified, but the newcomer looked strange and asked, "What's so special about this Herman?" The old people were all earnestly explaining He-Man's cruelty to the newcomers. After listening to it, everyone was terrified, their bodies trembled, and the corners of their mouths twitched. It's so cruel. Eli didn't know anything about the prisoner's sorrow, but Eli returned to the Black Tower with a relaxed expression. This is a good place. Wizard experiments are indispensable to him, and he is a bit embarrassed to use mortals, but he doesn't have any psychological barriers for mortals here, anyway, such as body modification, drug experiments, blood hybridization experiments and so on. Coming back here is like coming home. As for going home, of course I will stay for one more day. In this way, Eli started a regular life again. On weekdays, I study meditation, and come out every 10 days and a half months to inspect and relax. Time passed by like this. 20 years later. 20 years. In front of the window of the Black Tower, Eli looked out of the window with distant eyes. 10 years is not a long time for him, but a lot of things have happened. Although the Bloodline Tower has greatly increased its strength after annexing the Haiso Tower, its overall strength has declined due to the loss of a lot of potential in previous wars. This has caused a lot of friction, and the previously occupied territory has also lost a lot. But it's normal, after all, the strength is not enough, and Vivica didn't stop it, but kept the power stable, and the White Tower was also stable, and nothing major happened. On the other hand, Katarina in the Iris camp has reached the limit of the second ring, and is about to approach the third ring. Counting it, she seems to be only 200 years old, and she is considered a young genius. It's a pity that this world is limited. Eli shook his head. For normal wizards, wizards with poor talent can hardly advance to the second ring, so every basic talent that can reach the second ring is quite good, except for Eli himself. Eli's talent is mediocre, and he got to where he is now through devouring the curse seal and taking time. Generally, a talent like him, let alone the third ring, can burn incense at the first ring. But Eli also felt that it was nothing, everything was decided by God. In addition to the development of forces, his own changes are not small. Follow the previous 3 paths and go all the way. Shadow witchcraft has more methods than before, and the manipulation is more satisfactory. Elemental witchcraft is average, but the proficiency of wind elemental witchcraft and fire elemental witchcraft is very good. There is also blood, and the blood of the shadow dragon is better than before. Quite a lot. It can be said that facing Lox again at this moment, even without preparation, he can easily defeat and kill Lox. The 3 combat paths are good, but on the other hand, the 3 research directions are just the opposite. Mechanical alchemy was completely different from what he had learned before, which made Eli feel miserable. Even the basic runes were somewhat different, and Eli had to change many of his previous habits. And mechanical creation is also very troublesome. The main body is metal, and many alloys have to be made by himself. This makes him inexplicably learn a new technology, forging. He also built a forging workshop for this. After studying forging skills. However, Eli estimated that after doing these preparations for a long time, the subsequent work would naturally speed up, so Eli didn't have any extra thoughts. Anyway, it was just time. As long as he didn't get stuck, it wouldn't be a problem for him. Mechanical alchemy was not going well, and pharmacy was not in the same place. Although he tried his best to collect the potion formulas of the 3rd ring, even these were precious in the past, so they were rare, and he couldn't do anything about them. We can only take our time and leave everything to the future. The second is the soul rune and the idol of faith. This progress is also very little, and there are not many ideas at present. Eli has asked the Iris camp to send people to study to see if they can find a suitable path. The third is the collection of strange and weird information, but I have collected some, but there is nothing Eli wants. It can only be said that although 20 years is not a short period of time, there is actually not so much he can do. After all, he is panning for gold in the sand, and the quality of the sand on the west coast is average. But Eli didn't have the slightest idea to leave here. Before he was promoted to the true spirit, he still planned to stay in this barren land. The small place also has small advantages, that is, the level of strength is low, it is safer, and it is more suitable for the present. Take your time, don't rush. Eli pursed his lips, turned his head and walked down the prison. Nothing to do today, torture the inmates. Another 30 years. Everything was peaceful, but a person came to the door. It's Viveka. In the Black Tower, Eli looked at Viveka who came to visit him. In fact, Viveka would visit him every few years or 10 years, but this time brought different news. Teacher, the Silver Moon Festival is about to be held, are you interested? Viveka was wearing a blue gauze dress, looking at Eli. Silver Moon Society? What is this? Eli showed a puzzled expression. Didn't I tell you before that the purpose of these forces is to find the relics? And this council is held every 50 years, either to exchange clues, or to jointly excavate a possible relic, or to simply event. The theme of the Silver Moon meeting this time seems to be to excavate a new ruin. This time it seems to be clearing up a piece of wizard territory, but now it is also a site where a large number of monsters gather. This time, it is to call the 3 rings to deal with it, and then obtain the monster resources. It will be divided equally according to the contribution, and then the allocation of some new resources will also be decided. Teacher, are you going? Although there are certain dangers, the rewards are estimated to be a lot. Viveka asked. Don't go. Eli shook his head. A group of 3-ring cleanups said it was dangerous, so he still didn't go. Teacher, will you go? But I heard that there are many wild resources there. Viveka blinked. No. Eli quickly refused, and continued. But if there are magic plants, I can pay for them at that time, and it doesn't matter if you have more money. Okay. Viveka sighed. In the end, under Eli's stern rejection, Viveka left. I hope they can gain something. Eli shook his head. Multi-flower magic stones are nothing, as long as they can avoid risks. A year later, the Silver Moon will be held as scheduled. Many people with the strength of the 3rd ring, including the Tower of Blood, participated, and began to clean up an area. It is said that at that time, more than a dozen 3 rings joined forces to clean up the mountain area, and several 3-ringed monsters popped up. There was even a tree demon in the late stage of the 3rd ring, which directly killed a warlock in the early stage of the 3rd ring. After receiving the news, Eli was glad he didn't go. This wave is a cautious victory. And some rare plants were indeed found in remote areas. Eli asked Viveka to pay a high price to buy some of them, almost 100,000 magic stones, and then sent them to Eli, and then handed over the money to Viveka. Eli's research on potions proceeded smoothly. He began to study the potions that San Juan could use. P.S. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 236. Time is like water, it always evaporates unintentionally. 50 years later, Eli once again turned down Silver Moon's offer to explore a trench along the coast of the Endless Sea. It's only grown so much in 100 years. In the secret realm, Eli looked at the big tree in front of him and sighed. The huge body occupies an area of the secret realm, attracting the surrounding elements. There are many branches, green leaves are floating, and the branches are swaying freely, like a dream. After 100 years of growth, it has grown by about 0.6 meters. But as Hill grew up, something different seemed to happen to the tree. Eli stretched out his hand to approach the big tree, and a piece of paper slowly floated into Eli's hand, as if to say hello, but quickly retracted, as if shy. Do you have self-awareness? Eli rubbed his chin, lost in thought. At first, I thought that a tree without wisdom had grown, but it seemed that my spirituality had awakened all of a sudden, which was quite miraculous, but it was normal. After all, it was an extraordinary tree. Hundreds of years of stretching, no kidding. This time Hill's aura is almost at the limit of the first ring, even if it is not too far away from the second ring. I feel that something interesting will happen if I advance to the second ring. There's no reason, but that's how Eli feels. It seems that we need to fertilize it. Eli smiled and returned to the laboratory. And Hill's branches waved behind him, as if saying goodbye. Back to the lab. According to his own habits, Eli began to sort out his current progress. At this time, the spiritual power is already 245 points. Under the stacking of resources from several forces, Eli has made rapid progress. Although a lot of resources were wasted due to talent, he thinks it is worth it. The mental power of the third ring generally ranges from 200–500 points, and there is a chance to advance to 400 points, so according to the simple division, it is actually 360 points and 430 points as the standard for the middle and late stages. As for why it is 360 points, this is because there will be a small bottleneck near 360 points, and the same is true for 430 points. The third ring has already begun to appear a watershed. Unlike the first and second rings, the improvement of the third ring's spiritual power has a great impact on Eli. After all, the spiritual power directly affects the elements that can mobilize the outside world. Adding 2 and 2 together, he can almost mobilize nearly 25 times the amount of elements at this time. It's not like a wizard in the early stage of the third ring, and it's not too much in the late stage of the third ring. Potion science has improved a bit in recent years. Currently, Eli can refine the potion Eli, which is equivalent to the middle stage of the third ring, but it will not work in the later stage. Mechanical alchemy has reached the late stage of the first ring. At this time, the first lock has been opened. Nothing special. The learning of witchcraft is also progressing steadily, and the shadow has achieved a preliminary fusion with the power of devouring. At this time, the power of shadow witchcraft has been greatly improved. But there is still no progress in the soul rune and the idol of faith, and Eli is also bearish, and is not in a hurry. As for the rest, it is still unremarkable. Of course, a lot of things have happened in these years, but to him in the third ring, it was insignificant. To him in the first and second rings, it was a big event, but now it is a trivial matter. Eli also found out that it seems that the lower his strength, the more current affairs, and he is relatively relaxed now, but he has not completely relaxed, and he may suddenly discover something one day. Maybe the next silver moon will discover the ruins. The odds are too low. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, everything is stable, except for one thing. That is, Rawls' vitality has reached its limit. Rawls was undoubtedly a genius, but he was born at the wrong time. Being in the barren west coast, and even in the barren southern part of the west coast, got the blood of the second ring, and developed to the limit of the second ring, and did not rely on others. For everyone in the White Tower, he is a highly respected deputy speaker, but for Eli, he is also one of his few friends, and maybe his only friend. The warlock has very little friendship at all times, and Rawls and Eli have been fighting with Eli since he was an apprentice, and they haven't stopped fighting until he was promoted to the third ring. So, on this day, Eli walked out of the White Tower to visit Rawls. In the ward, Eli saw Rawls, who was almost skin and bones at this time, with only a slight light in his eyes, and the blood vessels in his body were also decayed to the extreme. This is the warlock, and at the end of his life, it may change completely in a few days, and Eli is not surprised. At this time, there were many people in the house, including Ross, who was no longer young, and there were also many new congressmen whom Eli didn't know, but when Eli came in, those who knew gave way to him. Some newcomers didn't know Eli, so they asked the people beside them, and they only got 2 character names. They all lowered their heads, and they realized that the person in front of them was the living legend of the White Tower, He-Man. Ignored everyone. Eli stepped forward step by step and walked to the hospital bed. I didn't expect you to be willing to come out. As if sensing Eli's arrival, Rawls opened his eyelids tremblingly, looking at Eli with chaotic eyes. Well, here we come. Haha, I have never been weaker than anyone in my life, Herman, although I have always lost to you, but this time I won, I am 1 step ahead of you. Rawls opened his shriveled lips and said hoarsely. Eli was silent. Ha 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 ha. Rawls laughed, but he started coughing after a few seconds. Obviously, laughing is also a difficult thing for him now. Herman, can you promise me one thing? Explain. I'm dead, but the Rawls family I created can't die, but they even have only 1 second ring. Do me a favor and take care of me a little bit, can you? Rawls asked. Okay. Eli nodded. With such a small request, what else could he say? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. This sentence is doomed that no one will dare to touch his family after Rawls' death, and will be supported and helped by the White Tower. Well, thank you, I'm a little tired, can I rest for a while? Rawls asked around after 10 seconds. Let's go. Ross glanced at everyone and said. The others left silently. Eli sighed as he looked at Rawls, and turned to leave. But as soon as he walked out of the gate, he suddenly felt the familiar vitality disappear. He stopped in his steps and turned his head to see that Rawls had lost his breath in the room. Place it well. Eli just said to Ross, and then left, still feeling a little sad in his heart. Another old friend died over time, regrettable. I'm a little upset today, and it just so happens that there is still a human experiment that hasn't been done, so let's take a prisoner. Rawls' influence on the White Tower has had a new wave, and the power has changed to some extent, but it has no impact on Eli. With Rawls' status, Ross also stepped down as speaker. The new speaker is a former second ring with good strength and wisdom, and Eli has not carved his mark. In the face of absolute strength, he is not worried about any accidents at all. In this way, another 45 years have passed. It's 359 points, but I can't break through. Eli felt the spiritual power in his body and fell into thinking. With the help of the newly broken bonus period and a large amount of resources, Eli's mental power has improved almost as much as that of the second level, which made it only a short time for him to reach the initial limit of the third ring. Of course, it's not that short-lived, after all, it's been 150 years. But at a certain stage, it was difficult for Eli to cross. I need a new potion, a potion that can break through. At this time, Eli finally felt the shackles of his talent. And in other respects, he has already learned mechanical knowledge, and what he collected from the Black Cable Tower before was only at the level of the first ring. To open the next lock, he also needs the knowledge of the second ring. It seems that we need to go to the Silver Moon meeting. As a meeting held every 50 years, besides the agenda, it is also a huge trade fair. Maybe he can go there to see if there is anything he needs. And since the past few years, it seems that clues to the discovery of the ruins have begun to spread again. Eli didn't believe it. After all, there were often rumors about such so-called clues, and it had been spread several times in more than 100 years. So the next Silver Moon will most likely be cleaning up the area or something. Anyway, Eli only participates in the first half of the conference stage, and the second half of the activities has nothing to do with him. He just wanted to see if he could buy potion formulas and magic plants. And at this time, Hill was already 4.8 meters away, getting closer and closer to 5 meters, and only a little bit away from the second ring. He was very curious about what would happen in the second ring. Another 4 years. Vivica pays a visit with shocking news. The ruins have been discovered. The top of the Black Tower, Vivica said to Eli. What? Eli looked shocked. Chapter 237. Have the ruins been discovered? Eli's eyes widened and he looked at Vivica. Yet. Vivica nodded and looked at Eli. At this time, the teacher's aura was much stronger than before. Although she was about to advance to the middle stage of the third ring, she felt that the gap between her and the teacher was getting bigger and bigger. As expected of a teacher. Viveka silently admired her. Is the news true? Eli asked again. Although some news had been circulated a few years ago, he didn't expect it to be true. This was much earlier than he thought. There is a high probability that it is true. It is said that this time the ruins were discovered in the territory of the Heart of the Night, and some mechanical creations were found on the periphery. Viveka put away other thoughts and explained. Eli nodded. He knew that the Heart of the Night was also one of the forces from the central continent, but it was much bigger and stronger than the Bloodline Tower. Even in the area where the central continent was located, it was not considered weak. According to the current point of view, the entire west coast is divided into three parts: the north, the center, and the south. The north occupies about 2/7 of the west coast, and the distance is relatively far. Eli is not clear, but the central part occupies almost 4/7, with a vast area and relatively more resources. The south is the White Tower, which occupies quite a small area, and the most resource-poor. As for the central region, there are currently 8 main constituent forces. They are the Heart of the Night, the Heart of Thorns, the Holy Tower, the Unicorn Warlock Academy, the Golden Cicada Chamber of Commerce, Hellworth, the Tower of Bloodlines, and the Harpy School. Among them, the Heart of the Night and the Holy Tower are the strongest, and it is said that they both have the limit of the 3 rings, and there are also in the early and mid-term. The other unicorns and the Golden Cicada Chamber of Commerce are slightly weaker. Banshee School. To put it bluntly, the Bloodline Tower should be the weakest group. After all, Viveka currently only has the 3rd ring. Heart of the Night? Eli thought. If so, he felt it necessary to take a look. It is not necessary to participate, but you can learn about it, and he feels that this matter should not be that simple. If it is discovered in the sphere of influence of his own, and he is exposed on his own initiative, will ordinary forces do this? He also asked his own question. That's right, it was discovered by Hellworth and Heart of the Night, Viveka said. Okay. Eli nodded, it seemed that he was thinking too much. Then teacher, are you going this time? Eli asked just like 50 years ago. Go, why not? Eli said. No, okay. Viveka nodded, and she realized it in the next second. She looked at Eli with surprise on her face. What? Teacher, are you going this time? Yeah. Eli nodded. It's not for the relics, but for the purchase of new potion formulas. The bottleneck has arrived and external help is needed. Well, Unia will be there in a month. Teacher, you come to the Tower of Bloodline, and then come with me. After all, teacher, you have never been there, so it's more convenient. Can. Eli agreed. After chatting with Viveka for a while, Eli personally sent her away, and then returned to the Black Tower. Half a month later, a ray of blood flew out of the Black Tower and headed north. On the same day, the prisoners found that Eli seemed to have left, and all of them burst into tears of joy. He's finally gone. I hope he can go out for a few more days, and it's better not to come back for the rest of his life. Great, oh my god, he actually dragged him to the laboratory yesterday, and I actually saw that all the limbs of my former cellmate had turned into octopus hands. The prisoners wept with joy, as if they were celebrating a festival. At this time, the White Tower patrol team who happened to pass by looked at this scene and looked at each other in blank dismay. It seems that the conditions in the Black Tower prison are not bad, and the mental state of the prisoners is very good. It seems that the previous rumors are not reliable. How could Lord Herman, who is so benevolent, do such a cruel thing, or how could the prisoners be so happy? Adults are so kind. The other side. Eli, who has already used the blood-burning secret method as a cheat for traveling, has completed the 3-day journey in 1 day and arrived at the Tower of Blood. After showing his identity, Eli met Viveka unimpeded all the way. Seeing Eli, Viveka was surprised. Teacher, why did you come so early? I wanted to add some resources here, so I came here first. Eli smiled. That's okay, teacher, do you have a place to live? Or it's the same place as last time, is that okay? Okay. With just a few words, Eli settled down again in the Bloodline Tower. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Clap clap. Eli was writing something on the desk in the Wizard's Tower when suddenly there was a knock on the door. It's time. Eli raised his head, and after some calculations, it seemed that today was the departure time. Things had already been packed, and Eli went downstairs and opened the door, and it was Viveka's student Aisha who knocked on the door. Master, it's time for departure. The teacher told me to take you to the square. Aisha shouted respectfully. In 150 years, she has already reached the limit of the first ring and may be promoted at any time. Good. Nodding his head, Eli walked out of the wizard tower. The two headed towards the square, and they chatted along the way. Eli also guided Aisha on some issues, and Aisha also learned a lot. Thank you master, it's just ahead. Aisha thanked. At this time Eli found that they had arrived at the square, and Aisha left first. It seems that there are quite a few people going. Eli sighed as he looked around. At this moment, there were nearly 100 people in the square, and the number was still increasing. Among them, there were not many people in the first and second ring roads. Everyone was carrying a lot of things, and they should all be going to the Silver Moon Society. That is not the point. Yi looked up and saw a huge airship floating above the square. Its body is nearly 50 meters long. It looks like a huge white airbag, and underneath it is a silver main part. Alchemy runes are engraved on the airbag, exuding the power of the wind element, allowing it to float. Airship. Eli curled his lips. If the previous wizarding world was an aircraft, then the airship must be something from the ancient wizarding world. They were all pulled out. It seems that Warlock's alchemy mechanical technology is worrying. At this time, a Warlock on the side looked at Eli's expression, thought that Eli was shocked by the size of the airship, smiled and said to Eli, "Brother, this is the first time I've seen it. Such a large alchemy creation is not uncommon. This is one of the most advanced things in our bloodline tower. Isn't it shocking?" "Yet." Eli nodded, really shocked. "Ha ha ha." Hearing Eli's praise, Warlock smiled and asked, "Brother, why haven't I seen you before?" "My name is Camilla, let me know you. I'm from the resource department of the Bloodline Tower." The Warlock named Camilla proudly said, "He is a strong fat man." "Oh, Herman." Eli said casually, "He still uses this name now." "Oh, I haven't heard of it, brother, you also want to go to the Silver Moon Conference this time?" Camilla leaned over. "Yet." Eli nodded, just wondering if this guy is okay? "Hey, do you have a ticket?" "Ticket? Don't you have a ticket?" Camilla blinked. He saw that this person seemed to have a low breath, and wanted to see if there was a chance to buy the airship, but he didn't have a ticket. "No." "Ah, here." Camilla rolled her eyes, and immediately showed a big smile on her face. She patted Eli on the shoulder and said, "You may be a newcomer, but this Silver Moon Society airship needs to. If you don't have a ticket, you won't be able to get in. The cheapest one used to be 2,000, but today I see you are destined, how about selling it to you for 1,000? Camilla looked at Eli. Usually a ticket is only 300, but at this time, he is not relentless when selling for 1,000, that's right, he used his power to resell tickets. Seeing Camilla's appearance, Eli also understood what he meant, smiled and said, "No need, someone will come to pick me up." That's impossible. If you don't have a ticket, you can't get in." Camilla frowned. "This is a rule. Otherwise, 1002, I still see that the brothers are destined." "Don't, someone is coming." Eli ignored it and looked forward. Aisha led Vivica towards this side, and behind her were several high-level officials of the Bloodline Tower. The people on both sides moved away one after another. Camilla also saw it, and immediately lowered her head and turned to the side. "Get out of the way, there is no way, his living in the Bloodline Tower is forbidden, and he cannot see the light." "Brother, come here." He suddenly found that Eli didn't move, and immediately pulled him aside. He was still ready to sell. But being pulled by him, Eli didn't seem to want to move at all. Camilla was so anxious. At this moment, Vivica got closer, and he immediately let go of her hand. "It's really courageous." Camilla glanced at Eli. "What the hell, I met a fool today." But a scene that made him stunned happened, and he saw that Master Vivica came directly to this person named He-Man and looked at him. "Fool." Camilla gloated at this moment. "Teacher." Vivica said respectfully. "Teacher?" Camilla blinked, glanced at Eli, then at Master Vivica. What did he hear? This person in front of him is the Tower Master Teacher? Vivica's body trembled, as if she had thought of something. If the person in front of her was the teacher of the Tower Master, then it didn't mean that he was the honorary deputy Tower Master more than 100 years ago. Grunt. Camilla's throat moved slightly. What did he do just now? It's over. He actually sold yellow tickets to one of the highest levels of power. Isn't this selling arsenic in front of the police station? He just felt dark in front of his eyes, his legs went limp, and he knelt directly on the ground. Chapter 238. Clouds dotted the blue sky. A few birds were playing in the air, making crisp sounds. Suddenly, there was a whirring sound, and all the birds dispersed immediately, and an airship slowly moved out of the clouds behind it, like a hill. Scum! Asuka looked at this strange thing curiously. A burst of flames burst out from behind the airship, and a huge wave of air dispersed, pushing it forward. All the birds scattered in fear. The airship is accelerating. At the very front of the airship, Eli looked at the flying birds scattered in front of his eyes, and turned his head back. This is the core area of the airship, which is equivalent to the first-class cabin of an airplane. At this time, there are not many people here, only Eli, Rias and Aisha. Teacher, I guess I should be there in a few days. Vivica looked at the returning Eli and said. Yeah. Eli sat on the chair and picked up the wine beside him. Teacher, are you going to the ruins this time? Vivica asked curiously. In her opinion, the attraction of the ruins to the teacher should be enough this time. No, no, no. But Eli shook his head, joking. If the relics are real this time, they must mobilize the entire third ring in the central part of the west coast. No solution. Not to mention this, even if the ruins encounter some force majeure factors, wouldn't that be a barbecue? So this time his goal is very simple, that is to buy a formula that allows him to break through, first break through the middle stage of the third ring, and then wait for the rest. So. Vivica felt a little regretful. The teacher's strength is so strong, if they join them, it will definitely give them a lot of help, but his teacher doesn't seem to be interested in these. Oh well. Oh, by the way, Master, that warlock named Camilla was not only deprived of his qualifications, but also his tickets and his income, but would it be too much to be imprisoned for 5 years? Aisha seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked at Eli. It's okay, scalpers should be like this. Eli replied with a smile. Today he suddenly remembered his experience of buying a ticket in his previous life. The existence of scalpers prevented him from buying a ticket to go home. At that time, he vowed to deal with them once. You didn't have a chance in your previous life, so this life is just a wish? Scalper? What's that? Aisha's eyes widened in confusion. Ha ha ha, an annoying person. Eli laughed, looked at the two of them, and said, anyway, it's still a long time, do you want to play a little game? What game? Vivica and Aisha looked curious. Eli laughs. Fight the landlord. In fact, Do de Ju is also attractive to people from other worlds. A day later, it was the same room with the same 3 people. Eli was grinning, Vivica took a deep breath, and Elsa was on the verge of tears. Aisha took a deep breath, and watched Eli take back the chips again, feeling her heart tremble. Oh my god, what did she do in a day? One day, she lost nearly 5,000 magic stones, which was too painful. But Aisha looked at the teacher beside her. Although teacher Vivica had a calm face at this time, she looked down at the teacher's hands tightly holding onto the clothes, and felt better for no reason. The teacher lost even more than 10,000 magic stones. Can it only be said that the master is too strong? Aisha looked at the master, and saw that Eli seemed to be continuing to deal the cards, and her heart trembled. Clap clap. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Aisha's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran over to open the door, and a second ring wizard walked in. Master Vivica, Lord Herman, we're here. Hearing this, Aisha relaxed her body, as if she had found a savior, and not far away, Vika bit her lip, still thinking why she couldn't win. I am so unwilling. It's finally here. Eli stood up, showing a relaxed smile. The time of the day is so fast, I haven't been so leisurely for a long time. He walked towards the front, where there was a small external terrace. Aisha was also about to follow, but was suddenly stopped by Vivica. Aisha, next time remember that commoners are one group, and nobles are another group. Vivica looked at her and said seriously. Ah. Aisha blinked her eyes, it seems that the teacher is suffering too. Indeed, it doesn't matter if it's money or not, losing all the time really makes people doubt their IQ. Outside the terrace, Eli stood on it, and the oncoming wind was gently pushed away. Is this Unu Lake? Eli looked down, and in front of him was a huge plain area, with a wide lake quietly in the center, like a huge dewdrop, extremely beautiful. Uni Lake, it is said that there are a lot of fish growing in it, and there are many high-level fishes, even rare fish species in the second ring. It is a territory jointly occupied by several forces, and it is also the origin of the name of the Silver Moon Conference. At this time, many people have come around the entire Uni Lake. The buildings that were left behind form a small town, and all the forces have basically arrived. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, a gust of wind came, and Eli looked. In the sky in the distance, a huge sky cloud whale slowly crossed the sea of clouds and slowly drifted down towards the ground. Its huge body seemed to be falling from the sun. The sky cloud whale in the heart of the night. Eli, who knew several forces, quickly judged that this force should be the core force of this meeting, the heart of the night, but it is indeed heroic to use the sky cloud whale as a mobile tool. You must know that this is a creature with 3 rings in adulthood. As the cloud whale landed, the airship Eli was in was also slowly landing. The surrounding wind elements decreased little by little, and Eli was getting closer and closer to the ground, and the buildings on the ground became more and more clear. Eli also slowly removed the protection and walked towards the inside. "Teacher, let's go." Entering inside, Viveka said to Eli with a smile on her face. The two walked towards the hatch, and Aisha stuck out her tongue behind her. The teacher's recovery ability is really fast. 10 seconds later. Boom! The airship finally landed, and the hatch slowly opened. Eli and Viveka looked at each other, then strode out. This is already a complete small town. At this time, Eli was in a square, which was the town he had seen before. Looking at the warlocks around him, Eli smiled. This is the Bloodline Tower. A passerby looked at them. Just confirmed it, and everyone didn't care much. Although the Bloodline Tower is also part of the West Coast Treaty, it is a relatively weak part. Soon, as Eli and Viveka came out, the people in the airship also came out one by one, waiting for Viveka's order. "Master Viveka, we have been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment, a fat man suddenly ran out from the crowd, wearing a loose coat, and said flatteringly, "My lord, I'm Kasha, the person in charge here." The fat man introduced himself to Viveka, then looked at Eli and asked, "Who is this lord?" "Herman." "So it's the deputy tower master." Fatty's eyes lit up after hearing this. As a receptionist, knowing all the high-level people is a basic accomplishment. "The resting place is ready, I'll take the adults there now," Kasha said. "Yes." Viveka nodded, and so did Eli. Soon, the group was brought to a huge 5-story building, and people from the Tower of Blood went in one after another. Viveka and Eli also had their own rooms, both of which were the best. After everything was settled, Eli greeted Viveka and left, but he did not forget his purpose. Leave the building. Eli started wandering around the town. As a warlock town developed because of the meeting in Uni Lake, there are basically no mortals here, so the things here are also what warlocks need. He wandered all the way, and soon came to the business district. "I hope there is something to gain here." Eli looked forward. At this time, there are almost the largest number of people here, with warlocks setting up stalls on both sides, and further away are chambers of commerce, and there are even larger forces. But the largest of them is the building at the very end. Compared with other 3-story buildings, this 5-story building stands out in the business district, and its area is almost 5 or 6 times that of the others. The outer walls are basically golden, which looks a bit bold and tacky. But the most conspicuous thing is a golden toad sculpture outside the most central building. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Eli's eyes lit up, this was the place he was looking for. Chapter 239. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Different from ordinary forces, if other forces are similar to academies and sects, then the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce is like an alliance of merchants, just like a mortal chamber of commerce. As a chamber of commerce, the first major feature is naturally having money and resources, and with these, the Chamber of Commerce has also gathered a lot of strong people, which is why their strength is not weak, and the West Coast is only a small group of them. Branch only. Eli's destination is also here. If there is a place where the formula is most likely to be bought, then it must be here. "Hello, my lord." As soon as he walked to the door, the 2 maids greeted him. Both their good looks and pointed ears showed that they were not human beings, but elves. "An elf is a maid, so proud," Eli said, elf world, as the subordinate world of the wizard world, is good at natural energy, and it is a good helper for wizards to assist in the work of potion and planting. It is very valuable, and it is actually used as a maid here. Ignoring the two elves, Eli walked directly into the Golden Gate. Hey, my lord! As soon as Eli entered, a young man came up to him. He looks very capable, he doesn't look very old, his strength is 0 ring, he is wearing black clothes with gold spots all over, his eyes are very bright, and he looks very excited. Sir, my name is Jinji. Do you need anything? No kidding, Jinshan merchants can definitely help you find everything you need. Even if you don't have it here, we can even transfer it from the central continent. Of course, the price will be much higher. Jinji asked the young man with a smile. Oh. Eli frowned, he didn't expect the Chamber of Commerce to be so suspenseful. I need some potion formula information for the third ring, do you have it here? Eli asked directly without interrupting. 3 rings? My lord, I may not be qualified to sell the materials of the third ring. I have to ask the store manager. Otherwise, I will take the adults to the lounge first, and then I will call the store manager. It may take a few minutes. Can you see it? Jinji spoke quickly, speaking accurately and politely. Of course. Eli nodded. My lord, come with me. Jinji stretched out his hand to guide, and Eli followed him. While walking, Eli also glanced around by the way. I don't know if the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce likes gold, the first floor is also resplendent and resplendent, the counters are all inlaid with gold, and there are various materials inside, including many precious items, some of which Eli has never seen before. Adult, are you interested in these magic plants? Jinji chatted as he walked. Yet. Eli nodded. Soon, Eli was led to the second floor. The second floor is different from the first floor. There are rooms here. At this time, a guard is guiding a one-ring warlock into a room on the left. Soon, Jinji led Eli through here and came to the end, which is another larger room. My lord, you wait here, I'll go find the store manager. Jinji led Eli in, then opened the cabinet, and made a cup of tea for Eli. This is a luxurious room. Eli has almost never seen anything more luxurious than this one, even Viveka's room is far inferior. At least he has never seen a carpet made of the fur of a 3-ringed monster. Sitting on an unknown leather sofa, Eli took Jinji's tea, took a sip, and felt that his mental strength had improved slightly. Is the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce already so proud? Eli was slightly shocked, and turned to look at the back of Jinji leaving. As if he suddenly saw something interesting, he blew on the tea again and took a sip. Really not bad. Are you crazy? You actually brought a strange guest into room 1. As soon as Jinji left the room, a guard pulled him to a corner and questioned Jinji. I have my own judgment. Jinji said, casting a glance at the guard. Humph, who can enter room 1, it must be at least the third ring, but you just dragged someone randomly, I know you want to get resources to advance to the first ring, but there is no need to bet like this, are you sure? It's crazy. The guard looked about the same age as Jinji. It seems that you will be driven away this time. The guard shook his head and mocked. You don't need to worry about this, I have to go to the store manager first. Jinji glanced at him and left directly. The Chamber of Commerce does have such regulations, but if he doesn't advance, he will have no chance. And since he was a child, he has a special ability, he seems to be able to see through a person through disguise, even the store manager of the third ring, but today he can't see through, so he thinks this may be unusual, and this also his chance. With one successful big transaction, he would be able to save enough blood for 1 ring. TCH, not all toads are golden toads. The guard cast a glance at Jinji. He was obviously a guard, but he seemed to have great ambitions. It was disgusting. Is it not good to be like this together? Why do you always think about such unrealistic things as changing your destiny? Just as Eli drank 1/3 of his tea, Jinji returned with a middle-aged man. It was a fat-looking man, wearing a black tuxedo, with a beard, a warm smile on his face, and golden eyes. Hello, I'm the store manager here, and I'm Jin Huan. The man held out his hand and walked over. Eli put down his tea and stood up to shake his hand. 3 rings. At the moment of shaking hands, Jin Huan instantly sensed Eli's strength, and his eyes lit up. He was not happy that Jinji was looking for him just now. That's right. Jinji, you go out first. Jin Huan cast a glance at Jin Ji behind him and said. Yes. Jin Ji still smiled, silently retreated to the door, then closed the door, and then began to close the door, silently clenching his fist in his heart. It seems that the bet was right. My lord, I heard from Jin Ji that you want the formula of the three-ring potion. After shaking hands, Jin Huan sat down opposite Eli and asked. Yes, is there any difficulty? Eli glanced at Jin Huan, the same 3 rings, it seems that he underestimated this chamber of commerce. No, no. Jin Huan laughed, it's just that there are such cheap things as potion formulas, of course there are. It's worthless. Eli was silent for a while. Sometimes he always has a sense of incongruity with the warlocks, as if they are not on the same frequency. Are the potion formulas of the 3 rings worthless? Seemingly aware of Eli's question, Jin Huan explained, My lord, if you put the potion formula in the former wizarding world, it will be very precious. But now there are very few warlocks, not to mention 3rd ring pharmacists, even 2nd ring pharmacists. As time goes by, the value of the 3rd ring formulas will naturally decrease. Are you a 3-ring pharmacist, my lord? Of course not, I just need to study it. Eli shook his head. It seems to be the same, as the bloodline tower is such a big force, it seems that there is only one sorcerer who can barely refine the 2nd level potion, so it can only be said that they are good at different things. But it's a good thing for Eli. How much do you want, sir? Do you have any specific requirements? Although the value of this item is not high, it is actually quite small. One formula is calculated as 1,200 magic stones. Jin Huan said after thinking. 1,200 magic stones. Eli's eyes widened when he heard the price of the vegetable. Sure enough, it's still expensive. Jin Huan looked at Eli's expression and sighed. This kind of thing really can't be sold at a high price, so he gritted his teeth and said, well, 1,000 is fine. Also cut prices? Eli suddenly felt the joy of being a wizard in the warlock world. Okay. Eli nodded. Well, how many do you want, my lord? Our inventory of this type may not be so many, only a dozen, all of which are the 3-ring potion formulas from the wizarding world. As Jin Huan spoke, he took out a crystal ball, began to search, and handed it to Eli. Eli took the crystal ball, and soon he frowned. Although they were all 3-ring formulas, they were all good, but they didn't have the potion he wanted. What's the matter, is there no adult who needs it? Jin Huan asked, although this time it is likely to be a small business, but a 3rd ring is worth his time. Yes, my blood power has stagnated recently. I want to see if wizards have similar potion formulas and give me some inspiration. Eli nodded and said. This is going to be difficult. Jin Huan shook his head. But 10 seconds later, he seemed to think of something, looked at Eli and said, My lord, if you really need it, you may only be able to contact the central continent, but if it's just information, we have means to get it directly. But that comes at a price. I can add money. Eli said. Hearing the addition of money, Jin Huan's eyes lit up, but he still frowned. My lord, to be honest, our connection is through the semi-illusory interface attached to the wizard world, and we need a kind of ore. But recently we've run out and need to dig again. But the place we discovered last time has been occupied by a demon bear with the limit of the early stage of the 3rd ring. We have been unable to do anything. We currently have 2 early stages of the 3rd ring. If there are 3, it will be very stable, but we have not found a candidate. Having said that, Jin Huan slowly raised his head and said. If your lord can participate in this event and help us kill that devil bear, we can not only give you what you need as a reward, but also present it to you. Task? Eli frowned. If so, then go out again. However, the demon bear who is only the initial limit seems to be fine, and the risk is very low, but if you don't participate, you may really not be able to get this formula this time. Okay, I can join. Eli finally agreed. Congratulations. Jin Huan smiled. Chapter 240. It seems that there is no accident. Outside the door of the room, Jinji glanced inside through a transparent window. Eli, who was brought in by him before, was talking happily with the store manager of Jinhuan at this time. Jinhuan was very happy with a smile on his face, and so was the man opposite. His judgment was not wrong this time, this is indeed a distinguished guest. Clatter. Suddenly seeing the two standing up, it seemed that the chat was over. The store manager of Jinhuan smiled and greeted Eli. Jinji immediately stood up straight, and opened the door for the two first. Nice lad. Eli looked at the open door and glanced at Jinji. He and Jinhuan had already finished talking about the matter, and the time was agreed to be 10 days later. At that time he would come and go to the destination with him to deal with that earth demon bear. Ha ha ha, this is a young man who just arrived, and he does a good job. Jinhuan smiled and looked at Jinji appreciatively. Unexpectedly, a young man who had just arrived not long ago helped him solve a small problem by accident. It's really good. Eli said something silently in his heart, but he ignored it and walked straight past. Passing through the corridor, the moment he went downstairs, he glanced at Jinji again, and then went downstairs. Did that adult look at me? Jinji, who was standing at the door, blinked his eyes, a little uncertain. At that moment just now, he always felt that the adult's gaze was somewhat meaningful. Good job. Before he finished thinking, a big hand had already patted on his shoulder, and when he looked up, it was the store manager who had just sent Eli out. Shop manager, this is what I should do. Jinji said respectfully. Ha ha ha, you helped me solve a small problem this time. Seeing that you are about to advance, how about this, you can buy one at half price for the next batch of golden toad blood. Jinhuan looked at Jinji and quickly judged his condition. Thank you, my lord. Jinji's eyes lit up. Bet right. My lord, do you need slaves? We have all kinds. No more. Rejecting the enthusiasm of a slave trader casually, Eli walked aimlessly on the commercial street, thinking about the boy just now. Ginger. Eli pondered the name. God knows what he just saw. Due to the year-round use of fate dice, a witchcraft involving fate, the accumulation of hundreds of years has also produced some unique changes in Eli. For example, he can sometimes see the fate of some people. It's that kind of mysterious fate, but because this ability is still very weak, unless the target's fate is very strong, he has no chance to see it. So far, this ability has not played a role. But the moment he glanced at Jinji just now, really a touch of gold. With a glimpse, Eli saw that the power of fate spread out from Jinji's head, and the power of destiny was entwined, forming a golden toad, emitting a dazzling golden light. Eli was also amazed at the strong power of destiny. A man of fortune. Interesting and interesting. Eli smiled and left the commercial street. In his opinion, if nothing else happens, Jinji's future may be very good. Eli doesn't mind investing a fortune at this time, but he just did nothing. It's not that I don't want to do it, it's just that I don't have time. Because at that time Eli saw that Jinji's fate was still entwined with a trace of black thread. That means that something may happen to that guy recently. So he left a breath on Jinji's body, so that he can send charcoal in time. Anyway, his purpose of this union meeting is to come here for a stroll and leisure, and he doesn't mind making an investment in advance. 3 days later. Next to Silver Moon Lake. The bright sunlight shines on the entire lake surface, and the entire lake surface is like a mirror, and through the lake surface, you can even see the fish swimming below the lake surface. And right by this beautiful lake, 2 people are sitting leisurely on deck chairs, with fishing rods in front of them, and parasols on their heads to block the sun for them. He-man, I didn't say that, your fishing skills are not good. Beside Eli, a skinny old man wiped his beard, turned to Eli and said. In front of the 2 of them, there were 2 barrels. There were already a few spirit fish swimming in the old man's, exuding a unique aura, while Eli's was empty. Haha, maybe the technology is not good. Eli glanced at the old man again, and stretched his body comfortably. Leisure naturally has to look casual. Eli has been fishing here for the past few days when he has nothing to do, and he also met the old man in the past few days. His name is Old John. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, there are skills in this fishing. I am a senior level. Would you like me to teach you? Old John glanced at Eli and said proudly. Okay. Eli sat up. There are many precious fish in Unu Lake, so there are not many people fishing, but Eli doesn't know what's going on. Anyway, almost none of them are caught. Hey, there's a lot of knowledge here, come here, let me talk to you. The old man smiled and began to teach Eli. Ha, laugh at 100 steps at 50 steps. At this time, a voice came. Who? The old man's face changed, and he looked aside. It was a middle-aged man. At this time, there were more than a dozen fish swimming in the bucket, and he was looking at them with satisfaction. Yes, it's the boss. Old John's face darkened, and in an instant, an aura exuded, the second ring. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately lowered his head and stopped talking. Snort! Old John cast a glance at him, and continued to turn his head to look at Eli. At this time, he was still basking in the sun, as if he hadn't seen anything. This was just an episode, and then he chatted with Eli about his experience in fishing, and Eli also enjoyed it, and the two chatted while drinking tea. This is life. Eli felt a burst of relief. Suddenly, Eli felt his eyes go dark. He looked up, and at some point, an alchemy spaceship in the distance was slowly flying towards this side. That's the Holy Tower. Old John introduced to Eli. Eli looked over and found that the Tower of Bloodlines came earlier, and there were still a few who didn't come. At this time, the alchemy spaceship was already very close, and it was slowly landing, and it landed on the side of Uni Lake. Boom! As the spaceship landed, warlocks jumped off it one by one. There were only a few dozen people, and the leader was a warlock who was at the limit of the late stage of the third ring, wearing a white wizard robe, tall, with round eyes, and strode ahead. He glanced at this side, looked disdainful, and left directly. Eli just cast a glance and ignored it. Still happy fishing? Hey, as soon as the Holy Tower arrives, the rest will arrive soon. John sighed on the side. He is also a casual player, and he doesn't care much about these. Hooked. Suddenly, John heard a cry, and then turned his head to see that Eli's boom had been bent, and the fishing line was taut, as if he was hanging something huge. John's eyes widened. Boom! A big fish burst out of the water, about 3 or 4 meters in size, with splashes on its body, and then hit heavily on the grass in front of Eli. Hiss! Looking at the fish, John's eyes widened. This is a silver dragonfish. It's so big, I'm afraid it's worth 2,000 or 3,000 magic stones. It never occurred to him that Eli, who hadn't gotten anything just now, would actually have such a big deal. Looking at his several small fishes of more than 10 centimeters, John closed his eyes. The middle-aged warlock at the side turned his head, looked at this scene, blinked his eyes, and took a deep breath. Newbie benefits, newbie benefits. He kept repeating this sentence with trembling lips. Apart from him, other people farther away also cast their gazes, and their eyes widened. At this moment, regardless of their strength, they all cast envious gazes. Fishing has nothing to do with strength. I've been busy with exams recently, so the content may be rough. If you find a typo, you can directly point it out, and I will correct it. And ask for a follow-up reading. Yesterday, the chapter was finalized and suddenly found that it has dropped a lot. Hey, I don't know if there is something wrong with me. After this busy period, I will add more.